Throughout the history of the Academy Awards, it has never really felt like the Academy itself gets animation. They acknowledge it, but it's hard not to feel like it's seen as a second-class citizen in the cinema world. And the introduction of the Best Animated Feature category in 2001 was clearly meant to address this, but honestly, to me, this has always felt like a sort of consolation prize. The Academy saying, okay, take your little category and leave us alone. We need to focus on war dramas. This video might be framed as a ranking, but it's really about how the Academy treats animation as a whole. It's meant to take an in-depth look at their nomination and award tendencies over the past 23 years and determine if they take the category seriously or if they're mostly just tossing Oscars to Disney, Pixar, and DreamWorks because they're the most recognizable studios. But it's also about taking a look at all 99 films ever nominated for this award and hopefully shedding some light on the lesser appreciated nominees, shouting out some of the snubs that deserve nominations over the studios that get the courtesy noms. The dream is that by really digging into these films, you'll develop a deeper appreciation for animation as a medium and maybe see that there is a much wider variety of stories being told through that medium than you'll find by simply looking at the major studio releases. And also, before we really get into it, keep in mind, these are my subjective opinions about these films. It's very likely that at some point I will like a film you don't or dislike a film you love. The world would be boring if we all had the same exact opinions, and I apologize in advance for not loving Shrek as much as most of you. Also, there will be spoilers for every single movie I talk about, so if you want to skip ahead, there will be time codes in the description as well. But to be fair, you've had decades to watch most of these, so I don't want to hear it, alright? Enjoy this probably 6 or 7 hour analysis of all 99 Best Animated Feature nominees and the tendencies of the institutions that nominated them. So in 2001, the Academy Awards introduced the Best Animated Feature category. Prior to this, animated productions had not received much attention from the Academy. Many received score or original song nominations, but only occasionally would anything break through in a major category, such as Beauty and the Beast for Best Picture in 1991 or Toy Story's Screenplay nomination in 95. Each year there are either 3 or 5 nominations. In a year where there are fewer than 16 submissions, they nominate 3 films, and any more than 16 submissions, 5 are nominated. Let's start where it all began. 2001. The nominations for the inaugural Best Animated Feature Academy Award were Nickelodeon's Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius, Pixar's Monsters, Inc., and DreamWorks' Shrek. And this was a very interesting first year for the category, since the emergence of both Pixar and DreamWorks were major reasons the category came into existence. Leading into the award season, DreamWorks was heavily campaigning Shrek for Best Feature. This nomination never came to be, but it did obviously receive the Animated Feature nomination, as well as a nomination for Best Adapted Screenplay. I think it is very interesting that in the debut year for the category, 0 traditionally animated films made the cut. All CG animation. Not that any deserved to make the cut, it's just wild considering the history of the medium. But let's take a look at these 3 nominees. What a film to cover first in this entire project, a franchise I have an interesting relationship with. I saw this in the theater when I was a kid, and I loved it. I remember eagerly awaiting the TV series and watching the When Pants Attack series premiere the night it aired. I really liked Jimmy Neutron. However, as I got older and over the course of its run, I had become pretty disillusioned by the show and Nickelodeon in general, because guys who like Jimmy Neutron are totally lame. I liked big boy stuff like Fight Club and Vandalism. I remember just being so annoyed anytime the series would come on. I'd turn it off immediately. So my most recent associated feeling with Jimmy Neutron was not a positive one. And I really held on to that for years, just felt very negatively about the show in general. So I was pretty surprised to find that upon rewatch, Jimmy Neutron is super funny still. I forgot how much fun this world and charming these characters were. Turns out Teenage Johnny was perhaps not the most discerning media analyst. Jimmy is such a sweet protagonist, so supportive of Carl, even when it's just complimenting his horrible frog drawing, all while he draws up complicated schematics for his science projects. Jimmy, Carl, and Sheen are all such different types of dorks and also likable and genuine. I also love that Jimmy and even his classmates like Cindy are just clearly so much smarter than their teacher. A fun detail.
Miss Val, what is the standard for research on these extra credit reports?
Yes, well,
Actually, the relationships between all the kids is easily one of my favorite things about this entire franchise. While yeah, Cindy is antagonistic and characters like Nick fill the cool kid stereotype, they all mostly have a very positive relationship to each other. It embraces the differences between the kids rather than villainizes them. Something we could really stand to pay attention to in this ever more divided society. Please fix us, Jimmy. Nick convinces the main trio of Jimmy, Carl, and Sheen to sneak out and go to the carnival. This could have easily gotten them in real real trouble and pit them all against each other, but they actually just appreciated that Nick got them to do something they wouldn't have otherwise. Later in the movie, when Jimmy pitches his intergalactic rescue mission, Nick is the first person to really show support, helping to convince everyone else. I also immediately realized why I loved this thing as a kid, and it's because it's such a kid power movie. Besides the fact that the kids get to do whatever they want when their parents disappear, the entire solution is the kids rising to the occasion and doing things they wouldn't otherwise to save their parents. It's a nice narrative. The kids prove themselves to their parents while also realizing how much they need their parents, rather than strictly adhering to the school's out forever, let's eat handfuls of sugar and run around naked mentality that plagues other children's content. Jimmy's dad, Hugh, might actually be the funniest character. He's such an airhead and a huge simp for his wife. Wait, is it simping if you're together, or is it just called being happily married? We've really changed, haven't we? But Hugh is, again, another different type of dork.
Message from space, wow.
Don't encourage him, Hugh.
It's also hard to hate on something that is both pretty darn funny and also delivers heartfelt moments. Despite being pretty harsh on him in the entire movie, there's this great scene where Cindy convinces Jimmy that he's the only one who can actually get them out of their jam.
I know one thing that you don't seem to get, and that's that we're never getting out of here without you.
It's also so funny that the entire reason any of this happened is because Jimmy didn't listen to his parents.
Jimmy, we've repeatedly told you not to talk to strangers.
Oh, but Mom, I'm on the verge of contact with an advanced alien civilization.
If Jimmy hadn't spoken to those alien strangers, nobody would have gotten kidnapped, and the movie would have probably also been boring. The entire thing just works so much better than I remembered. Though I do think it starts to fall apart a bit and meander in the last act, I definitely found myself checking the runtime in the last 20 minutes or so. And obviously the animation is pretty rough. Much worse than the other two nominations this year, which is kind of saying a lot because Shrek does not look great.
Oh, that's not very nice.
But I fully expected to go into this saying, well, this didn't deserve a nomination, and here I am confirming that it did indeed probably deserve a nomination.
Put that thing back where it came from, or so help me. So help me, and cut.
Monsters, Inc. is an absolutely genius film. Pixar was just operating on another planet in their early run. It felt like every film tapped into kids' brainwaves on a molecular level. Are brainwaves molecules? Whatever. Monsters, Inc. not only captured a concept that every kid understands, but expanded on it and subverted it in such a fun way. They take the very simple concept of, there's a monster in my closet, and effortlessly build a fully realized, ridiculously imaginative world within that closet. An entire separate universe that explains why monsters are in the closet in the first place. An entire industry built from kids' screams. Like Nike or Apple, but with more whimsy and less, oh, let's not talk about that right now. But on top of that, they also subvert those monsters' relationships to the kids, making the monsters terrified of children, believing they're dangerous and only scream harvesting out of necessity. There is so much going on in that premise, and yet the film sells the entire thing within the first few minutes. Just incredible storytelling. But within that world, you've got these great characters with their own place within that world structure, and just one little kid sneaking into the monster world completely upends their entire worldview. Sully and Mike are such a great duo, built on incredible performances from Billy Crystal and John Goodman. But for me, the heart of the story is Boo. Even though this was earlier Pixar and there are still remnants of the creepy human-faced issues that plagued Toy Story, she's still one of the cutest characters in movie history. Most of my biggest laughs in this entire film are from hilarious little kidisms that feel so genuine coming out of this character.
Well, hello there. What's your name?
Mike Wazowski.
But more specifically, it's that relationship between Boo and Sully. Sully is a character who is literally on top of the monster world as it exists. He's the greatest scarer in Monstropolis history. He's about to break the all-time record. He could not have it more made. But he's so focused on that job, on that record, on being the best scarer, that he doesn't really have much of a life of his own. He doesn't even take advantage of his own clout. You see that juxtaposition with Mike, who loves his car and has a girlfriend, uses Sully's pull to get reservations, plans to propose, but when trying to save his own neck, Sully unwittingly forms this relationship with Boo, and it's the core of the film. You see him slowly warm up to her, slowly realize kids aren't a danger to monsters, and eventually form this fierce paternal instinct to protect her at all costs. He realizes that these connections mean so much more than a scare record, to the point where he's willing to upend the entirety of their society, everything people believe, to protect this girl. It's so sweet. Every cute moment between the pair just yanks on my heartstrings, and few moments in Pixar history get me more emotional than the pair's goodbye in Boo's room. The way she excitedly shows him all her toys, the sad look and hug when he says goodbye, and of course, the devastating peek back into the closet from Boo to find that Sully is gone. All time, man. I love this film. I've always been a fan, but over the years, this has continued to move up my favorite Pixar list. These days, it is definitely near the top. In addition to the excellent world building and heartwarming character relationships, the animation seriously holds up. Looking at this thing compared to its competition this year, Jimmy Neutron and Shrek, it's actually kind of embarrassing how much better it looks. A great nomination and one of Pixar's best. Okay, I know Shrek is the internet darling, but I personally am just not as big a fan of it as everyone else. Sorry, we're gonna have to get that out of the way first. But while I will certainly talk about some of the issues I personally have with the film, I'm not here to just hate on it, because there's a reason it was such a massive hit, and it represents a massive sea change in the animation industry for many reasons. And one of the reasons this film made such a huge impact is that it was such a pointed rejection of Disney's fairy tale animation history. It comes right out the gate with "this is not your parents' fairy tale" energy. I mean, the intro parodies the iconic Disney storybook opening, and then Shrek literally wipes his ass with a page of it. This edgier tone stems from executive Jeffrey Katzenberg, who was fresh off his own stint at Disney, where he tried to inject that same energy into some of their new offerings. Katzenberg is infamously the man who nearly ruined Toy Story by demanding that they make Woody edgier, and it wasn't until Pixar abandoned all of his notes that the film truly came together and became the classic that we all know. And thank God for that. Can you imagine if they Spider-Man 3'd Woody? But with Shrek, Katzenberg had seemingly found the perfect outlet to convey this edgier vibe, now with an added anti-Disney chip on his shoulder after his ousting. And at the time, this entire film was a pretty massive statement, coming on the heels of the Disney Renaissance in an age where people really had specific expectations for what an animated kids movie could be. Shrek was shocking and fun for audiences. It was explicitly making fun of the fairy tales that had largely made up kids' entertainment for decades, largely thanks to the public domain characters they could share with Disney. And while I totally understand why this made such an impact, and again, this is about personal preference, I think the fact that this film is born from such a cynical place is what, for me, doesn't hold up. You can sort of feel the disdain for what came before. I just don't really mesh with the general humor of Shrek, or sadly with the protagonist, who I just do not find particularly likable. I understand what they were going for here. They want you to see Shrek the way the world sees Shrek. I just wish they had done more to seed his arc earlier. It's a fine idea to have a character who rejects everyone because of his own trauma and fear of being rejected.
They judge me before they even know me.
My problem is that at the beginning of the film, Shrek is shown to be so happy. There are zero indications that he has any issues with his living in the swamp. He relishes in his lifestyle, in his home, in chasing away the mob. The only thing close to a hint in the first act is the entire ogres are like onions conversation with Donkey. But frankly, saying "there's more to me than meets the eye" is truly the vaguest foreshadow possible. It's not particularly good writing to say, "hey, you might learn something different about me later," because that thing could literally be anything. You're not foreshadowing anything specific. You could have been alluding to a secret drag queen career. And let's be real, Fox News would have had a field day with that one. But look, there are a handful of things I really like about the film as well. Eddie Murphy's performance as Donkey is undeniable. The kind of performance that can make just about any line funny. It's the comedic aspect of Shrek I really vibe with. Scenes like the gingerbread man interrogation are truly top tier, probably my favorite scene in the entire movie. And I also do appreciate the idea that Shrek is rejecting and scoffing at these silly fairy tale tropes, only to find himself unwittingly at the center of one of those exact stories. At the beginning of the film, he literally wipes his ass with the page about a true love's kiss, only for the film to end with him getting his own true love's kiss. I do think this might have been better received for me personally if I didn't feel like the film was approaching fairy tales so cynically in the first place, only to embrace them as the film goes on, but that's just me. Maybe one day I'll do a full video on all the Shrek movies and why I want to love them, but that's not this video. It's all subjective. Though, I do think it's kind of ironic that if you publicly say you do not like Shrek, fans of Shrek will treat you the way that Shrek was treated in the motion picture Shrek. Regardless, Shrek is an iconic film. Its effects on animation are still being felt today. It subverted all expectations for what kids animation could be in 2001, and it was quite literally one of the reasons the category of Best Animated Feature even exists in the first place. It was a seismic event in animation history, even if it's not something I personally vibe with. There were actually only 9 total submissions for the category this year, and with so few submissions, there are no clear snubs in the bunch, though it marks the first time a Richard Linklater rotoscoped film would be denied a nomination, with Waking Life not making the cut. This is not the last time this would happen. The Academy seems to have something against rotoscoping in the world of animation. Warner Brothers submitted Osmosis Jones, which would get the Annie nomination, but I don't see many people arguing in its favor. So, who took home the inaugural Best Animated Feature Oscar?
And the Oscar goes to Shrek. Aaron Warner.
And this win came to the surprise of nobody. Shrek came onto the scene and completely upended people's expectations for animated films, and that makes it a pretty wild win for the debut of this category, a film that is sort of a major fuck you to so much that came before it in the world of animation, and personally, that's what bums me out about it. But I know this film made cultural waves that cannot be denied. Not only did it also win the Annie Award this year, but it was nominated for Best Musical or Comedy at the Golden Globes, and obviously also got that Screenplay Oscar nomination, a relative rarity for animated films. But as far as the Johnny Awards go, the winner for 2001 is without a doubt Monsters, Inc. This marks the beginning of Pixar hitting an unbelievable stride in filmmaking, and on rewatch, I think Monsters, Inc. is easily among their greatest of all time. The nominations for the second ever Best Animated Feature Academy Award were Blue Sky's Ice Age, Disney's Lilo and Stitch, DreamWorks' Spirit, Stallion of the Cimarron, Studio Ghibli's Spirited Away, and Disney's Treasure Planet. And what an interesting year it is. 2 different 2D animated films from Disney, DreamWorks' final 2D nomination, the first feature film from the recently defunct Blue Sky Studios, and of course, the first nomination for Japanese animation legend Hayao Miyazaki. A seriously fascinating lineup of animated movies, so let's just get into them. Spirit, Stallion of the Cimarron was based on another idea by our old friend Jeffrey Katzenberg, and I admit that on paper, I like the ambition. There are tons of animated films featuring animals, but most of them talk, so telling an entire story where animals are the main characters but do not have dialogue, I think is a pretty cool endeavor. But also, I find it to be a slight against God when animals speak in films because it is not of his creation, and also I am a psychopath. And as you might expect, it doesn't really work. They still have to rely on very human expressions and mannerisms from the animal characters to convey emotion, which makes me wonder, why bother with foregoing animal dialogue at all? Yeah, let's pare down the human behavior by making the horses mute, but capable of winks and grimaces. But even more baffling is the Matt Damon narration, which at first was super confusing, but soon becomes clear that it's meant to be the horse's inner monologue. You know, conveying the whole story.
Like the wind in the buffalo grass, we belonged here.
Ah, very deep. Like the water and the sky, we are things that exist. I think Damon did a single take of every line of narration in this thing.
Sometimes a horse has gotta do what a horse has gotta do.
To be fair, it do be like that sometimes. Horse is gonna horse. I'm not entirely sure if this is the case, but it feels like the narration was added later in a panic that the story wasn't being conveyed without dialogue. Because it makes absolutely zero sense to have a character who cannot talk also be the narrator of the film, let alone while using human colloquialism hybrids like a horse has gotta do what a horse has gotta do. You might as well have had the horse VO be like, say what? Oh no, he didn't.
Mares.
Oh, they basically did do that. Mares be shopping, am I right? Yikes. The score by Hans Zimmer is actually really solid, as you might expect from Hans, but the film also features what feels like a series of Bryan Adams music videos. I don't have particularly negative feelings about the songs themselves or Bryan Adams, but I did not feel like they fit the vibe of the film. Visually, the film creates some seriously disparate feelings for me. The 2D animal animation is solid, and on their own, there are a ton of stunning backgrounds, but the film really struggled to marry the 2D and 3D assets. The 3D backgrounds sometimes look great, but anytime a 2D character is moving through them, super awkward. And then there's the use of 3D character models to fill out the backgrounds. I mean, look how awful these 3D soldiers look, and they're all identical. They're like an entirely different resolution than the background in 2D characters too. It looks not good. But some locations do really stand out as stunning and inspired, like the mining village and snowy mountains towards the end of the film. The snowscapes juxtaposed with the industrial equipment really does it for me. In broad strokes, I don't hate the story. It's easy to root for Spirit and feel for his plight, being imprisoned and separated from his herd. It has a pretty strong anti-colonialism message, portraying the soldiers as blatantly evil, kidnapping and murdering Native Americans for their own gain. It's just all delivered in a super messy, convoluted package. And I have to admit, in the last half of the movie, there are some incredibly cinematic and suspenseful sequences, all made better by Zimmer's strong score. After a brutal attack from the soldiers, Spirit and his lady horse friend try desperately but fail to avoid being washed down this massive waterfall. Actually got my heart racing. Ditto to the sequence where the steam engine slides backwards down the mountain. This thing chases Spirit like that giant snowball in Crash Bandicoot before it absolutely decimates the mining colony, setting it ablaze. Honestly, the final 3 major sequences of the film go unreasonably hard. It almost makes up for the film's many shortcomings. I can't even pretend like the final chase sequence wasn't thrilling as hell. Little Creek hanging off of Spirit with a cliff drop below him while running from the Colonel and his soldiers. Good stuff. stuff. Hard not to cheer at that final cliff jump. The one thing that does suck about this ending is that they're given props from the Colonel, who lets them go instead of shoots them. Like, we're supposed to respect his opinion here. That man should have died. He was evil. A classic non-offensive Hollywood cop-out, especially from this era. Spirit, Stallion of the Cimarron is a wild film. It's got some pretty rad highs and some hilariously low lows. I absolutely cannot say that I like this film, but I can say that I love parts of it. Overall, it is an ambitious mess.
I am not leaving my buddy, Jimmy! Unless he looks at me like that.
Treasure Planet is the first nominee for legendary directors John Musker and Ron Clements, who had forged an incredible directing career with Disney. Prior to Treasure Planet, they delivered The Great Mouse Detective, The Little Mermaid, Aladdin, and Hercules, and are largely credited with kicking off the Disney Renaissance era with The Little Mermaid. Ever heard of it? Treasure Planet was actually a story they pitched in one of their very first pitch meetings with Disney, which led to the beginning of their directing careers. They're legends for a reason, and they'll come up a couple more times in this video. The idea behind Treasure Planet is pretty simple. Treasure Island in space, which was actually what they called it in their initial pitch. Story and structure-wise, Treasure Planet is a pretty faithful retelling of Treasure Island, but where it really shines is in its world building and design. The film adopted a 70% traditional, 30% sci-fi rule in the design stages, and personally, I love the look of this thing. Even though it's sci-fi, the fact that they lean so hard into the traditional side of the designs makes it feel more steampunk than cyberpunk. If ever there could be a distinction between steampunk in space and cyberpunk, this would be it. The ships in particular look so great soaring through the vast colored nebulas of space, but my favorite location is easily the spaceport of Crescentia, which I honestly would love to see as an entire setting for a film in this world. Such an inspired design. Honestly, that almost sums up my biggest issues with Treasure Planet. I find the world and design so compelling that it actually outshines the narrative pretty severely. And obviously this is a retelling of Treasure Island, so the broad strokes are strong, but I think pacing-wise and tonally, Treasure Planet has some issues. It feels like this movie has its feet in two separate worlds. In one, it wants to be taken seriously and tell a more serious story in an ambitious sci-fi world, and in the other, it wants to do goofy-ass childish humor. I mean, there is literally a farting slug man who speaks a language called Flatula.
Allow me to handle this.
Hey, this guy should hang out with Shrek, am I right? They also introduced a robot called Ben about 50 minutes into the film, played by the legendary Martin Short. Now, I know this character is the analog to Ben Gunn in the original story, and I generally quite like Martin Short, but my god, the entire back half of this movie feels like tonal whiplash thanks to literally everything he says.
I just want to hug you and squeeze you and hold you close to me.
And he doesn't even slit anyone's throat in the middle of the night like in Treasure Island. Cowards. I do think at its core, the relationship between Jim and John Silver actually works. Story-wise, it's the main thing about the film that hits for me, but it's sort of sandwiched itself inside a very uneven script that doesn't seem to be able to hone in on its identity. And while I do love the film's general look and design, it isn't without its flaws. It's another example of a film that's incorporating 3D elements into a 2D film, and a lot of those designs on their own work pretty well. I actually love the look of these space whales early on, but they absolutely stand out and look wonky alongside the 2D animations. Some shots are really stunning while others are super distracting. Ben is another example of this. He's a fully 3D character, and while it feels like they almost nail the 3D for 2D look, which is honestly impressive for a film released in 2002, he still doesn't quite look right. Ben is featured so prominently in the back half of the film that between the tone and 3D design of the character, I really just find him wildly distracting. But all of these issues aside, it's hard to dislike Treasure Planet. This thing is wildly imaginative and so much fun to look at. Like I said before, I want to see more stories set in this world, specifically because I was so compelled by the world building itself. Unfortunately, that will never happen, as Treasure Planet is one of Disney's most infamous box office bombs. It somehow finished 4th in its opening weekend, raking in a mere $12 million and falling behind Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, Die Another Day, and The Santa Claus 2, Claus in a Scene. And while I am not the biggest fan of Treasure Planet, I think it definitely deserved better than this. Saddest of all, it certainly was a contributing factor to Disney moving away from 2D animation and towards the exclusively 3D output we see today. And a film that has this many positives does not deserve that distinction. I know I'm not the first to say this, but to me, this is the type of film I would actually be happy to see Disney remake in live action. While they're obviously aiming for surefire box office hits by remaking beloved films, giving something like Treasure Planet a second life through through another medium, and maybe fixing some of its tonal problems, is much closer to what I'd like to see from Disney's live action department, instead of remakes that will never ever live up to the original versions. I mean, honestly, imagine one of these solar sailing giant ships in live action. Visually, that is something I'd like to see. Regardless, I'm glad Treasure Planet exists, even if, to me, it represents a bit of wasted potential. Same thing my high school guidance counselor told me.
Check for poop.
Hey, why am I the poop checker?
Because returning the runt was your idea. Because you're small and insignificant, and because I'll pummel you if you don't.
Ice Age was one of the first 3D animated films outside of Pixar and DreamWorks to make a big splash in the animation world, and probably the first movie ever to create an icon out of a crack-addled ice squirrel. In fact, to this day, that franchise has grossed over $6 billion, an obscene accomplishment, especially for a series that so unceremoniously ended with Blue Sky Studios' closure at the hands of Disney, though I do think most would agree they peaked with its first entry. This film was initially being developed by the legend Don Bluth as a traditionally animated film before the switch to CG was made. And while the film has a lot of charm, the animation is absolutely not one of its high points. Visually, this thing has aged poorly. The humans in particular look nightmarish. Or are they Neanderthals? Who's to say? It's 18,000 BC and species is a construct. Obviously, one of the most iconic aspects of this series is Scrat the saber-toothed squirrel, and his segments are undeniably super fun. It's very Looney Tunes, very Wile E. Coyote, a character with one singular goal in mind, and every attempt to achieve that goal causes himself severe bodily harm. And it is sort of fun to have that little side narrative going on, adjacent to the main narrative, but not actually a big part of it. While I dig the Scrat sequences, wow, that really is just one letter away from being disgusting, isn't it? While I dig the Scrat sequences, I'm not super high on the overall humor of this film. So much is just sort of winking at the audience based on our expected understanding of prehistory, but otherwise doesn't make much sense within its own world.
Hey, you rhinos, you know, you have really tiny brains. Did you know that? No, it's just a fact. No offense.
Like, there's just no reason Sid should have that information. I think these kind of winky gags work much better when they're adding to the world building and are not just characters saying things we'd recognize. There's an entire sequence where we basically see the events leading to the dodo's extinction, and they make it fun and silly and unique to the tone of this film. I appreciate that kind of thing much more than this kind of stuff.
You know what I could go for? Global warming.
Yeah, we're all gonna die. I do, however, think that the emotional hooks of this movie work pretty darn well, but the setups are shockingly dark. Saber-toothed tigers specifically targeting a baby to get revenge on cavemen, a mother jumping off a waterfall to save that baby, and then dying in front of Sid and Manny? Not super chill. But the entire found family angle, or found herd angle between Sid, Manny, and Diego, and the way protecting the baby brings them all closer together is pretty sweet. Manny being a character with no family left, Sid's family literally abandoning him, and Diego eventually choosing to leave his kind because he disagrees with their ways. Seeing Sid be there for Manny, who lives with the trauma of his species being hunted to near extinction, undeniably works. The sequence where the cave paintings of the mammoths being hunted come to life is probably the highlight of the entire film, and it highlights how Manny is different than the saber-tooths hunting down this baby. Manny could seek revenge on the people who hunted him, but instead he's formed a genuine connection with this kid, one that helps fill the void left by his loss. The kid is also very cute. There are some great moments of connection between him and the trio, but I have to admit that watching this after Monsters Inc. did something very similar, they don't quite pull it off as outstandingly as Pixar. But still, scenes like the trio seeing this kid's first steps, they are really great. Overall, I don't think Ice Age is excellent, but it does a lot that I really appreciate, and it's paired with some pretty good performances from its main trio, and one outstanding performance from John Leguizamo. Sid's voice is just a work of art.
Oh, what is this? Pine cones! Oh my goodness, they're my favorite!
Sid is definitely the standout character in an otherwise okay film. I think Lilo and Stitch is probably the last great 2D animated Disney film. Directed by a pair we'll talk about a bunch over the course of this video, Chris Sanders and Dean DeBlois. His name is hard to say, DeBlois. I also think it's hard to argue that this isn't one of their most creative either. The 90s were obviously very successful for Disney, but they were also built with pretty standard fairy tale inspiration. Lilo and Stitch took a really sweet story about a pair of struggling Hawaiian sisters and merged it with the story of an intergalactic alien fugitive, a pairing that is nearly as iconic as the classic princess fairy tale trope. Seriously though, I can't think of any other Disney film that even attempts to marry these kinds of seemingly disparate elements, and yet it just works. But even with this fun marriage of such different worlds, the film works first and foremost because the relationships at the core of the film do too. In typical Disney fashion, Lilo and Nani's backstory is tragic, with their parents dying in a car accident, forcing Nani to be Lilo's caretaker, despite barely being an adult herself. The core conflict of the film is whether or not Lilo will be taken away by child services, which is a super heavy concept for a Disney film to tackle. Obviously, Disney films can get dark, but this is the first time that the looming threat isn't a witch or a dragon, but the frickin' government, man. But Lilo and Nani's connection and struggle to make ends meet after the loss of their parents is an incredibly effective emotional hook. Lilo is just instantly endearing, even though one of the first things we see her do is beat up another kid, but her desperate attempts and failures to make friends are both hilarious and empathetic.
This is Scrump. I made her, but her head is too big. So I pretend the bug laid eggs in her ears.
Honestly, I think Lilo is one of the funniest Disney characters of all time. She cracks me up the entire movie.
Lilo, we don't have time for this.
Leave me alone to die.
Lilo is a little weirdo and struggles to find anyone who truly understands her. Nani obviously loves her sister, but they don't quite get each other, which is why connecting with a little freak like Stitch ends up being so good for Lilo. And obviously that's the other aspect of the movie that needed to work for the story to leave the impact that it did. Lilo and Stitch are both these sort of outcasts on different scales, obviously. None of the other kids want to spend time with Lilo, and Stitch is a lab-grown fugitive abomination hunted by an intergalactic society to be shot dead on sight. You know, same tune, different key.
He's sad because he's all alone and nobody wants him. But on this page, his family hears him crying, and they find him.
Lilo's lost her family, Stitch never had one, and they both find this sense of belonging in one another.
Ohana means family. Family means nobody
gets left behind.
This film just feels like something that, on paper, should not work, but the seamless blending of the sci-fi and family drama works so well. Paired with the absolutely stunning animation work, including some of my favorite backgrounds in Disney history in this watercolor style, and I think we've got a film that does not get enough love. I know there are fans, but with its modest box office return and the rise of 3D animation surrounding it, it never felt like Lilo and Stitch got the attention it deserved. It's one of the most unique animated Disney films in their catalog, and I wish they were willing to get real weird with it again. Come on, Disney, make more movies about little guys that get confused for dogs, even though they do not look like dogs even a little. Spirited Away is an absolute masterpiece. I don't even know how I can sing its praises enough, and I know basically everyone sings its praises, but there's a reason for that. I can't think of any other film that makes me feel the way Spirited Away does. At its core, Spirited Away is a coming-of-age story. It's a film about growing up, realizing what's most important, and carrying your experiences with you. When the film begins, Chihiro is at a major turning point in her life, moving to an entirely new town, new school, and she's devastated about this. She is instantly characterized as a girl who fears these major changes, which I think is super relatable. I felt the same way when I moved schools as a kid. But even further, she's shown to be very adverse to exploring anything unfamiliar, as her parents try to usher her into this abandoned theme park, which she is instantly against. She only ends up following along because she's scared of being alone. When the movie begins, she's not particularly self-reliant and not particularly brave. There are so few films that, to me, build into their adventure and mystery in a more compelling way than Spirited Away. The gorgeous landscape as they enter into the theme park grounds, the mysterious food stand that almost supernaturally lures Chihiro's parents, the way she explores the grounds, and of course, the race back as the sun sets and the ghostly figures of spirits start to appear around her, all made infinitely better by the legend Joe Hisashi's iconic score. Chihiro's first instinct as she finds herself alone and trapped in this unfamiliar place is to hide, cover her eyes, and just hope she's having a horrible dream, which fully tracks with her fearful characterization. Though she initially has the help of Haku to get to the bathhouse, she is almost immediately forced to just do, all on her own, completely out of her comfort zone. She has to retreat down these terrifyingly steep stairs, find a strange man, ask for a job, all in a bathhouse full of what look like monsters. It is a trial by fire. I think this scene where she tries to slowly slide down the stairs rather than walk down them is a pretty apt metaphor for her journey in this film as a whole. That fear preventing her from tackling the issue head on is what puts her in danger here, nearly slipping and falling as she slides down the stairs. I think one of the things I love most about Spirited Away is that you've got this iconic coming-of-age story where a girl girl gets whisked away to another world. It's reminiscent of our own classics like Alice in Wonderland or The Wizard of Oz, but the first thing Chihiro has to do isn't follow a brick road or chase a rabbit. She is forced to get a job. She literally has to become employed. If she fails, she will cease to exist. If there was ever a more obvious metaphor for growing up, I have not heard it. But as Chihiro is forced to work at this bathhouse for months, she becomes increasingly self-reliant. One of the other things I love about this film is the parallel journey of No-Face. There's this creepy moment on the bridge early on where the only one who can see or acknowledge Chihiro's presence is No-Face, and these characters are actually in a really similar place at this moment. They're both alone in an unfamiliar spot, and they're both unwanted in that place. They share this moment, and later Chihiro lets No-Face into the bathhouse not knowing any better. This small moment of connection means everything to No-Face. He spends the film trying to make it up to Chihiro, learning by watching her. He gives her these bath tags, then witnessing the bathhouse's reaction to the gold left behind by the river spirit, he uses this information to try and win over the people of the bathhouse, which ultimately causes a massive problem. But No-Face's entire motivation here is connection. He says over and over that he is lonely, and everything he does is in service of finding connection and companionship, which is one of the things that makes the train scene so unbelievably magical, as even after wreaking havoc in the bathhouse, Chihiro allows No-Face to board the train with her. This sequence is so stunning, but I have such a hard time describing exactly why it means so much to me. It's this rare moment of quiet uncertainty for Chihiro, and yet, for one of the first times in the film, she shows no stress or anxiety about what lies ahead. A beautiful showcase of her growth. But even just in tone, I can't think of anything in any other film I've ever seen that makes me feel both so comforted and yet so haunted. There is both a true relief in this moment of respite, but also a bit of discontent for the unknown that lies ahead. And their time spent with Zeniba is less of a discovery of a resolution and more of a reaffirmation that they have everything they need. That Chihiro has grown over this journey and she's ready to face anything that lies before her, beautifully symbolized in this hair tie that she crafts with her friends. She can carry the memories of her time here and these relationships with her no matter where she goes. But while many cite the train as their favorite scene in the film, the one that always hits me the hardest is Chihiro's freeing of Haku as she reveals his true name to him. He transforms and they fall from the sky together. And the truth is, this is another scene that I cannot fully articulate why it hits me so hard. There's this unbelievable catharsis in their tear-filled discovery, and I find myself crying alongside with them every single time I watch. I think Spirited Away is one of the most magical films ever crafted. While I certainly have more hipstery answers to my favorite Ghibli and Miyazaki films, Spirited Away is simply undeniable. A clear masterpiece that I will never stop revisiting. With 17 submissions this year, there were just enough to allow for 5 nominations. While I understand with so few submissions, it feels a bit more limited, but I think that the Spirit nomination was sort of a bone thrown to DreamWorks. Honestly, the Powerpuff Girls movie probably deserved that spot more, but that's just my take. But who was 2002's victor?
And the Oscar goes to, let's see, Spirited Away.
This is actually such a wild win for the second ever year for this category, actually being awarded to one of the greatest animators in history. And going into the Oscar season, Spirited Away actually had a surprising amount of Oscar buzz, which to me feels unusual for the Academy, especially in this era as big studio CG animated films rose to prominence. The fact that only a single nominee was CG animated this year is actually pretty wild. This is going to sound insane, but to this day, Spirited Away is still both the only traditionally animated 2D film to ever win this award, and the only foreign film to ever win this award. Every single other winner was produced in the US or is at least a US co-production, and is also either CG or stop motion animated. I think this is a film that deserves that distinction, but man, it is wildly depressing that the best animated feature category has only ever recognized a single traditionally animated film as a winner ever. Future Johnny jumping in here. I obviously recorded this before the 2023 Academy Awards, and we will talk about this again in a few hours. And this may come as no surprise to you that the Johnny Award for this year also goes to Spirited Away, an astounding work of art that continues to stand the test of time, and a much-deserved Oscar win for our greatest living animator, made even better by the fact that he probably does not even give a single shit about that Oscar. The nominees in 2003 were Disney's Brother Bear, Pixar's Finding Nemo, and Sylvain Chomet's The Triplets of Belleville. This is a fascinating trio of nominees. Finding Nemo was a massive success, adored by critics and audiences alike. It would also receive an additional trio of nominations for Best Original Screenplay, Best Original Score, and Best Sound Editing. Disney's Brother Bear was less enthusiastically received, and nobody saw The Triplets of Belleville. Foreign films tend not to get as much attention from audiences, so the fact that this got a nomination at all was actually hugely encouraging from the Academy. This would also mark the second year in a row with the majority share going to 2D films for nominations, which is going to be rarer and rarer as we continue down this journey. All right, let's talk about these. Brother Bear was another I hadn't seen until I started making this video, but being in that doomed 2D Disney era that I kind of missed out on, I was pretty eager to go back and see if I missed anything special. And honestly, while not particularly special, this thing makes a lot of really interesting choices.
Never try to milk a caribou.
I have nipples, Greg. Could you milk me?
The film begins focusing on these three brothers. The hot-headed youngest brother chases down a bear that stole their salmon, putting his entire family in danger. Certainly a very wise and justifiable decision. As a fellow sushi head, I would definitely square up against an apex predator if it got between me and my rainbow rolls. The oldest brother sacrifices himself to save his younger brothers. I mean, his plan to sacrifice himself wasn't a great one, but I guess it worked. The entire opening of the film is animated in this smaller aspect ratio and also has much more muted color palettes. But once the main character Kenai transforms into the titular bear, the aspect ratio expands, and man, the animation is stunning. It just becomes so vibrant and gorgeous, and it's not like it wasn't good before they expanded the ratio either. There are a ton of beautiful sequences in the opening, particularly the transformation sequence itself. But man, when it opens up, it truly looks so great. Such detailed backgrounds and landscapes, some of my favorite backgrounds in any Disney movie. But even more surprising are some of the narrative choices here. This story is all around pretty tragic. The death of the oldest brother, Sitka, is obviously devastating for both of his brothers, but it feels like every 20 minutes something new happens that makes it even more brutal. For one, the middle brother, Denahi, basically loses both of his brothers at the same time, thinking Kenai was killed by the bear when he actually just transformed. You know, that classic conundrum. But man, nothing is wilder than the film's biggest reveal. After traveling with this adorable little cub named Coda for the entire second act, it's revealed that the bear that Kenai killed before turning into a bear himself was Coda's mother. And then Kenai has to tell Coda he killed his mom. Look, I know some Disney movies can get dark, but this feels pretty bold even for them. At least Bambi's mom got killed by some faceless jackass, not his best friend who is secretly a human wearing deer skin. To have your protagonist learn what it means to love and be loved by reconciling with the fact that he murdered his new friend's mother, and to end with him being forced to protect his new brother bear from his human brother, kind of insane. The film isn't perfect or anything. I'm not a huge fan of the Phil Collins soundtrack, though that's obviously subjective. People love Phil Collins. I also thought it was a strange choice to just have Rick Moranis and Bob Thomas just fully play their characters Bob and Doug from SCTV, only in the form of these moose. But its general themes of walking a mile in someone else's shoes definitely work, and honestly, the ending hits. Kenai choosing to become a bear to protect and be with Coda, and the shot of him playing with Coda and Denahi is super sweet. It's not an amazing film, but I think when it works pretty damn well. Definitely my favorite movie where a bear murder brings two unlikely friends together. Finding Nemo is an enduring classic for a reason. Not only just an exceedingly fun and heartfelt film, as was to be expected from Pixar, but a story that actually has something to say, which I guess was also to be expected from Pixar. I feel like everyone talks about how traumatizing the opening sequence of Up is, but Finding Nemo did something super similar 6 years earlier. Maybe it was a bit less relatable because it's about fish and not senior citizens. But Finding Nemo is actually about trauma, and man, the opening sequence is scary. It's easy to understand why Marlin is so devastated scared of losing Nemo after losing literally everybody else, which I think is super key to this story. You truly understand his fear and trauma, but you also feel for little Nemo, who doesn't deserve to be sheltered so unnecessarily. But Marlin learning when to take risks and when to let go is such a satisfying journey. While the ocean is still filled with danger, as Marlin expected, so many of the things that terrified him weren't what he expected. And the only way he made any progress in his quest to find the titular Nemo was by taking those risks. If he hadn't gone with the sharks, he wouldn't have found the goggles with with the address on them. If they hadn't risked traversing the jellyfish, they never would have found the East Australian current. If they hadn't found the current, they never would have met the sea turtles. If he hadn't opened up to the sea turtles and told them about his journey across the ocean, the story wouldn't have been spread all the way to Sydney. If that story hadn't spread to Sydney, Nemo would never have been inspired by his father's courage to try and escape the tank. I particularly loved how Marlin meeting the sea turtles uses actual turtle biology and behavior to help illustrate to Marlin that sometimes you need to trust that your kids are going to make it. Through the fact that baby sea turtles have to hatch and crawl to the ocean all on their own. It's the first thing they ever do.
Little dudes are just eggs. We leave them on a beach to hatch, and then cuckoo-ca-choo, they find their way back to the big old blue.
But Marlin learning how to take those leaps of faith and why giving his son the freedom to take risks is important really hits emotionally.
You can't never let anything happen to him. Then nothing would ever happen to him.
But man, I think nothing tugs at my heartstrings more than when Nemo is hearing about his father's travels, hearing all of the risks and dangers he's faced just to save him, something he never expected from his father. The way this moment plays out is beautiful. Rather than focusing on the pelican telling the story, the shot stays focused on Nemo. In fact, the score swells up so much that it sort of drowns out the story, because the story itself is not the important thing. The important thing is the way it is inspiring Nemo, and that we as the audience see that admiration on his face. It's a masterful piece of storytelling. And even after they reunite, they are so smart to put everything each character has learned to the test immediately. In order to save Dory, Marlin has to trust that Nemo is capable, that he knows the risk is worth it, even though failure means being caught by a fisherman again. Pixar is just so good at tying a perfect little bow on these journeys. Finding Nemo is not my favorite Pixar, but it's damn good storytelling with an outstanding cast, down to the side characters, and my god does that animation hold up even 20 years later. I mean, the jellyfish scene in particular is mind-blowing. It's genuinely so hard to believe that this was done in 2003. Finding Nemo is a great film that certainly deserved this nomination. Oh man, do I love the Triplets of Belleville. Such an incredibly unique piece of animation. From French director Sylvain Chomet, who frankly has not made enough animated films, though we'll talk more about him later in the video. The Triplets of Belleville is almost entirely devoid of dialogue, telling its entire story through visual cues and characterizations. And man, does it work. It immediately makes an impact with its opening take on an old vaudeville variety show in an animation style clearly inspired by the Fleischer era. This style alone is so much fun to watch, but the film reveals that its main characters are actually watching this old program on TV themselves, then revealing the striking animation style of the rest of the film. I don't even know if I can possibly gush enough about this animation style. The backgrounds are stunning and detailed, the characters are bizarrely shaped but so expressive. They give each and every character so much emotion with basically no dialogue. It's so impressive. The story follows Sousa, who desperately tries to spark some kind of passion in her grandson Champion, which is a name you might give to a dog. They eventually land on cycling, which becomes their entire life, to their hefty pup Bruno's dismay. Bruno, of course, being a name you might give to a human child. The places this film goes are completely out there, but so charming. I'm particularly obsessed with the architecture and layout of the city of Belleville itself, where Sousa tries to track down Champion after he's been kidnapped by mobsters. I told you, this thing is out there. The story goes places. It's somehow detailed and realistic in its characterizations, while really embracing a silly, over-the-top, cartoony vibe in its biggest moments. In the beautiful bookends to the story, when the pair finish watching the vaudeville show on TV, Sousa asks Champion if the film is over. Then, at the end of the movie, the final shot pulls out, showing that the movie we just watched is playing on TV in front of a much older Champion. He turns to Sousa's now empty seat and tells her that the film is over. Just a charming piece of art start to finish, and such a great nomination for the Academy this year. This is really one that's best experienced, not explained in a video, so if you haven't seen it, please seek it out. With only 11 submissions this year, the nomination pool dropped back down to 3, and yet I am very disappointed with one of those nominees. While I don't dislike Brother Bear nearly as much as many others, this year 2 separate films by Japanese legend Satoshi Kon were submitted, Millennium Actress and Tokyo Godfathers, in my opinion both masterpieces. To me, Brother Bear feels like the first obvious undeserved courtesy nomination for Disney, but with only 3 nomination slots, of course the Academy didn't go with 2 foreign films. Millennium Actress did receive an Annie Award nomination, as did Looney Tunes Back in Action, but the winner for 2003,
and the Oscar goes to
Finding Nemo, Andrew Stanton.
And this is hardly a surprise given the critical and commercial adoration for Finding Nemo. Honestly, if an animated film also gets a screenplay nomination, you can expect it's probably a lock for Best Animated Feature. And with Pixar's rise in the industry, it's very difficult to argue against this win. Their first Oscar in the category for a beloved classic. Nemo would also win the Annie Award and was even nominated for Best Musical or Comedy at the Golden Globes, a real success across the board. The Johnny Award, however, would have gone to The Triplets of Belleville, and that's from someone who loves Finding Nemo. There just aren't any films out there like The Triplets of Belleville, and as a fan of the medium, I want to be highlighting the more unique entries, the ones that showcase the variety of stories that animation can provide. I'm just more drawn to something that stands out in this way like Belleville, and honestly, I would have had a very difficult time choosing between this film and either of the Satoshi Kon submissions had they been nominated. Those are serious snubs that I highly recommend you see if you haven't. 2004's nominees were Pixar's The Incredibles, DreamWorks' Shark Tale, and DreamWorks' Shrek 2. A really interesting year, only 3 nominees and yet 2 representatives from DreamWorks. This also marks the first ever sequel to be nominated in the category and the first franchise to attempt to defend its previous win. Let's just get into this one right now.
You know I'm retired from hero work.
As am I, Robert. Yet here we are.
Oh man, we have reached The Incredibles, the first nomination for one of our greatest living animation directors, Brad Bird. The Incredibles was actually a pretty significant departure for Pixar, in part because it's a bit more mature than their previous films, but mostly because this was the first time they brought in an outside director to lead a project. From Toy Story through Finding Nemo, every Pixar project had been originally developed in-house and produced and directed by that core leadership group of John Lasseter, Pete Docter, and Andrew Stanton, among others. But Bird's concept for The Incredibles goes back as far as the early 90s, being the first and still one of the only film concepts that Pixar adopted. A pretty wild gamble for a studio whose usual approach had knocked it out of the park for 5 films in a row. Of course, The Incredibles gamble paid out. The film was rightfully a massive success, adored by critics and audiences alike, and man, is it easy to see why. This film is so funny, has some absolutely top-tier action sequences, maintains its emotional hook with a focus on family, and pays homage to spy films and 1960s comic books with its excellent world building. It is just, across the board, a spectacular film. They, of course, established the world immediately and brilliantly through old documentary footage, showing our heroes talk about life as heroes and showcasing the height of the golden superhero era, all while brilliantly setting the stage for what's to come, intertwining their heroism, the introduction of Buddy, aka Incrediboy, aka Syndrome, the wedding of Mr. Incredible and Elastigirl, and of course the event that led to the outlawing of superheroism, which happens to be a foiled suicide attempt, which leads to a lawsuit against Mr. Incredible. This movie is clearly much darker and more mature than Pixar's previous entries, but these first 10 minutes just perfectly build this world and establish what these characters have lost. Why, in the 15 years after superheroes were outlawed, Bob is so miserable. Pixar is just so good at putting a human story at the center of extraordinary events. Yeah, this is a story about superheroes returning to save the world from a massive threat, but it's also about a man looking back at his glory days, and a family struggling to find their place in a world that has seemingly moved past them. That focus on the family is absolutely the secret sauce here, both thematically and for the perfect comedy of their family dynamics.
Are we there yet?
We get there when we get there!
Brad Bird also gave each member a perfectly fitting superpower, as described by Bird himself. The dad is always expected in the family to be strong, so I made him strong. The moms are always pulled in a million different directions, so I made her stretch, like Taffy. Teenagers, particularly teenage girls, are insecure and defensive, so I made her turn invisible and turn on shields. And 10-year-old boys are hyperactive energy balls. Babies are unrealized potential. But their abilities aren't just thematically fitting, their family dynamics also have an entire arc and journey of their own. The family really struggles to connect earlier in the film. They're a complete mess, really. Dash is getting in trouble at school, he and Violet are fighting at dinner, Bob and Helen can barely contain them, and it's especially tough on the kids, who have these abilities but have never really had an opportunity to explore them, given that they were born into a world where those abilities were outlawed. They struggle to find their place in this world because they're forced to hide who they actually are, but once they're given the opportunity to actually use, explore, and hone their abilities, they all finally start to sync with each other. The sequence where Dash and Violet combine their speed and force field abilities is just the perfect blend of thematic resonance and super rad shit. But Bob's journey is probably the one that hits the hardest.
Blind to what I have. So obsessed with being undervalued that I undervalued all of you.
Dad?
Shh, don't interrupt.
Bob is so caught up in reliving the glory days, feeling needed by the world after being discarded, he doesn't appreciate or embrace the era of his life that he was actually living in. You obviously see how much he loves his family, but he takes them for granted until he nearly loses them.
I can't. Not again. I'm not strong enough.
The final sequence of this thing is just gas. Rather than be overly protective, sidelining his family and fighting on his own, he fully embraces this new era of his life by saving the day with his family. And they really nail this entire sequence. They truly would not have saved the day without one another. Each character's abilities are vital to saving each other and defeating the drone at some point in this battle. I've loved The Incredibles since I was a kid, but it's a Pixar that has really stood the test of time. While I geeked out on the action and humor when I was younger, now I really appreciate the way it balances its themes with that action and humor. It's a real masterpiece.
I got some news about the guy who took out Frankie.
Man, Shark Tale is the kind of movie that I hate so much that I do not even want to talk about it. I hate this film. DreamWorks 3D animation dates itself so much worse than their contemporaries, and this is one of the worst culprits, especially considering that it released just a year and a half after Finding Nemo, which still looks really good. Outside of a few shots of the city, this one looks not good. Why do these fish have teeth? And even more confusingly, why do I not mind the fish teeth in Finding Nemo, but fear these fish teeth existentially? It's also indicative of so many of DreamWorks' worst tendencies from this era, in my opinion, which is to say they are so preoccupied with references that they forgo any substance in their storytelling. The number of references to random pop culture properties is actually nauseating.
Are you not entertained? You can't handle the truth. You had me at hello.
They sing the same Bob Marley song like 3 times because I guess it's the only song these Ross the Jellyfish know. Not to mention the absurdly stacked voice cast, which might be one of the most wasted casts in history. Jack Black plays this cowardly shark Lenny, and you can honestly barely tell it's him, and not in a good way. Jack Black is one of the most comedic voice actors out there, and you're gonna have him do this voice?
Dig, dog. Dog dig. Dig, dog. Yeah. Yo, Diggy Dog!
Ironically, Oscar is one of the least likable protagonists in this entire Oscar project. If he had done anything to endear me to him early in the film, maybe I'd forgive some of the most infuriatingly stupid decisions he makes, but he just fully takes advantage of the people who give him far too much grace. And he also does this.
Dun, 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 can't touch this. Stop. Oscar time.
His self-proclaimed best friend Angie gives him her family heirloom pink pearl so that he can repay his debts. Oh, and then he gambles it. I don't know what this girl sees in this guy. He is actually the worst. It's especially frustrating that Angie confesses that she loved him before he was a fake, but the entire opening sequence of the film is him just being a full-on phony. Dude was always fake. It also doesn't help that Finding Nemo did the whole sharks who don't eat other fish thing in a much funnier way the year prior, but the story itself is also just so convoluted. It has like 5 premises clumsily intertwined. Oscar trying to move up in the world, Lenny refusing to eat fish, a whole shark mafia thing, the shark slayer ruse. Not even casting Marty Scorsese can save this one. Love those brows though.
Shrek!
Fiona!
Mom! Harold!
Donkey!
Alright, look, you already know I'm not a big Shrek guy, but I do think Shrek 2 addresses a lot of the issues I have with the first film. This one gives Shrek the fully realized arc I felt was missing from the last film. While there's obviously a change in Shrek by the end of the first one, this one is much more defined and earned. I like the setup here. In the first film, Shrek basically infiltrated an existing fairy tale and changed the outcome. And this film deals with all of the fallout from that premise. The prince who was meant to rescue Fiona, he's back to set things quote-unquote right. Fiona's parents and their kingdom, pretty shocked to find their princess is an ogre and married to an ogre. It's a pretty smart way to approach this sequel. And I quite like this opening. Accidentally in Love is a banger, and I think the sequence does more to really establish Shrek and Fiona's connection than anything in the first film. And the story pretty effectively builds on Shrek's insecurities from the first. Though he's accepted that Fiona wants to be with him, he still fears that nobody else will accept him. And so he's resistant to the very idea of traveling to see her parents at all, which is pretty messed up. Shrek's less than warm welcome into Far, Far Away exacerbates those insecurities. He's unwilling to be uncomfortable at all, even for the sake of his wife. I mean, does the guy expect Fiona to literally never see her family again? But we actually see Shrek really embrace potential change in this one. It's a much more clearly articulated journey, as he quite literally changes himself into a human for the sake of Fiona. And despite the fact that he was happy and comfortable in his life as an ogre, he tells Fiona that he is willing to remain human for her, so they can live a more normal fairy tale lifestyle. A pretty effective representation for Shrek's actual internal change, adjusting his expectations for his own life and compromising for his wife. Of course, Fiona doesn't want Shrek to become human, she just wants him to be more open, to be more considerate of her feelings. Overall, his arc works for me in this one and improves on the first, but I do have other issues with this movie. For one, Fiona kinda gets shafted. Though she helps facilitate Shrek's change, it feels like she's absent from a huge chunk of the middle of the film. I also still don't quite mesh with the humor of these things, outside of the excellent performances from Eddie Murphy and of course Antonio Banderas, introduced as Puss in Boots in this one. And that stems so much more from their characterization and delivery than it does the jokes themselves. I also found it particularly strange that this film went all in on pop culture references when the first didn't really have all that many. The first focused so much more on sending up fairy tales through their world building, and had one or two pop culture references like Fiona's Matrix kick. Shrek 2 is just jam-packed. The wedding ring is the One Ring from Lord of the Rings, Fiona's bedroom has a Sir Justin Timberlake poster on the ceiling, Puss pops out of Shrek's shirt like an alien chestburster, and pulls his hat from under a closing door a la Indiana Jones. Donkey yells, "I'm melting in the rain," like in Wizard of Oz for some reason. They cue the Mission Impossible theme song when Pinocchio drops in to save Shrek. Joan Rivers runs the red carpet. There's a Cops series called Knights, which, okay, that one was good. And everything in Far Far Away is just riddled with parody retail outlets. There's Farbucks Coffee, Burger Prince, Baskin Robin Hood, Versace, Saks and Fifth Avenue, and this is just scratching the surface in all areas of these references. But maybe the most bizarre comes from Donkey.
Hey, good looking. We'll be back to pick you up later.
This is pulled from a 1978 commercial for the novelty product Mr. Microphone, a microphone that you can tune to FM radio frequencies.
Hey, good looking, we'll be back to pick you up later.
Who was this for? Some kid's dad was just like, hell yeah, Mr. Microphone reference. These Shrek movies are alright in my book. So while Shrek 2 does improve on the first in Shrek's character journey for me, and introduces Puss, whom I love, it still doesn't fully win me over. These movies just aren't for me comedically, but Shrek 2 is obviously beloved by countless people, and my own personal taste isn't going to change that. Y'all can just get Shrek'd without me. With only 11 submissions once again, there was only room for 3 nominees, but they got this one wrong. Shark Tale is just an embarrassing courtesy DreamWorks nomination, which is weird because there's already a more legitimate DreamWorks nomination. Was this like a mistake or a clerical error? And yeah, there isn't as clear of a snub this year, but I'm giving that spot to the SpongeBob SquarePants movie. Not even a film I particularly love, but it is so much better than whatever Shark Tale was. Crazy that Shark Tale wasn't even the best underwater animated film submitted this year. Yikes. This was the first time I was just baffled by one of the nominations. Another noteworthy exclusion is Robert Zemeckis' The Polar Express, which I think was the beginning of the Academy's distaste for more blatant motion capture animation, which we will talk about a lot more later. But the winner...
The Oscar goes to The Incredibles.
I know many people really love Shrek 2, and that thing was also an obscene success at the box office, raking in nearly $1 billion, but I don't think The Incredibles win was a surprise to anybody, especially with it also receiving the Best Original Screenplay nomination, as well as noms for sound mixing and sound editing. Though a baffling snub in the score department, but The Incredibles was an absolutely standout hit this year, skewing much more adult than any Pixar that came before it. It also won the Annie Award and was nominated for Best Musical or Comedy at the Globes. And as far as the Johnny Awards go, it also wins that one. The Incredibles is not just one of my favorite Pixar films, but it's among my favorites covered in this entire project. A year where the winner really was undeniably deserving, in my opinion. 2005's nominations were Tim Burton's Corpse Bride, Studio Ghibli's Howl's Moving Castle, and Aardman's Wallace and Gromit: The Curse of the Were-Rabbit. Fun fact, this is the only year in the category's history without a single 3D animated film nominated, wildly with a 2/3 majority going to stop motion, which I think is super cool. This is kind of a powerhouse trio as far as filmmakers go, with Tim Burton, Hayao Miyazaki, and Nick Park battling it out. But let's get into the nitty-gritty.
I've got a dwarf.
and I'm not afraid to use him.
Ah, we finally reached it. Tim Burton's classic, kid-friendly tale of grave robbing and necrophilia. I saw this in the theater back in 2005, and then watched it again last year when I first attempted this project. My first note from last year was, honestly, forgot this was a musical, and in the year since writing that, I forgot again. So that probably tells you something about the music. This is actually Tim Burton's first time directing a stop-motion animated film, and before you say Nightmare Before Christmas, don't. That was directed by the legend Henry Selick. For the love of God, please learn this fact, I am begging you. This is also the first feature production ever animated under the Laika Animation Studio banner before they began developing their own films, and the animation is undeniably great. Unfortunately, overall, it just kind of feels to me like this thing was trying a little too desperately to recapture the magic of Nightmare Before Christmas, put a new character on a black t-shirt, and sell it back to the Hot Topic goths for a quick billion. The music is once again written by Danny Elfman, but nothing even remotely sticks with you the way the music from Nightmare did. They even have a different kind of dead dog, this time going skeleton over ghost, because skeletons are also spooky, like ghosts are. There are things to admire for certain, but even for such a short film, it feels pretty slow and underwhelming. But I can't hate it too much because it really is a wonder to look at. The entire premise is such a fun brand of silly. A man who accidentally marries a corpse? Hey, we've all been there, am I right, my man? Okay. And this thing really does have some genuinely lovely sequences. I really like the beginning when Victor first meets Victoria, playing piano at her house. There's something very soft and sweet about the way this unsuspecting couple who have been promised to each other against their will slowly realize that they may have truly lucked out. But I think the highlight sequence is the first musical sequence in the afterlife, as the skeletons and undead bar patrons sing for Victor once he realizes he is married to a corpse. Just a really fun location, a great array of uniquely designed characters, mostly fun-ish music, I think. But I think the crowning jewel of the film is the corpse bride herself, Emily, in particular her design. The design of this film in general is strong, but she is far and away the character that stands out, as she should be, given the title of the film. And while a bit clumsy, there is a degree of satisfaction in the third act twist, that the man now promised to Victoria is the very same who left Emily for dead. I think if it had been forecasted a bit better, there might be a bit more catharsis, but I can't pretend I didn't enjoy her revenge and eventual freedom. It's hard for me to truly dislike a stop-motion film that is this well animated, but I'm always left wanting a bit more from this one in most areas. In world building, in character, in music especially, it's hard not to feel like this one is trying to reanimate the corpse of a better film long past.
That's really me, isn't it? I've got to stay calm.
Howl's Moving Castle, the second Miyazaki film to be nominated for the Academy Award, and kind of a fascinating entry. I think this is about as divisive as a Miyazaki film can get. I don't really know anybody who outright dislikes Howl's Moving Castle, but I found that Ghibli fans either adore this one or rank it pretty low on their tier list. Okay, this might sound strange, but I've also noticed that a lot of my bisexual friends love Howl's Moving Castle, so sound off in the comments if you're a bisexual Howl head. It actually was named the most obsessively rewatched Ghibli film based on Letterboxd data pretty recently, which says a lot about how much its fans do adore it. Personally, I am a big fan of Howl, but there's also very few Ghibli films I'm not a fan of. I don't know if Howl is one of my favorite Ghiblis these days, but I do think it's incredibly special. It's such an enchanting journey with one of my favorite Miyazaki protagonists. I adore the way Sophie charges forward despite her unbelievable circumstances. I mean, honestly, can you imagine traumatically turning old in the blink of an eye? Terrifying. But almost immediately, Sophie sets off to try and find a solution. She is so resolute in her journey despite the massive uncertainties. The world of Howl's Moving Castle feels so massive and complex, but I sort of love that it's just the backdrop. The ongoing war isn't the primary conflict in the film, but it obviously does play a big role. There are so many forces at play in the story. At first it seems like the Witch of the Waste is the primary antagonist after she curses Sophie, but ultimately she doesn't fit that role at all. It's actually one thing I really love about many Miyazaki films. There are rarely traditional antagonists as we're used to in Western storytelling. The witch is this terrifying unknown force at the beginning of the film, and by the end she is literally a powerless old blob who needs to be taken care of. And that leads into my favorite thing about the film. It's about a bunch of dang old freaks. A found family of dang old freaks. You got a young girl who gets turned old, a little apprentice orphan, a goofy ass dog, a turnip-headed scarecrow that's secretly a prince, a formerly powerful witch that's been reduced to a blob, a fire demon who has Howl's heart, oh, and of course Howl himself, a wizard that is half man, half bird thing,
and half pig.
I always just find myself impossibly charmed by this film, even though I think it's one of Miyazaki's harder films to fully wrap my head around. I just love the way Sophie's refusal to give in, despite the massive odds against her, actually ends up improving the life of everyone she encounters. As soon as she shows up at Howl's, she immediately cooks for Markle. After like 20 minutes in the castle, they're all sitting down for a meal together, and there are a few sequences more satisfying than when she gives the castle that hardcore cleaning. The animation just scratches an itch in the deepest part of my brain. But these sequences are satisfying because ultimately Sophie's presence is fully enriching to those she has surrounded herself with. I don't think there's any better statement of Sophie's character than the fact that even after the Witch of the Waste has cursed her and made her old, once that witch becomes a helpless blob, Sophie is there every step of the way to take care of her, literally feeding her, tucking her in, keeping her safe. She is a person of exceptional character. I didn't even begin to talk about how stunning the film looks. The animation on Howl's castle itself feels like a magic trick. It just breaks my brain how detailed and complex it is. Some of the most beautiful shots in animation history are just that castle walking itself past gorgeous mountains and over canyons, all of course set to another iconic score by Joe Hisaishi, who never misses. But the main Howl's theme is a particularly strong earworm. I find so often with Miyazaki films that they make me feel so much, even if I can't pinpoint why. I mentioned this with Spirited Away as well, and honestly, I think that's such a magic in itself, and Howl's Moving Castle is a perfect example of this.
Just stay right where you are, your ladyship, and we'll be with you in a...
I can't wait now.
Aardman was a serious blind spot for me going into this project. I know I had seen Wallace and Gromit before, but honestly I didn't even really realize that this was the only Wallace and Gromit film. I thought there had been many, when in reality there had just been a series of shorts before this, and I'm pretty bummed I missed out because this movie is fun. Obviously, Aardman's stop motion is just top tier, but I also love their style and sense of humor. This film is so goofy, and both Wallace and Gromit are super lovable. Honestly, Gromit belongs in the pantheon of animated dogs. He might be my favorite one. The whole were-rabbit twist wasn't exactly hard to predict. However, the rabbit that absorbed Wallace's characteristics was so hilarious. Every time he mentioned a different type of cheese, I died. While I did quite enjoy this movie, I actually wanted to give someone else a chance to talk about it, my editor, Joe Murphy. Joe is great. He has his own channel called Nas Chose that you should definitely subscribe to. I think I pronounced that right. Nas Chose, let me know if I didn't, Joe. I particularly love his video essay about Succession. Go check it out if you're a fan of that show. Plus, he's a big Wallace and Gromit fan, so take it away, Joe.
Aardman is an incredibly important part of the UK film industry. Although their films are never runaway box office success stories, the quality of their output and their international reach is solid. One of the few remaining exports our country can be proud of. Curse of the Were-Rabbit is not only, in my opinion, up there as Aardman's best feature, but was part of the original DreamWorks distribution deal that really exposed the studio to a wider audience. And let me tell you, 6-year-old me was hyped for this film. The Curse of the Were-Rabbit feels effortless, a perfect extension of the original Wallace and Gromit shorts. The half-hour films have always been shot in a way that makes them feel like a mini-movie, but the extended budget here really gave the directors a great opportunity to expand the visual scope and world without abandoning the silly, small-scale conflicts that made the original short so instantly lovable. The crisis facing Wallace and Gromit here is a giant were-rabbit of Wallace's own design that threatens to ruin the local vegetable competition, a perfect way to escalate the stakes for a feature film without it feeling like a departure from the previous stories. It's weird, but watching this film back, I'm reminded of the golden age of The Simpsons. This thing is just gag after gag. They go really hard on the comedy, and the hit rate is pretty high. Another reason I'm reminded of The Simpsons is because of the wealth of characters they introduce here when expanding the world that Wallace and Gromit inhabits. With an absolute stellar voice cast, Helena Bonham Carter, Ralph Fiennes, Peter Kay, these characters feel like they've always been here, and they provide some of the film's best jokes.
This was arson.
Arson?
Aye, someone arsing around. That's right, one of you lot, a man.
In fact, I think the success of this larger world is actually what hindered the next and currently final Wallace and Gromit shorts. Although A Matter of Loaf and Death was a lot of fun, it really felt like it was missing that extra energy and comedy brought by the side characters of Were-Rabbits. It was kind of unavoidable for the next entry to not feel like a slight downgrade. And hey, the action in this thing is pretty great as well. They don't quite top spot the train sequence from the wrong trousers, but then again, there has never been a cinematic event that has ever achieved such a feat. But the plane battle between Gromit and Philip is great fun. The action slowing down and the pair having to find spare change in order to continue their fight instantly felt like a classic moment. The chase scene involving the were-rabbit was also executed really well. I used to rewind and watch this sequence on repeat as a kid. The moment just prior to this features a pretty funny nod to Watership Down also. But just like the shorts, this story also has a lot of heart. This film had to very quickly re-establish the relationship between the two characters for any newcomers, and I think their love and concern for one another is really palpable here. Gromit's eyebrows are, as always, so impressive with how much they express, and the film gets extra points for this genuinely heartbreaking scene where Gromit has to sacrifice his giant marrow in order to save Wallace from the antagonist firing a giant metal carrot into his chest. Honestly, what a climax. The Curse of the Were-Rabbit isn't breaking new ground or articulating a story that's going to make kids ponder upon the meaning of life, but it is certainly a timeless, expertly crafted bit of fun with a lot of laughs and some super creative set pieces. Well worth your time.
This year had a mere 10 submissions for the category, and honestly, I'm not too upset by the nominations. It had the rare Disney snub, not even the Academy could throw a little courtesy nomination to Chicken Little, though the Annie Awards would also nominate Chicken Little as well as Madagascar. Another noteworthy absentee is Blue Sky's Robots. I don't think it particularly deserved a spot, but I know it has plenty of fans. And the winner...
And the Oscar goes to... Wallace and Gromit in The Curse of the Were-Rabbit, Nick Park and Steve Bach.
Wow, this is actually a pretty wild win. Wallace and Gromit fend off two icons in Hayao Miyazaki and Tim Burton. While I think Corpse Bride is very easily the weakest of the three films nominated, it's very easy to imagine the Academy awarding Burton on name recognition alone. Something we may talk about in later years, hint hint, but I think it's a pretty cool win, the first stop-motion film to win the award, and a real validation of, at that point, 33 years of work for Aardman in animation. They're an iconic studio, and it was really cool to see them get their flowers. The Johnny Award probably would have gone to Howl's Moving Castle if we're talking about the films that I like the most. However, it is hard for me to argue against awarding a studio like Aardman for such a quality film. Even if I personally prefer Miyazaki's film, this is kind of the first time in this category's history where I'm maybe okay with putting aside what I think is the highest quality movie to make a statement about the art form and award some of the hardest working people in the business. And I guess that's partially what this video is about, right? Is there ever a clear objective choice for the winner when judging something as subjective as film? As the category gets older and more filmmakers and studios win the award, it's harder to feel like the quality is the only thing that should be taken into account. For me, at least. But I guess you'll see me work through those feelings through the next, 18 years of nominees. Whew. Okay, let's go. (2006's nominees consisted of Pixar's Cars, George Miller's Happy Feet, and Monster House. What an interesting year for the category, made even more interesting by the fact that the Golden Globes introduced their own Best Animated Feature category this year. But fascinatingly, though it might not look like it, both Monster House and Happy Feet heavily utilized motion capture technology for their animation, really the only time in the history of this category where that's been celebrated. This also features the first directing nomination for disgraced animator John Lasseter after his major successes on the Toy Stories in the 90s, though I guess he was technically nominated for Monsters, Inc. as a producer, but his first directing nomination. So, yeah, I guess let's talk about these movies.
When I find out what's happening to the fish, I'll be back.
So starting this project, I had never really seen any of the seemingly endless number of animated penguin movies out there. Going into Happy Feet, I thought, should be a straightforward romp about a penguin that likes to dance. And then it started with a cover of the Beatles' Golden Slumber over a penguin-shaped nebula, leading directly into a Prince musical sequence, which was going to be my second guess. This movie is bonkers beginning to end, truly one of the strangest films of all 99 ever nominated. And directed by George Miller of all people, I find Happy Feet baffling, but I cannot pretend I don't find it fascinating.
It makes no damn sense. Compels me though.
It's full of themes about belonging, cultural expectations, religious zealotry, being true to yourself, and environmentalism, wrapped in this bizarre package of a film about fucking singing and dancing penguins. Even though all of the penguins in this thing are super straight and shockingly horny, this film fully reads as a queer allegory. In this society, all penguins sing. Mumble, however, literally cannot sing. He is absolutely incapable and is instead naturally called to dance constantly. But everyone, his friends, his parents, the religious leaders, they all insist that he cannot dance and that he must sing. Like a reverse Footloose, which is coincidentally my least favorite sexual position. His father actually blames himself for the way his son turned out, for dropping him when he was in his egg. The religious leaders blame Mumble for the fact that the fish have all disappeared, that he's upset the natural balance. Very reminiscent of the quote-unquote Christians who blame hurricanes and earthquakes on the gays. This kind of allegory obviously isn't queer exclusive. There's tons of stuff that's been traditionally rejected by societal structures, so I think the story here can be relatable to a lot of different folks. It isn't until Mumble meets penguins outside of his own culture that he gets any sort of positive reaction or respect for his dancing abilities. He's just seen as a weird buzzkill until then, and in his journey to find himself, Mumble discovers the truth about the fish disappearing. It's humans overfishing around Antarctica, and somehow through this dancing and getting the rest of the emperor penguins to join in, they convey to the humans that they're ruining their environment, which leads to massive reform and the very live-action humans deciding to eliminate their disruption of the Antarctic food chain. Perhaps we could all learn a little something from this. Has anyone tried dancing at the ExxonMobil executives? You know, to see if they'll cut it out? It is a very weird movie. There are penguin concerts under Aurora Borealis. They call humans aliens because they constantly abduct different animals. One of the penguin cultures is Latino, but there is a great performance from Brittany Murphy, rest in peace, 4 very strange performances from Robin Williams, rest in peace, and 1 solid performance from Elijah Wood. He's alive. There is just so much going on in this thing. I have a really hard time saying I love it because it's bizarre and convoluted, but I cannot say I don't like it because it's bizarre and convoluted. George Miller remains an enigma.
Just sits there waiting, mocking us with its houseness.
Monster House is a super interesting film. There is so much about it that you just don't see in other animated projects, for better and for worse. The original script for the project was written by Dan Harmon and Rob Schraub. Harmon is obviously known for creating Community and Rick and Morty, with Schraub writing for Harmon on both of those projects as well, among many other collaborations. Director Gil Keenan liked the script, but also decided to bring in another screenwriter, Pamela Petier, to implement one pretty major story element: the idea that the Monster House itself was possessed by an actual human soul. I am a bit torn on the animation style. In some places it feels really under-detailed and sort of early 3D, but in other places the stylization seems to really work. While it's unmistakably digital, the characters almost look like how you might design stop-motion character models, and even though it doesn't really look like it, they utilized motion capture for the character animation. I definitely wish the characters emoted a bit more. Their faces and expressions feel a bit stiff, which definitely adds to that early 3D animation feel. But the absolute standout positive aspect of the animation is actually the cinematography and really unique camera work. They got really creative with their framing, shots that look like they're a handheld camera, POV shots. I found myself constantly commenting out loud to nobody in particular about how interesting these choices were, and the human soul that possesses my one-bedroom apartment mostly agreed with me. I think the general premise of this film is really fun, really escalating the sort of vague childhood concept of the spookiest house in your neighborhood. Now, the house is an actual monster that eats anything that comes into its yard, including people and dogs. It really harnesses the energy of kids fucking around in the neighborhood that I have so much nostalgia for from my own childhood. Kids just fixating on something and completely focusing all their energy on it. Except in this case, that thing is a literal monster of a house. But I do think the further the film gets from this idea, the harder it is to follow. I mean, this thing is out there. Besides the whole fantastic voyage through the house/monster body, the most batshit aspect is the entire explanation for why the house is possessed in the first place. It gets absurdly dark, and honestly does not feel like it matches the tone of the rest of the film. It sort of starts lighthearted and just gets heavier and heavier. The kids discover that Old Man Nevercracker's wife, Constance, is buried in cement in the basement. And that's not even the most insane part of the backstory. Constance was a plus-sized woman at the circus. Nevercracker saved her from that circus. Then, some kids throw rocks and eggs at her while they're building the house, and in her anger, she stumbles back, falling into the basement of the house and drowning herself in cement. This is the most Final Destination-ass death they could have possibly conjured up. I don't know, man. I don't really know what we're supposed to glean from Constance's tragic tragic backstory. It just seems like tragedy for the sake of tragedy. It doesn't really feel like it ties into any of the ideas of Monster House thematically. I don't hate the idea of a house being possessed and having its own tragic backstory, but this one just felt dark and disconnected. All that being said, the final sequence goes really hard. When the house goes full monster and actually leaves the property, I was pretty much all in for that entire sequence. Absurd, thrilling, suspenseful fun, particularly the final crane swing and dynamite chucking sequence, ridiculously cool. I definitely have plenty of issues with Monster House, but it also does some undeniably cool and unique things that I've never seen from any other animated films. A decently fun time.
They say it was amazing. He won 3 piston cups.
He did what in his cup?
Ah, Cars. Basically the first time the general public watched a Pixar film and said, meh, and the only feature nomination for disgraced animator John Lasseter. This is such a fascinating franchise because it's actually one of Disney's highest earners, thanks to the merchandise. Meanwhile, the films are generally looked down upon, and not without good reason. Cars 2 in particular is not great.
I'm wearing Mater.
However, I still maintain that the first Cars is pretty solid, mostly disliked because of Pixar's impeccable record prior to its release. Plus the, sort of confusing world building if you think too hard about it. But honestly, I think if Cars was maybe 30 minutes shorter, it would have been much more fondly looked back on. Once again, Pixar's animation holds up even all these years later. This film looks amazing, especially the driving montages that showcase the beautiful countrysides. On top of that, it's just a generally stylish film. The races themselves are really fun and suspenseful. But I also think the film does a pretty great job conveying its themes and character arcs, and I honestly think they hit even harder 18 years later. Lightning is a character who is so focused on himself, so focused on success and fame, that he doesn't care about those around him, or the people he throws under the, bus on the way to success. And that feels even more prescient in today's social media driven society than it did in 2006. I mean, can you imagine if Lightning had a TikTok? We would have gotten like 10 times as many ka-chow, ka-chows. He's a character whose entire purpose is to drive full steam ahead as fast as possible. Speedrunning success, when all he actually needed was to slow down and appreciate the beauty of the world around him. Honestly, a message I really need at this point in my life, as I sit here watching 99 movies in a row for work. Lightning taking the time to appreciate the people in Radiator Springs, the same kinds of people he would have written off in the beginning of the film, is undeniably satisfying, especially in the sequence when he helps everyone in town and they light up the neon signs again. Just a really gorgeous, beautiful series of events. And the final race does such a fun job portraying that change in Lightning. His struggle to focus until his new friends show up to support him in the pit, the things he learned in Radiator Springs like driving backwards from Mater and the turn right to go left from Doc, all coming into play during the race, and of course the ultimate showcase of his change, forfeiting the Piston Cup so he can push the crashed king across the finish line. Look, the world is absolutely bizarre and raises far more questions than it answers, like do not think too hard about where cars come from, or the class system, or why they need sleep and gas, or why cows are tractors and where those come from, or why the big asphalt machine Bessie is just a tool and not a sentient being like everyone else, or how any of this works, really. Many of the side characters are caricatures and uninteresting, and the film is absolutely 30 minutes too long, but I think the way everything comes together is very satisfying. It's not incredible, but it's very solid. I think it doesn't get the credit it deserves. Cars 2, though, that is a non-starter. Here's a fascinating year for submissions because there were actually 16 films submitted, which should have meant there were 5 nominees. However, Luc Besson's Arthur and the Invisibles was disqualified for apparently not containing animation in at least 75% of the film's runtime. Therefore, only 15 submissions counted, and the nominations dropped to 3. And I think there are a couple notable snubs here. One, this is the second time one of Richard Linklater's rotoscope films wouldn't make the cut with A Scanner Darkly. While they might not be my favorites, I think Sony's Open Season and DreamWorks' underrated Over the Hedge are definitely worth a mention, but the big snub this year is Satoshi Kon's Paprika, made even more frustrating by the fact that he would tragically die at age 46, making this his final film. And with the weak-ass nominations across the category this year, I think this is a bit of a travesty. Maybe even sadder, neither the Annies or Golden Globes would nominate Paprika either. But the winner...
And the Oscar goes to... let's see... Happy Feet.
This is a crazy win. I get that this year's 3 nominees were kind of a toss-up, but it really feels like this was an award for George Miller, not for Happy Feet. I still think it is absolutely insane that George Miller, director of Mad Max Fury Road, only has 1 Oscar, and it's for the Dancing Penguin movie. And I guess in a year like this where the nominees are so underwhelming, sure, why not give it to an incredible filmmaker like George Miller? On top of that, Cars was actually the winner of both the Annie Award and the Golden Globe this year. I know there are lots more awards shows that I'm not talking about, but we can't go over every single one. However, if we're talking about the Johnny Awards,
instead of any of the nominees,
Paprika! I'm giving it to Paprika out of respect to the legendary Satoshi Kon and his deeply underappreciated filmography. Look, if I was going to choose between the 3 nominees, I sadly may like Cars the best. It says a lot about this year, but Paprika was the best animated film of 2006. If you haven't seen it, it's a mind-bending adventure that I describe as what if Inception fucked Fantasia. Seriously, give it a watch. 2007's nominations were Marjane Satrapi's Persepolis, Pixar's Ratatouille, and Sony Animation's Surf's Up. Pixar continues being pretty dominant with every single submission in their history thus far getting a nomination. Surf's Up was maybe a bit of a surprise as Sony Animation's first ever nominee from their second ever film, and the adaptation of the non-fiction graphic novel Persepolis swoops in as the indie underdog. So let's talk about him. Persepolis is one of the most unique films on this entire list, particularly because it's non-fiction and not for all ages. An adaptation of Marjane Satrapi's excellent autobiographical graphic novel of the same name, it explores Marjane's life beginning with her childhood during the 1979 Iranian Revolution. What I love most about Persepolis is that it's not only an incredible story, but it's wildly informative about parts of the world that I, and I expect many other viewers, are ignorant of. Learning the ins and outs of the regime changes in Iran was just as compelling as Marjane's life. But to talk Persepolis, I actually want to bring in my friend BJ Colangelo, an incredible film analyst, writer, and critic who has a particular passion for this film and story. Take it away, BJ.
Directed by Marjane Satrapi and Vincent Perronod, Persepolis is the animated adaptation of Satrapi's comics of the same name and is presented in an almost identical animation style to the original illustrations. The film centers on Satrapi's evolution from childhood to her rebellious, punk-loving teen years amid the Iranian Revolution, and later during the aftermath of the war under new fundamentalist rule. The story is ripe for live-action coming-of-age drama, but Satrapi wisely decided to present the story almost exclusively in black and white, incorporating sporadic uses of color whenever the action skips ahead to the present day. As the film is autobiographical, it is presented predominantly through her flashbacks. Persepolis is considered a vital text in debunking many implicit biases the West has about Iranian culture, and by keeping the film in black and white, the film strips away many of the desert stereotypes of the Iranian country from global viewers. The landscapes, notable buildings, and historical landmarks are presented indirectly, which allows the story to resonate with anyone, regardless of geographical location. It's much harder to disconnect from the world of Persepolis when the setting often looks like it could be anywhere. The traditional hand-drawn cell animation highlights the scrappy energy of the outspoken teenage Margie, and by using felt pens to draw the animation, there's a lived-in texture of the monochromatic style which still appears vibrant despite the limitations in color use. The black and white coloring also emphasizes the film's thematic core, echoing the aesthetics and light theory of German expressionism, but presented through animation. Margie is occasionally enveloped by blackness, the background consuming her black hair and black clothing, giving the appearance of existing in a void of nothingness. Few films have been able to capture these feelings of grief, isolation, or oppression quite as effectively. There's a particularly striking moment where 2 women accost Margie about breaking the modesty laws, and their bodies appear to almost slither around her with intimidation due to the overwhelming black ink surrounding their faces. Outside of the animation, Persepolis is also just a phenomenal snapshot of a young woman's life, and it's difficult not to find her coming-of-age journey wholly relatable despite being such a hyper-specific experience. She gets in trouble with her teachers, plays music too loud, is fascinated by punk rock counterculture, she has bad relationships with partners who don't treat her well, and she struggles to maintain her identity in a world almost demanding her to assimilate. Satrapi comes from a progressive family, which makes them a target for the oppressive government, and they are forced to endure the most extreme tragedies possible, and yet Persepolis still manages to maintain a playful sense of irony throughout it all. The anger the characters express is justified, but the film itself never feels angry. And for all its quirks and witty wordplay, Persepolis is also a deeply emotional film. Satrapi has said that she never intended to make a political film, but given the circumstances of her identity and the time she came of age, Persepolis is political by sheer existence. It's a first-hand account of the life of an outspoken teen girl who loves Michael Jackson music and Bruce Lee movies, and the story of a woman who just so happens to be living through a political revolution. She's an unreliable narrator, she makes reckless and inconsiderate decisions, but because of where she's growing up, the stakes are high, often deadly, which means the repercussions of Margie's rebellious teen angst are far greater than the traditional forms of parental discipline. For those who grew up in post-9/11 America, it's undeniable that there are implicit biases we all must unlearn about Iran and plenty to learn about our government's involvement in conflicts in the Middle East. Persepolis isn't just a stunning coming-of-age story about a feisty gal in Iran. It's also a foundational work in helping the majority of Western audiences better understand a culture that is often demonized by our own xenophobic media. So much so that the books have been banned in libraries across America even today. 17 years later, Persepolis has only gotten better with age, and the only reason it didn't take home the Oscar statue is because Pixar released an all-time great with Ratatouille. Any other year, this would have been the winner, and the first non-all-ages animated feature to win the gold.
I'm not the only kid on the island whose dad was, eaten.
Surf's Up is severely underrated, and honestly, it's the best film to come out of the mid-2000s Penguin-assance. Seriously, why were there so many animated Penguin movies? Look, the idea is out there, but it sells it almost immediately. I mean, a sports competition mockumentary starring surfing penguins? Hell yeah, bro! The film focuses on this Antarctic penguin, Cody, who claims to be the best surfer from his island, which apparently is a very low bar.
What's your dream? To go, away.
This whole opening is very funny. I mean, the reveal of what happened to Cody's dad had me cackling. But besides the fact that this premise and format is incredibly fun, this movie is shockingly touching. I actually couldn't believe that the Surfer Bro Penguin movie had me feeling so many emotions. Cody was inspired as a kid by this iconic surfer named Big Z who stopped at his island, and he was so inspired that he tried to build his entire identity around him. And with that came a bit of an unearned ego as well. And it isn't until that ego is battered and bruised that Cody has to actually find his own identity, outside of whatever expectations he foisted upon himself because of his idolizing of Big Z. But I think the magical thing this film does is that through the reveal that Big Z isn't dead, just living in isolation, Cody and Big Z ultimately inspire each other. Big Z helps Cody understand that it was never about being the greatest surfer. All Big Z ever wanted to do was catch killer waves.
That's the best place in the world to be, in the tube.
Really?
Yeah, better than winning.
It's actually profoundly stupid how badly this movie about penguins made me want to learn to surf. Classic Hollywood, forcing their liberal surfing values down the throats of our most impressionable video essayists. But those expectations foisted upon Big Z when he became the best surfer were exactly what led him to want to disappear. And through mentoring this kid, Big Z reclaims that passion for surfing. I got unreasonably emotional seeing this montage of Big Z and Cody surfing together, the rediscovery of that love for the wave, and it all comes together so beautifully in the final competition. Organized by this greedy James Woods otter with Don King hair, Cody truly realizes that it isn't about winning, giving up his clear path to victory to save his friend, which leads to Big Z's return to society. And the film ending with every single surfer abandoning the big for-profit surf competition so that they can go surf with their homies? Pitch perfect. I really thought this was going to be just another silly-ass animated penguin movie, but this was one of the best surprises in this entire project. Inspired, different, and emotionally fulfilling, and I didn't expect it to be literally any of those things.
Friends are forever. Trophies, never know what that can happen to them.
Ratatouille doesn't sound delicious. It sounds like rat and patootie.
You might be surprised to hear that when I first saw Ratatouille years ago, I thought it was just okay. I was kind of surprised it was receiving such a huge level of hype, and while I didn't think it was a bad movie, felt like I could see a lot more issues with the narrative than other people could. But as time has passed, and the more and more I've watched this film, it's actually substantially grown on me, to the point where those flaws that I had seen before have actually kind of become positives. I will explain. But first, let's talk about Ratatouille's production history, because that plays a part here. The idea for the film was actually created by John Pinkava in the year 2000. He began developing the story with Pixar, but after 5 years, he departed over creative differences. This is when Brad Bird was brought in to replace him. And this is kind of a common thread we're going to see from Pixar and disgraced executive John Lasseter for a little bit of time here. But Brad Bird is, as previously mentioned, an animation legend, and we'll talk about him one more time in this video, so bringing him into the fold obviously inspired confidence for the direction of the film. Bird took the existing development work and rewrote the script and story entirely. My issue with this film was always that I felt like you could sort of see how Brad Bird had Frankensteined together a bunch of different people's ideas that ultimately became the current Ratatouille script. It felt like a lot of disparate concepts and elements tied together. Even just the various narrative devices used. You start the movie with the typical, well, you're probably wondering how I got here freeze frame into flashback. As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a rat chef. You've got that narration to help drive the story forward, which then dips in and out of the movie at seemingly random intervals. And you've also got this Gusteau ghost acting as Remy's conscience and guide for him to talk to in scenes where he's alone, which when combined with the existing Remy narration, it felt a bit like a hat on a hat to me. Even the narratives themselves felt so separate and so wildly different. You've got the entire rat narrative, this character who dreams of more than life as a rat typically offers. You've got this whole restaurant ownership and unknown heir storyline. Linguini is a co-lead who isn't introduced until 20 minutes into the movie, not to mention the absolutely absurd suspension of disbelief you need just to buy into the whole rat puppeteering a human being by pulling their hair storyline, plus the whole review war between dastardly food critic Anton Ego and Gusteau's restaurant. It just truly feels like, on paper, none of these things should work together. Almost nothing about it makes any sense. And yet, the fact that this film is made up of all of these disparate elements and manages to coalesce into such an emotionally satisfying narrative is exactly the magic of Ratatouille. It ties so beautifully to the very ideas behind the film and to the manner in which it was produced. Look at this first scene where Remy cooks in Gusteau's kitchen. Linguini messes up the soup and haphazardly throws a bunch of random junk in there to try and salvage it. Now imagine this as a metaphor for the starting point for Ratatouille as a film. There are some good ideas, some nice flavors, but they haven't been properly emphasized or honed in on in the preparation process. And so Remy, aka Brad Bird, swoops in and finds the exact right ingredients to accentuate what is already in the pot. And what's in the pot might not make the most sense to go together. It's a lot of different ideas, but with the right spices, the right herbs, the right additions to that recipe, it can bring those different ideas together and against all odds, make a delicious soup. You might look at that soup recipe and say, well, that doesn't make any sense. Like I look at all of the different narrative elements to Ratatouille and say the exact same thing. But the fact is that when all of these ideas finally come together in the big finale of the film, tastes pretty damn good. The entire climax and resolution of the film fits this idea beautifully. Remy's family supporting his dream by becoming the kitchen support staff, Linguini letting go of his ego and giving Remy his credit, Colette's realization that she lost sight of the idea that anyone can cook, and Remy, of course, getting the opportunity to truly prove this idea. In a way, when I previously looked down on this film, I was Anton Ego. I was hypercritical of its structure and narrative devices and disparate story decisions, but when I truly took a bite and tasted what Ratatouille had to offer, it reminded me that those things don't always matter if the result is something worthwhile. Even Anton Ego's absolutely beautiful review at the end of the film, one of my favorite speeches in film history if I'm being honest, helps drive these ideas home. When you describe the plot of Ratatouille, it sounds absolutely ridiculous. A rat puppeteering a human to be a chef in a Parisian restaurant, just like how in the film they had to describe that very idea to Anton himself, and yet, when he describes his experience.
To say that both the meal and its maker have challenged my preconceptions about fine cooking is a gross understatement.
The way these seemingly incompatible ideas come together to form something beautiful did exactly that. It challenged my preconceptions. And the fact that this film was cobbled together from all of these different ingredients ties in almost shockingly well in one more important way. It's basically what Ratatouille itself is. In the film, they call it a peasant's dish, but it was basically a food that was created as a solution for hunger centuries ago, where French peasants would create a stew out of all of their leftover vegetables, whatever they had. This movie was created by taking the leftover elements of another story and turning it into a hearty, delicious stew that has fed the body and minds of people for years now. I adore Ratatouille because nothing about it makes sense, and yet everything about it makes sense. It's an incredible film. With only 12 submissions this year, there were of course only 3 nominees once again, with some really interesting submissions not making the cut. The Simpsons movie didn't make it, despite being well received and making $500 million. The Aqua Teen movie was submitted, a rare R-rated entry. Another Zemeckis motion capture film in Beowulf failed to be nominated. Disney's Meet the Robinsons didn't make the cut. DreamWorks missed out on 2 entries this year, B-Movie and Shrek the Third, the first film in the Shrek franchise not to be nominated. And even the very well-liked animated TMNT is worth a mention here. The Annie Awards 5 nominees added B-Movie and Simpsons movie to the Oscars trio, but the Golden Globes actually replaced both Surf's Up and Persepolis with B-Movie and Simpsons movie, a very strange overlap overall. But with one film being unanimously chosen amongst these different award shows, I'm sure you can guess.
And the Oscar goes to Ratatouille. Brad Bird.
Obviously, the praise across the board made this a relatively expected win, with Brad Bird being the first ever repeat winner of this award. Ratatouille also scored nominations for Best Original Screenplay, Best Original Score, Best Sound Editing, and Best Sound Mixing. And as I've said before, that screenplay nom is a pretty clear indicator that you've got your Best Animated Feature winner. As for the Johnny Awards, mine would also go to Ratatouille, though I absolutely would not have an issue with Persepolis taking the award home. As a more adult-oriented, traditionally animated, non-fiction story, that's the kind of varied storytelling I'd love to see highlighted more in animation. But over the years, Ratatouille has truly become one of my favorites, something that I find deeply touching and inspiring, and it's definitely my favorite of the year. 2008's nominees were Disney's Bolt, DreamWorks' Kung Fu Panda, and Pixar's WALL-E. Basically the first year where the nominations were given out to the biggest studios across the board. This would also be the first nomination for Disney Animation after the reshuffling with John Lasseter of Pixar taking a more hands-on role, restructuring the feature department. Alright, let's talk about these.
We got a nibble. Don't freak out. This is how you blew it with Nemo.
Ah, Bolt. Remember Bolt? Me neither. This one had a wild production journey. It was initially being developed as a project called American Dog by Chris Sanders after a success on Lilo and Stitch, but things started to change after Disney acquired Pixar, and their leadership team was also put in charge of Disney Animation. Pixar's Lasseter and Catmull apparently had a lot of notes on where to go with the film, and I'm pulling this quote straight from Wikipedia, but it's too good to ignore. Catmull said, "Somewhere along the way, the plot had also come to include a radioactive, cookie-selling Girl Scout zombie serial killer. I'm all for quirky ideas, but this one had metastasized. I'm gonna be honest, Ed, I want to see that movie way more than whatever the hell Bolt was." Since Sanders was resistant to notes, he was fired from the project, and Chris Williams and Byron Howard were eventually hired as replacements. Sanders and DuBois would go over to DreamWorks to make a little film called How to Train Your Dragon. Ever heard of it? Disney ended up with Bolt, which has easily one of the sweatiest premises in Disney animation history. And of course, it was disgraced animator John Lasseter's insistence on plot changes that made the plot even sweatier. Sanders' entire idea was that this dog grew up on film sets his entire life, never experiencing the real world. So, when he finally leaves, it's about how this dog would react to the real world if prior to that he had only experienced this phony, highly manipulated version of the real world. He would embark on a road trip and meet a bunch of offbeat animals who teach him about the real world itself. What Bolt turned into, in my opinion, is a classic overcomplication. Bolt and his owner, a girl named Penny, are both the stars of a popular TV show, but for some reason, they've decided that Bolt cannot know he's in a TV show. He has to believe he's a superpowered dog who fights crime with his owner. He cannot see, even for a moment, that what they're doing is not real. He has to be a method acting dog, as though he would go full Nope Monkey and slaughter the cast if he learned the truth. So, when he finally does arrive in the real world, he thinks he's a superpowered dog with secret agent abilities. Like I said, overcomplication. And ironically, disgraced animator John Lasseter claimed that the issue with the initial premise was believability. And this was their solution for justifying this dog's journey and lack of understanding of the real world. A TV crew wasting an obscene amount of time and energy to force a dog to method act instead of the very simple idea that a dog is actually very stupid and might not understand the real world if he spent his life in a movie studio because he is a dog. There's a scene early on where they panic because a boom mic got in the shot.
The dog could have seen that.
Look, if the mic isn't in the shot, isn't there still a dude holding a boom mic right next to the dog? I cannot get over how sweaty this premise is. None of it makes any sense. And of course, they make the most reasonable person in the film the network executive who points out how stupid of an idea this is. A premise that was, ironically, put in place by a couple of executives. Never before has an exec's input been more blatantly meta, like the Charlie Kaufman of bad studio notes. Sorry to just go off on the premise, but man, I'm not a big fan of this film, as you maybe can tell. This also has what might be the worst example of celebrity voice casting ever. John Travolta is giving us nothing. When the film finally gets rolling into its cross-country premise, some things do start to work. Primarily, anytime where Bolt is like learning how to be a real dog. That stuff is kinda sweet, and you know, it's just hard to hate a dog doing cute dog things. There's a ton of gorgeous landscapes and quality animation throughout. A good road trip movie is going to give you a solid variety of locations. I also laughed a ton at the Los Angeles pigeons towards the end of the movie, some quality LA humor there.
I'm Blake, this is my writing partner Tom. Tom, say what's up.
What's up?
Wow!
Oh no.
Oh, and this is our personal assistant Billy.
And honestly, despite how sweaty I find the premise on the whole, given that premise, the ending does kinda work. I was actually pretty sad when Bolt thought Penny had replaced him, and they eventually have a really solid emotional reunion.
I knew you'd come back.
And the climax is good too, where Bolt has to actually save Penny from danger as the set burns down around her, which is pretty dark. He uses all of his quote-unquote superpowers to help the firefighters find and rescue Penny. That stuff works, but man, these bright spots are few and far between in what, to me, is just a deeply misguided film. I just would have much rather seen Sanders' original vision. Not to hate on directors Williams and Howard, they went on to make a ton of great movies after this. I just think that the Pixar team came into Disney Animation and felt like they really had to make an impact immediately, and they overthought some of these earliest productions. But good thing John Lasseter would never make any other bad decisions in the workplace, right?
Alright. You're awesome. Last thing I'm gonna say. Okay, bye-bye.
Good old KFP, probably my second favorite DreamWorks franchise, and truly just an incredibly lovely time. These things really do just kind of have it all. Really fun, well choreographed kung fu action, an excellent cast of lovable characters, and tons of heart. Before we dive into the story, I gotta hype up the stunning opening sequence, animated to mimic Chinese shadow puppetry, and directed by Jennifer Yu Nelson, who would go on to direct the entire sequel and co-direct the third one. Truly such an outstanding way to start the film, and while I like the animation in Kung Fu Panda in general, I'll never not wonder what an entire film could have been like in this style. Beyond the cold open, Kung Fu Panda is a film that starts a tiny bit underwhelmingly, but not badly by any means. I always just sort of find myself saying, well, this is nice, but I'm not too invested. But as we inch into the second act, I slowly find myself leaning forward and becoming very attached. And I think what works so great about this story is that you can empathize with every single character. It's incredibly exciting and scary for Po to be shockingly appointed the Dragon Master, and it has to be outrageously frustrating for not just the Furious Five, who have trained for years, but for Master Shifu, who has his work cut out for him with a completely inept student. One of my favorite details is that eventually, despite every member of the Furious Five resenting Po as the Dragon Warrior, they all pretty quickly come to really like him as just a guy to have around. The sequence where he cooks them all noodles and they all laugh at his Master Shifu impression, it's so charming and heartwarming. It's just nice that Po is appreciated for who he is, despite also representing this massive disappointment for these Kung Fu warriors. I mean, that's perfect Jack Black casting. And Po's eventual success in his training also represents such an important arc for Master Shifu as well. He has to adapt his own training methods to cater to Po's unique personality, and he has to learn that it's okay to open up to his students once again, after his failure with Tai Lung, which is just an exceedingly tragic backstory. Another of my favorite details is the way Tai Lung escapes prison. Master Oogway predicts he'll escape prison, which leads Shifu to send someone to tell the prison to double their guards. That goose who goes to tell them this drops a feather at the prison, which Tai Lung then uses to escape his chains.
One often meets his destiny on the road he takes to avoid it.
Oogway's prediction leads directly to Tai Lung's assault on the temple, but that was his intention all along, as Po proves himself as the Dragon Warrior in their fight. But what works best for me is the quote-unquote secret ingredient bookends. I adore that even after leaving his father's noodle business to pursue Kung Fu, it's his connection to his father and his advice that helps him realize the truth behind being the Dragon Warrior. And of course the blank scroll that came with that role.
The secret ingredient is nothing.
This film is so charming. It always takes me a little bit to feel really attached to the world and characters, but once it gets going, I am all in. I think the highlight is Master Oogway's final sequence, as he beautifully transitions into the afterlife. Truly one of the most beautiful in DreamWorks history. KFP is a really great film and the start of a really great franchise. The first act of WALL-E is one of the greatest pieces of animation in all of history. Full stop. A case could even be made that it's also one of the best film sequences of any genre since that movie where the train comes at the screen and scares you in 1896. It is absolutely astonishing how efficiently they build this world and tell the beginning of this story with almost no dialogue. We instantly see the state of the Earth, and through the environmental storytelling infer that corporate by and large absolutely decimated the entire planet. Across the entire first act, every single piece of industry is owned by that chain. Though my favorite detail is later in the movie when we see the head of by and large is the global CEO, and we also see him speaking from a near replica of the White House press room, this time with by and large branding. If this were a different type of video, I'd probably have about 5,000 things to say about how this is just Amazon and it needs to be stopped before we all get Wallied, but this is a video about movies, not the actual destruction of Earth. But what I love most is how instantly we get to know Wally, and how unbelievably expressive he is as a character even without dialogue. Simply put, he's just the littlest guy. He is so well defined, so quickly. We obviously learn what his original purpose is and that he's the last of his kind, but most importantly, we see that he's a romantic. He has countless keepsakes and trinkets he finds while working. He watches old movies and craves connection. He's sweet and nurturing. We even see him care for his cockroach friend. Simply through his eyepiece rotations and hand movements, you fully understand his feelings and state of mind. It's just some of my favorite visual storytelling ever. And then they introduce Eve, and it gets even better. Wally's fascination with and observation of Eve is so cute, but most importantly, their introduction brilliantly showcases personality from both robots. Wally excitedly showing Eve all of his trinkets and his movies is just unfathomably charming. Seeing Eve laugh and break out of her directive to enjoy these moments with Wally, I truly think the first act is the best thing Pixar has ever made, and one of my favorite pieces of animation of all time. No exaggeration. The lighter shot is simply perfect, as Eve observes the beauty of the flame while Wally slowly looks from the fire to Eve herself, amazed and enchanted by each, but clearly more so by Eve. Chef's kiss. Unfortunately, while the rest of the movie is still quite excellent, it never reaches the heights of Act 1, which is just on another level, to be fair. Which I guess is my one real issue with Wally. It starts so unbelievably strong and cannot quite live up through to the end. But there is a ton to love about the back half as well. What I love most about the second and third acts of the film are how Wally is, well, lack for a better term, and though he's really just there to save Eve, Wally's infiltration of the space crews changes everything. His dirt contamination forces the little cleaning bot off of his track. His interactions with John and Mary get them both to stop staring at their screens and actually observe and appreciate the world they live in. Wally introducing himself to the captain gets dirt on his hand, which leads him to research the Earth and get excited about the possibility of returning. The entire space station was in this completely automated state, and thanks to Wally, they're given an opportunity to start over, to do things for themselves. And it's hard not to love the ending, as Eve desperately races to get Wally home and fixed before he shuts off forever. Wally is a really special film, some of Pixar's best without a doubt. It's not my favorite Pixar film, but its first act is probably my favorite thing Pixar has ever made. With 14 submissions this year, we were close but not quite at capacity for 5 nominees, and there are a couple very interesting snubs. The Golden Globes nominated the exact same 3 films, but the Annie Awards added the Israeli adult docudrama Waltz with Bashir, as well as the Australian adult stop-motion film $9.99, which I have never seen, but again, these are different kinds of stories that the Academy tends not to nominate, more adult-oriented animation outside of the child-centric entries, the kinds that could help change the perception of the medium, but, you know, here we are. Personally, I would have definitely swapped out Bolt. It was well received critically, and my disdain for it seems to be a minority opinion, but man, I do not like that thing, and I'd much rather highlight some variety than default to Disney. As for the winner...
And the Oscar goes to... Wow. Wally!
This is another surprise to nobody. Wally is actually tied with Beauty and the Beast for most ever Academy Award nominations for an animated film, scooping up 6 nominations with its Best Animated Feature win: Original Screenplay, Original Score, Original Song, Sound Editing, and Sound Mixing. It's that screenplay tip-off once again. Following Brad Bird the year before, this made Andrew Stanton the second ever person to win this award 2 times in their career. Wally also scored the Golden Globes win, however, somewhat shockingly, Kung Fu Panda Panda beat it out for the Annie Award. I love Kung Fu Panda, but I never would have guessed that it would beat WALL-E, even with a skidoo shamed at my head. So, you might have guessed that the winner of the Johnny Award this year goes to WALL-E. Even though I think the back half never quite lives up to the first half, it's an incredible film, with the first act being probably my favorite stretch of anything to ever come out of Pixar. It's an ambitious, beautiful film that most studios wouldn't have even tried. A super worthy winner. 2009's nominations were Laika and Henry Selick's Coraline, Wes Anderson's Fantastic Mr. Fox, Disney's The Princess and the Frog, Cartoon Saloon's The Secret of Kells, and Pixar's Up. This is truly one of the most stacked years in animation history, if not the most stacked. Seriously, 2009 not only has an unreal lineup of nominees, but there are a ton of snubs that arguably could have made the cut as well, which I'll talk more about later. Something even more exciting is the variety of animation styles amongst the 5 nominees, with only 1 3D animated film, 2 2D animated films, and 2 stop-motion animated films. Love when a year isn't just dominated by 3D. This one is special, so let's talk about it. Oh man, Coraline is special. This was Henry Selick's first film since 2001's Monkey Bone, and last until 2022's Wendell and Wild, which frankly is insane. This man should be able to make whatever he wants, whenever he wants. I think you'd hear most people argue that Selick's best is Nightmare Before Christmas, if those people even realize he's the director of that film. But for me personally, Coraline is his masterpiece, in major part because he's also the production designer, and this thing looks crazy. From the mesmerizing opening sequence where the other mother crafts the Coraline doll, to the mind-blowing tunnel crawl to the other house, to the destruction of the other world entirely, the visuals of this film are inspired. Even though the real world and other world are identical in layout, I adore the way the real world is drab and dreary, while the other world is vibrant and colorful. It's a cool dichotomy that really sells how Coraline sees her new home, further showcased by the way the color entirely drains from the other world as Coraline completes the various tasks of her journey, before it disintegrates entirely. I've seen people criticize Coraline's journey in this film too, but I don't really understand that. She's an angsty kid who had to uproot her entire life and live somewhere she finds incredibly boring. While she's definitely very rude in the beginning of the film, you also empathize because her parents really aren't giving her the time of day, while also refusing to give her the freedom to explore her new home. I love that through the first half of the film, she struggles to connect with any of her new neighbors, but by the end of the film, through her journeys in the other world, she understands all of them much better and is willing to put in real time with them. Especially the whack job with the rat circus, that guy rips. In the final sequence, the real world itself is becoming more vibrant and colorful, partially because you can see the gorgeous Pacific Northwest landscape outside of the storm, and partially thanks to Coraline's intervention, planting the tulips. I just love the idea that rather than waiting for the world to entertain and cater to her, like she initially expected it to, she's now putting in the work to live in the world she wants. But obviously, the star of this thing is the otherworldly creatures and magic of Selick's design. The button eyes are iconic, the way the other people slowly morph into these terrifying monstrosities never gets old, in particular the other mother's spidery form. This thing is just such a disgusting delight to look at. This is probably a good time to say that this was actually originally shot for 3D, and if you've never seen the 3D version, you are truly missing out. It's hard to describe just how effective this thing is at using depth to disorient and surprise you. From the opening sequence shot where the needle comes straight at you through the button, to the handful of times Coraline crawls through the psychedelic tunnel into the other world, I have a hard time imagining I'll ever watch this film in 2D ever again, if I'm honest. If you have the ability to watch it in 3D, please do it. In fact, it's actually being re-released in 3D in theaters this coming August, so make sure you get tickets to see it. Coraline is just masterful. Honestly, one of the most impressive pieces of animation out there, and somehow, it isn't even my favorite of 2009. What a year. Fantastic Mr. Fox is one of my most rewatched films. I've logged it on my Letterboxd 6 times over the past 3 years, and it seriously just never gets old. It's my favorite Wes Anderson, and one of my favorite animated films, period. There's something about the tone of this one that is wholly unique. Sure, it's partially the Wes Anderson thing, but even within his filmography, I feel it stands out. It carries a different energy. And while I love the Andersonisms, the quirky dialogue, the absolutely mind-blowing stop-motion animation, and picture-perfect Wes Anderson framing, it's the emotional center of the film that keeps me coming back. The story of a fox who fears he's past his prime, who doesn't know how to move into the next stage of his life without looking back wistfully at the good old days. And the story of a son who struggles to be seen, who struggles to live up, and struggles to accept that his differences are his strengths. Foxy is also so fixated on being the most impressive and adored guy in the room that he fails to see how great the people around him really are. He refuses to take advice, he doesn't listen to his wife, he doubles down when he's backed into a corner, and he really pays for it. But the magic trick is that Clooney's performance keeps him ridiculously likable through it all. They really sell the idea that his charm and charisma is his biggest strength and weakness. Even though this is among my favorite films on the list, I actually wanted to give an opportunity to my friend D'Angelo to wax poetic about it for a minute. D'Angelo runs the massively underrated channel Hats Off Media. He does these excellent video deep dives ranking adult animated shows on specific streaming services and networks. I highly recommend checking those out after this video. Take it away, Hats.
Man, oh man. Where do I start with this movie? Despite having a full beard and wearing a beanie even in the summer, I'm not that familiar with the works of Wes Anderson. Luckily, all it took to change that was him taking a step into the world of animation, because I love Fantastic Mr. Fox. It's one of those rare movies where I have zero problems with it. Everything from the cast, to the visuals, to the soundtrack, it's all top-notch stuff, and endlessly rewatchable. The way this movie uses framing is breathtaking, easily some of the best looking sets in stop motion, and the overall style is refreshing, landing right in the middle of real animals and stuffed toys. As one of the 5 currently living people who actually read the book this is based on, I'm surprised at how much character they were able to get out of these guys. I love Mr. Fox and his hyper-confidence, always sure that what he's doing is the right thing, even though the movie points out that he's wrong a lot. And seeing how him and his son slowly start to see eye to eye is really touching. Speaking of his son, he might be my favorite character in the movie. He's just such a weird little guy, but he owns it. You wish you could rock a cape that well. Also, special shout out to the rat that becomes Mr. Fox's nemesis in the movie. He's just really cool. The sense of humor this thing has is super weird, but I can't get enough of it. It's just like a lot of high-profile actors saying the silliest things you can imagine, but played completely straight. It is some good stuff. I would absolutely be down to see more stop-motion movies come from Wes. And I'm also a big fan of Isle of Dogs. Just make one more, dude. You gotta complete the trilogy. With a great sense of atmosphere, characters that are instantly endearing, and enough charm to melt even the coldest of hearts, this movie is nothing short of great. What did you think I was gonna say?
Ah man, the last traditionally animated Disney princess movie and the end of an era. Though, ironically, even at the time, this was meant to be a throwback to the princess era and style of the Disney Renaissance, which feels like something they should be doing now, but that 90s nostalgia hadn't popped off quite yet in 2009. This is another from Musker and Clements, their second nomination after Treasure Planet, and it tracks that they tasked these guys to do the big throwback Disney princess film. After all, they kicked off the Renaissance with The Little Mermaid. Yes, I know, you've heard of it. And man, if this movie doesn't do anything else for you, it will make you miss the stunning 2D Disney animation. I cannot say enough about how good this film looks. Some of the most beautiful backgrounds I've ever seen, and such impressive classical looking character animation. It's also got some very strong musical numbers, particularly Almost There, Friends on the Other Side, and Ma Belle Evangeline, the latter of which encapsulates such a beautiful and tender scene where Tiana and Naveen dance together. But the obvious issue people have with this thing is the decision to have the very first black Disney princess turn into a frog for the vast majority of the runtime. It is bizarre that this seems to happen so often. I mean, I cannot begin to describe my reaction to the turn in that Spies in Disguise trailer. Oh god, remember that? And that's hard to argue with when you're basically hiding your character in an animal the entire film. I totally understand the subversion here. It's taking the whole princess kisses a frog that turns into a prince idea and turning it on its head. That is a totally fun idea in itself. It's just maybe not the right one when you're parading the film around, placing massive importance on the fact that it is finally the first black Disney princess. Kinda undermines the entire idea. But at the very least, they do have fun with the premise. The traveling sequences through the swamp are really beautiful, and the wide variety of animal palettes pals are honestly such fun characters. I mean, look, this film features a Cajun firefly who pines for a star in the night sky who he claims is named Evangeline, and then he dies and becomes a star himself. I don't know, man. I think that's super charming. Little inbred firefly getting sent to Valhalla. I think Tiana and Naveen's love story is maybe a little lacking. There are moments where I think it really hits, but to me it doesn't quite feel like they went far enough to sell the full connection, given that they were also trying to both traverse the swamp and figure out how to not be frogs anymore. It's a lot for a frog person to handle, but I do think the ending is undeniably beautiful. Hell yeah to a big, messy, beautiful swamp wedding. Overall, I really love Tiana as a character too. Almost There is such a great I Want song, and I really hope they do her justice in the upcoming Tiana Disney Plus series. Just don't turn her into a goddamn squid or something, Disney. You have had time to figure this out. Hey, at least Tiana and co are about to be the new faces of Splash Mountain at Disneyland, finally ending Song of the South's strangely long and racist tenure. Baby steps, right? Princess and the Frog has some shortcomings, but it's hard not to look back on it somewhat fondly. I just hope it isn't the last traditionally animated Disney princess story we ever get on the big screen. The Secret of Kells is the first of 4 nominations for the incredible Irish animation studio Cartoon Saloon. I'm really excited to talk about these guys because their work is incredibly unique. While they've released 5 feature films, 3 of them are heavily rooted in Irish folklore, affectionately referred to as the Irish Folklore Trilogy, and all 3 of them have received Oscar nominations. The Secret of Kells was the first, and its story is rooted in European history and Celtic mythology. It's basically a fantasy recounting of the origins of the Book of Kells, an actual illuminated manuscript in Latin, containing the 4 Gospels of the New Testament, as well as loads of Celtic mythology. And the influence of the Book of Kells isn't just found in the story, the animation style is an attempt to recreate the art style of the illustrations found within, which makes it visually one of the most unique pieces of animation in this entire video. The pages of the Book of Kells itself are absolutely stunning, a level of intricate detail that's hard to even comprehend, which makes Cartoon Saloon's embracing of this style for its animation that much more impressive. In recreating the illustration of the Book of Kells, the style is intentionally flat. Countless times I felt like I could pause this thing, hang the frame on the wall, and not even realize it was from something animated. The majority of the film is stunning, but the sequences set in the forest and most rooted in Celtic mythology always hit the hardest. The one I can't get out of my head is Brendan stealing this mythical eye from this massive snake deity, which becomes an Ouroboros and consumes itself. I do think that maybe this film's biggest issue is that I was far more interested in the Celtic mythology aspects than I was the actual characters, but luckily there is plenty of that Celtic lore to go around. The story is maybe a little slow at times, and after the big climax, the events really accelerate into a time-lapse montage that makes the ending of the film feel a bit anticlimactic, but the visuals and Celtic influence more than make up for it. Truly a next-level piece of animation that I cannot recommend enough.
Hey, I can see your house from here!
Don't check around so much, kid! Well, that's not gonna work.
I feel like Up is a slightly divisive Pixar entry. I don't really know anyone who outright dislikes it, but I do feel like I know a lot of people who think it's overrated. It was actually my favorite Pixar movie for years, and I still quite like it, but I don't have as much adoration for it as I used to. That being said, Up is an excellent film. Obviously, the entire opening sequence is undeniable. Just such incredible economic storytelling, limiting dialogue to the parts when Carl and Ellie are kids, and really highlighting Giacchino's outstanding score for the montage through their lives together. Man, is that score unbelievable, rightfully won the Oscar. The film is obviously infamous for this opening sequence and making the audience weep in the first 20 minutes of the film, but it's all done in service of the story to come. I've seen a lot of people with a sort of why would they manipulate us like this sentiment, but the rest of the film wouldn't hit nearly as hard if we didn't fully understand the magnitude of Carl's loss. Also, manipulation, you do know that movies are sometimes sad, right? Remember when Brother Bear killed that mom earlier? If we didn't understand Carl's full life arc in the beginning, we wouldn't be able to fully grasp how hard it was for him to let go. Somehow Carl remains endearing throughout despite being the ultimate curmudgeon, and I think it's simply because we experienced all he went through to get to that place. He is so focused on completing his adventure with Ellie that he sort of ignores the new adventure that presents itself, the new connections he's making along the way, the new reason to live. Carl warming up to Russell over the film feels fully earned, realizing that Russell has also lost somebody close to him, his father, but in a very different way. I loved this moment in particular, the one that needed to get through to Carl the most, as Russell reminisces on his favorite memories with his father.
That might sound boring, but I think the boring stuff is the stuff I remember the most.
And obviously this is also the reality of Carl's relationship with Ellie. He felt he had let her down because he promised to take her to Paradise Falls and never did, but in reality, Ellie lived her best, happiest life with Carl. No scene is more satisfying than Carl realizing that Ellie filled up her adventure book with photos of their life together, and Carl realizing that his next adventure was in front of him the entire time. He's already formed this entirely newfound family with Russell, Doug, and Kevin. I particularly love that Carl has to literally throw everything from his life with Ellie out in order for the house to float again so that he can save Russell. Just really great thematic storytelling, letting go of all of that baggage so that he can embrace that new connection, but in this case, quite literally. When this movie hits, it hits. The emotional through lines are undeniable. That being said, there are aspects that I am not as in love with. While I do enjoy Doug, it's so funny watching this years later and realizing how much this influenced millennial humor. I found this stuff super funny when it released, but all these years later, I found myself cringing quite a bit, which I guess isn't the film's fault. But in general, the army of talking dogs is the one aspect of this thing that I just can't really get behind. There are certainly funny moments, but it just feels so ridiculous and out there that it takes me out of the story a little bit, which is saying a lot in a film about a man flying his house to South America with thousands of balloons. But when the dogs start flying fighter planes, sorry, I cannot help but roll my eyes. It feels like a scene from a completely different movie that got scrapped and sold for parts. Well, Dogfighter is dead in the water. Any other movies we can shoehorn these assets into? Speaking of those balloons though, I will never get over how stunning and striking the visual is, especially just seeing the house floating through the gorgeous blue skies above the clouds. Truly one of my favorite pieces of iconography in animation history. This is another that I actually watched in 3D recently, and man, I cannot say enough about how mesmerizing those balloons are with a little added depth. Up is mostly excellent. It tells an emotionally grounded story, despite its characters being in such a ridiculous adventure setting. Yeah, the iconography and the locations are amazing and unforgettable, but there's a reason why what people remember most about this film are the emotional moments. Despite a couple misgivings, I really love this one. And with 20 submissions this year, we got 5 nominees, and there are some major films left out that we gotta talk about. Before we get into those, worth once again mentioning another Zemeckis motion capture snub with Disney's A Christmas Carol, but there are 4 very high quality omissions from the nominees list this year. Those being Lord and Miller's Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, the excellent stop motion film Mary and Max, Hayao Miyazaki's Ponyo, and the very cool stop motion film called A Town Called Panic. Personally, even though I actually like every nominee this year, I would have probably given the nod to Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs and Ponyo over The Secret of Kells and Princess and the Frog, which is truly just a very tough call, especially considering how stunning the animation is for both of those films that I'm dropping. It also kind of hurts my soul to drop a 2D and add a 3D, but Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs is a great film, and that also managed both an Annie and Golden Globe nomination, and I also fully believe that Ponyo is Miyazaki's most underrated film. Nothing I've ever seen captures childlike wonder the way that film does. Also, I named my dog Ponyo, so if you hate this film, I guess you hate dogs too, you piece of shit. However, the winner...
And the winner is... Up.
Okay, up to this point, this was actually the most expected win in this category's history, because Up was the first animated film since Beauty and the Beast to be nominated for Best Picture. Also got a slew of other nominations, including a win for Best Score. It obviously also won the Annie and the Golden Globe, and I think audiences generally agree that it was worthy of these accolades. And I do like Up. However, the Johnny Award would go to Fantastic Mr. Fox. That's right, baby, I'm a foxhead. It's Fox o'clock over here. Call me Jeff Foxworthy, because this fox is worthy. I wish a better comic was named Foxworthy. This is my favorite Wes Anderson film, and I truly just adore his stop motion work. Mr. Fox is another film that just doesn't have any real comparisons in animation history. It has a wholly unique tone, and I really love to celebrate variety in this category, which is why, if you catch me on the right day, I also might have given this year to Coraline. Henry Selick is an animation legend who deserves better. Coraline is a borderline masterpiece, and if Tim Burton gets an animation Oscar before Henry Selick, I will kill myself. The nominees for 2010 are DreamWorks' How to Train Your Dragon, Sylvain Chomet's The Illusionist, and Pixar's Toy Story 3. This is a pretty classic looking list of nominations, a couple representatives from 2 of the big studios, and a nice little auteur indie film that not nearly enough people have heard of. But obviously the headline here for most is the return of the franchise that kicked off the CG animated feature film craze, Toy Story. So let's just get into it. The Illusionist marks the return of the amazing Sylvain Chomet to the nominations, and while I don't quite love this as much as the Triplets of Belleville, The Illusionist is another seriously special film. The return of Chomet's stunning art style is welcome, and this is once again a story primarily told visually with very little dialogue. The Illusionist is about a stage magician who is struggling to keep his career afloat as exciting new acts gain popularity around him, basically the rise of rock and roll laying waste to previously popular stage acts, and this poor magician is at the center of it. If only this guy were around now, he could have become a card-carrying member of the Magic Castle in Hollywood, where margaritas cost $20. As opportunities become more scarce, he must take on increasingly strange gigs, all to make ends meet. Until, on one of these strange remote gigs on a Scottish island, he meets a young girl named Alice who actually believes that he is magic and follows him back to the mainland. This is the core relationship in the film, and I find the dynamic so interesting and charming. Alice is so amazed and impressed by his generosity and his magic, and because she truly believes it's real, it's the only real validation the Illusionist is receiving. He buys Alice gifts and then presents them to her via his sleight of hand, sort of unwittingly becoming this whimsical sugar daddy. But not in a creepy way. It's really also that he can hold on to this last glimmer of appreciation for his dying art form. And to keep this up, he even takes jobs outside of his magic shows so that he can earn a living and continue to impress Alice. The genius of the title being that this man isn't just an illusionist for a living, but is maintaining this real-life illusion for both Alice and his own self-esteem. There is such an innocence to their relationship. This girl gets to start to experience the world for the first time and believe that the world really is magical, while this man gets to feel respected and loved for maybe the last time in his career. It's a bittersweet film, packed to the brim with charm, beautiful, and tragic. Please come back to us, Sylvain Chomet.
I'll chop up the legs of every dragon I fight. With my face.
I love How to Train Your Dragon. This series, alongside Kung Fu Panda, is peak DreamWorks for me, and they really came out the gates swinging with not just a powerful story, but a visually stunning classic, in part thanks to the fact that Roger Deakins was a visual consultant for their cinematography. This is also the second film nominated for directing duo Chris Sanders and Dean DuBois, and between this and Lilo and Stitch, they were absolutely batting 1,000. I think what makes How to Train Your Dragon hit so hard for me are 2 aspects of the narrative: Hiccup's story of longing to belong and his failure to meet expectations, and of course the connection and bond formed between Hiccup and Toothless. While in a pretty unique setting, Hiccup's struggles to meet his father's expectations are a relatively standard coming-of-age issue in cinema. Despite being the son of iconic Viking chieftain Stoic the Vast, Hiccup doesn't possess any of the natural gifts that make for your typical Viking. You know, broad shoulders, endless propensity for violence, hankering to devour goat carcasses, the list goes on. Jay Baruchel really is perfect for this role, who not only gives a great performance, but his fully embraced Canadian accent is so different from the Scottish accents of the older members of the village. It really highlights how much of an outsider he is. Plus, I just love the way he says dragons. Oh, Dad, I don't want to be a Viking. I just want to train dragons. I really enjoyed the way Hiccup tried to cater his specific skill sets to the Viking way of life, using his gadgets and weaponry to try and kill a dragon, the ultimate Viking victory. But ultimately, Hiccup marching to the beat of a different drum is exactly what makes him special, so special that he upends the entirety of Viking culture. There are very few sequences I love more than the stretch of How to Train Your Dragon where Hiccup befriends Toothless. I cannot describe the kind of serotonin this gives me. I think this is in part because I'm a huge animal lover and Toothless so perfectly embodies the best traits of both dogs and cats, but the way they slowly warm up to each other and that first contact, it's beautiful. Hiccup and Toothless learning to trust each other as they fly together is also just gorgeous and made all the better by the absolutely outstanding score by John Powell. This score was rightfully nominated for an Oscar, and I think in many other years it could have won. But for me, the best sequence in the movie is this kidnapping turned date with Astrid. The first person he manages to convince that what he's doing is important. Visually, it is just outstanding, but I love how you can feel Astrid being won over by the majesty of her experience. And what works best thematically is the way Hiccup's perspective actually actually ends up making him stand out and excel. The way actually learning the ins and outs of what these dragons like and dislike make him better at handling dragons than even the traditional Vikings, or Tradvikes as they're called, a very weird TikTok rabbit hole to fall down. But there are just so many well-seated little plot points like this. Even Hiccup's eventual near sacrifice, taking down the big alpha dragon, was inspired by a smaller observation he made about other dragons, and Hiccup proves himself the most courageous Viking on two fronts, not just by risking his life to save his people, but by standing up to his people, to fight for what he knew was right, even when everyone told him he was wrong. This is a great movie, and I get to talk about the entire trilogy for this video, but I do dread the live-action remake that's coming. Come on, y'all can just figure out how to make a fourth movie if you want more. Actually, no, don't do that either.
So long, partner.
Man, Toy Story is without a doubt one of the most consistently great franchises in history. It feels weird that Toy Story 3 was the first of the franchise to be nominated for this award, since it originated in 2001, but let's be honest, this easily would have been their third nomination if Best Animated Feature came around 6 years earlier, and we'd probably be sick of it by now, like how some people are tired of all those Meryl Streep nominations. Not me though, I love Meryl, and Toy Story. For a while, Toy Story 3 felt like a film that would never get made. In fact, when Pixar and Disney were in the throes of potentially parting ways, Disney was set to maintain the rights and intended on making their own Toy Story 3 without Pixar. In one early version of the script, the toys would find themselves in a whodunit style mystery at Andy's grandma's house, which is not unlike the eventual story for the Toy Story of Terror special, which is actually quite good. The next version of the script, which was always the rumor I heard when I was younger, was that Buzz would be recalled to a factory in Taiwan and the other toys would travel to rescue him, which is maybe a little bit of a Toy Story 2 rehash if we're being honest. But in 2006, Disney bought Pixar and developed an original idea that would become the Toy Story 3 we know, and it's hard to imagine them doing a better job with the third installment. It hit me particularly hard having grown up on the first two films and having been right around Andy's age for the third. It felt like I grew up alongside him. But the magic of these films is how damn effectively they build and expand on the previous film's themes. I think what I adore most about this franchise is though they're kids' movies about toys, they're incredibly existential. Every film is about coping with the changes or impending changes in our lives. They're about the ebbs and flows of our most important connections in every single stage of those relationships, about embracing the love in those connections even if it isn't going to last forever, and to accept when it's time to move forward. Each film has Woody moving into a new era of his life, and Toy Story 3 is one of the biggest changes, as Andy prepares for college and toys prepare for the unknown. While Woody has grappled with the eventual loss of Andy, this is obviously the first time he's dealt with the prospect so closely. The entire film, he's convinced that they all need to get back home to basically live out their lives in the attic. Their lives, of course, being eternal, an eternity in the attic. He's accepted that there will be change, but he's so committed to Andy that he's okay with everyone living this unhappy life as long as it's adjacent to the life he used to know, a shell of his former life. Which circle of hell is that? Woody has to learn that though his time with Andy was important, he and his friends are going to live a fuller, more rewarding life if they accept that that time is over now, that many of them will get an entirely new lease on life via Bonnie. And they tell this story so effectively. Bonnie discovering and playing with Woody is such an amazing sequence. One of the greatest things about these movies is that even when the toys' expressions are neutral, we project their feelings onto them depending on the circumstances. Just like we did when we played with toys as kids. You can tell that Woody is so happy being played with for the first time in years, even though his expression is completely wooden. One of the smaller aspects I love about this film is the way they show the different ways kids can play. We see early on that Andy mostly tells stories with his toys, but when we see Bonnie playing with her toys, she incorporates herself into those stories. She plays a character interacting with the other toys. It's very cute. This film is also so clever and even manages to be super emotional through those clever choices. Starting the film with a cinematic action sequence of all the toys during playtime, referencing the playtimes we've seen in the previous films. I love the montage of Andy playing with his toys over the years set to You've Got a Friend in Me, but of course ending the song early and much more emotionally.
A friendship will never die.
Kind of haunting, to be honest. It's also so funny. I have no idea how they came up with Tortilla Frankenstein Mr. Potato Head, but that is inspired. And Ken has got to be one of the best additions to the franchise. His fashion show is one of the funniest things to come out of any of these movies. If I were to criticize the film at all, I'd say that Lotso being a twist villain with misgivings about how he was treated as a toy is maybe a tad too much of a rehash from the villain Stinky Pete in Toy Story 2. And while it's absolutely so fun and a joy to watch, the whole Toy Story jailbreak story at the daycare maybe feels a bit removed from the more important aspects of this story. But these are honestly minor complaints because these things all still worked really well and were really fun to watch. We all know that the Toy Story movies can feel a tad emotionally manipulative. At this point in the franchise, the Disney shareholders expect an increase in viewer tiers each fiscal quarter, so it's to be expected. But those emotional moments always hit. The trash incinerator scene is maybe a bit dark, but the look on those toys' faces as they all hold hands and accept that even if this is the end, they're going to get there together, really touching. But nothing is more powerful than the final scene, when Andy gives his toys to Bonnie. The way he pulls back Woody before realizing it's time to let him go, the way he plays with them all one last time before he leaves, and I think most impactfully, the way Bonnie makes Woody wave at Andy to say goodbye. Just a spectacularly perfect ending to the film. Toy Story 3 actually isn't my favorite of the franchise, but it is a superb film in a superb franchise. There's a reason this was also nominated for Best Picture. This is another year where a disqualification dropped the nominees from 5 to 3, with Yogi Bear being removed from consideration, possibly because it exceeded the acceptable percentage of the film that contained TJ Miller. And that left out some surprising snubs. Even though we got the rare Disney Studios snub, it's crazy to think that Tangled, the film that sort of reignited the Disney princess craze in 3D, didn't get a nomination. A good movie, too. Other notable omissions this year are the first Despicable Me, Zack Snyder's The Legend of the Guardians, DreamWorks' Megamind, and Shrek Forever After. Not that I particularly think any of these deserved a spot, but they are certainly noteworthy. The Annie Awards and Golden Globes both also nominated Despicable Me and Tangled alongside the Oscar trio. But as for the winner,
Toy Story 3, The Unkrich.
Once again, a completely unsurprising Pixar win, Toy Story 3 being the third ever animated film to also receive a Best Picture nomination. 2 Best Picture noms in a row for Pixar is pretty wild. TS3 also got Best Adapted Screenplay and Best Sound Editing nominations, and Randy Newman won for his original song We Belong Together. Interesting fact, this was the first ever sequel to win this award. This was also the first win for Pixar's Lee Unkrich, a win that may have stung disgraced director John Lasseter just a bit as he directed the first 2 Toy Stories, which released before this award even existed. And this might be a surprise, but while the Globes also awarded Toy Story 3, the Annie Awards gave it to How to Train Your Dragon, which I do think is a great movie and a franchise that has had to face off against some juggernaut animated films in these award shows, so I like seeing it get some flowers from the Annies. However, the Johnny Award goes to Toy Story 3. I just love this franchise a lot, and I think this film is kinda undeniable, even though I also seriously love How to Train Your Dragon, one of my favorites from DreamWorks. And The Illusionist is a wildly unique film that I also love a lot. This is just a great year of nominations, to be honest, but growing up alongside Andy and the Toy Story franchise made Toy Story 3 hit on an emotional level few films can compete with. 2011's nominees were A Cat in Paris, Chico and Rita, DreamWorks' Kung Fu Panda 2, DreamWorks' Puss in Boots, and Nickelodeon and Gore Verbinski's Rango. This is a wild year, the incredibly rare no Disney nomination lineup, 2 DreamWorks sequels and/or spin-offs, and 2 different 2D foreign films, also Rango. Honestly, despite the DreamWorks sequelitis, this is a really cool lineup. It's rare that they go to bat for more than 1 foreign film in a single year, and even rarer that there's no Pixar to go up against. This is the first time a Pixar submission failed to be nominated since the category began. So, let's go. Yes! Ah, Cat in Paris, or Un Vie de Chat. I do not speak French, so comment below how much I butchered that. The French title translates to A Cat's Life, but us dumb Americans wouldn't know where this cat lived if they didn't change the title. A Cat in Paris is a super interesting film, and I have super mixed feelings about it. When it started, I was purely convinced that it would be one of my favorites in this entire project. A quirky film noir about a cat living a double life in one of the most unique animation styles I've ever seen. Unfortunately, I didn't quite land that positively, but that isn't to say there isn't a lot to love. The obvious standout quality of this film is that unbelievable art style. It truly looks like a children's book come to life. I've never seen another animated film like it. It was hand-drawn on paper, and that effort really shows. As soon as the film begins, the film noir influence is obvious. The score sounds like something out of Chinatown, as a cat burglar sneaks into a lazily guarded high-rise in Paris. Forget it, Jake. It's China Meow. Okay, all right, wait, we'll workshop that one. Wait, no, I got it. Forget it, cat. It's Paris. The opening sequence is so charming. The way the cat burglar walks perfectly behind the security guard, avoiding detection, slipping away into the dark. The main idea behind this film is really cool. A cat leading this double life, by day spending time with a girl named Zoe, who became mute after her father was killed, and by night with the cat burglar from the opening sequence. Zoe's mother is a police officer trying to track down the gangster who killed her husband, so the film really embraces the dark alleyway inspiration of a film noir, but also dives into police thriller territory, which can be particularly magical in this art style. Unfortunately, while I loved some of the tracks of the score like this one, many of the others later in the film felt very ill-fitting, like something out of the Dark Knight trilogy, just overtly intense action tracks that were a little distracting. There's one scene that absolutely killed me between Costa, the head gangster, and some of his underlings. Someone offers him a quiche and he absolutely goes off on him for the very idea.
J'ai la tronche d'un type qui s'envoie de la quiche, hein? C'est ça que tu veux me dire, hein?
This energy is so fun, just a Parisian gangster going full Mafia Don over a quiche. I was dying, much like this Mafia Don's victims. The film culminates in this extended sequence where Zoe stumbles upon the very gangster that killed her father, leading to her kidnapping and rescue by the cat burglar. And while there are a ton of fun moments throughout, I do feel like this is where the narrative really starts to stumble. The film itself is only 65 minutes long, which I actually welcome. I would love for more films to be willing to wrap up before the 90-minute mark, but somehow, with the pacing of this final sequence, the film actually starts to feel long. And I think that's because it feels like the characters are just sort of moving back and forth between familiar places narratively over and over during this extended chase sequence. The cat burglar saves Zoe from the gangsters, only for him to be arrested, which leads to Zoe being kidnapped by the gangsters again, only for the cat burglar to sneak in and once again rescue her. And then, for good measure, before the end of the movie, Costa gets to Zoe one last time. It's just so much back and forth, and so many of the moments feel like natural endings. That isn't to say there aren't good moments, it was just sort of exhausting at a certain point. But it's actually crazy that this is how the film ends. Obviously, that needle drop isn't real. The gorillas should definitely sample Costa's quiche rant at the very least. While I was a bit tired by the end of this film, I do think it has a darkly sweet ending. As Costa falls to his death and the moment he's gone, Zoe starts blabbing about how exciting everything was, finally finding her voice now that her father's killer is at bay. A Cat in Paris isn't perfect, but it's certainly worth watching. And I know that I will for sure throw it on again one day just for the visuals alone. Honestly, this feels like the kind of movie I might throw on at a party without audio, letting music play over it, since more than anything, it's spectacular animation is just fully engaging. It's a neat little movie.
What can I say? I was a bad kitty.
I really love Puss in Boots as a character. Taking this old school storybook legend and combining him with Zorro by actually casting Zorro to play him, the kind of gamble you don't expect to pay out, but man does it pay out. Puss is just funny, driven perfectly by Banderas' excellent performance. I truly think he's the funniest character in the entire Shrek franchise, not because he has better jokes, but because of his characterization and mannerisms. So it might not surprise you to learn that, pause to break for internet backlash, I mostly like this film better than the Shreks. Look, Puss is this suave, impressive, acrobatic action hero who can do just about anything and look cool doing it, which is why the funniest thing in the world is when he just seamlessly transitions into doing normal ass cat things. It is funny every time. The way he drinks milk, chases lights like a laser pointer, brings his mom a dead bird, gold. And casting Selma Hayek as Puss in Boots' counterpart Kitty Softpaws, I mean, how could you do better? I also am just more into the genre of this film, which leans more action adventure heavy than the Shreks. There are some really great looking chase sequences, some pretty dynamic fight sequences. I mean, there's even a compelling dance sequence. Actually, 2. Wait, no, 3. This film has a lot more style than you'd expect from the franchise, although a severe lack of Smash Mouth needle drops. That being said, the way it's still tied so closely to the Shrek franchise's fairy tale roots does hamper it a bit. At times it feels like the fairy tale aspects of the story sort of interfere with the tone of what really works best about Puss in Boots, and it also sort of muddies the world building a bit. Shrek has so many fairy tale aspects to all of its world building, but Puss in Boots' world feels more or less like a more realistic world with these ill-fitting fairy tale characters interfering. I mean, Humpty Dumpty? We come out the gate with Once Upon a Time in Mexico vibes, and then Zach Galifianakis shows up as an evil egg? A great fall indeed. Humpty Dumpty is just such a flimsy nursery rhyme character as is. Like, he's not even explicitly described as an egg in the original text, so they just sort of pasted completely unrelated characterizations over him to fit the story. He's obsessed with magic beans, he wants to find the golden goose and golden eggs, he like invents gadgets and gizmos and Rube Goldberg machines and flying wagons. It all just feels so out of nowhere. It makes me wonder why it's Humpty Dumpty at all, outside of them feeling the need to include fairy tale and nursery rhyme characters. I also don't really buy into Puss and Humpty's history or friendship, though Kitten Puss is absolutely adorable, but I do think the sort of flashback origin sequence is one of the weaker parts of the film. This is why the big twist is not very effective. Let's set aside for the moment that the "actually everything was my plan all along, you fool" trope is a great way to admit to the audience that you wrote yourself into a corner and had to retcon your own script to get to the end. It just feels extra unjustifiable here. Winking and nudging the audience about how your script doesn't make sense doesn't make it okay. I did laugh at the flashback of Humpty wearing a cat costume though. The relationship that does work is the sort of rivalry turned attraction between Puss and Kitty Softpaws, which I expect is because these are the two characters who feel like they really fit into this kind of action-y story. Okay, can we also talk about the Puss in Boots Jack situation? Two of the villains of this film are Jack and Jill from the old nursery rhyme. Ever heard of it, etc. This thing also features the Jack and the Beanstalk fairy tale, including Jack himself. And then, sorry to jump ahead and spoil, but Puss in Boots The Last Wish features Jack Horner. These movies love Jacks. They're jacking off over here. I really hope that there's another Jack left for them to use in the next film. Can Pixar loan them Jack? How about that monkey from What Did Jack Do? Is he available? But even though I've got issues with the story here, there are some really great looking sequences. Everything at the top of the beanstalk is really great, and the final action sequence where they fight the giant kaiju golden goose, pretty cool. Overall, I think Puss in Boots has some great instincts when it leans into the pulpy action adventure Zorro inspiration, but feels a bit flimsier when it leans too far into the fairy tale stuff, which is actually something they do manage to shore up in the sequel, which we will obviously get to talk about later. But I think Puss in Boots really started to lay the groundwork for how Puss can stand apart from Shrek.
Where are your friends now, amigo?
Man, what a strange little piece of animation history Rango is. The rare original Nickelodeon animated film. Nick has produced plenty of original films, but nearly all of them are live action, while most of their animated entries were based on their existing series or franchises. And somewhat bizarrely, directed by Gore Verbinski, best known for The Ring, the Pirates of the Caribbean trilogy, and The Lone Ranger. We don't really talk about that one anymore, do we? Without question, the standout quality of Rango is its stylish animation. I don't think there is a single other animated film that quite looks like this one does. Rango himself almost looks stop motion. The level of detail is astonishing, especially for 2011. The entire cast of animal characters have these bizarrely unique proportions, but because their fur and skin and scales are so hyper-realistic looking, it almost gives them this unsettling, borderline uncanny valley look. It's pretty astonishing, all things considered, but some are just so weird on the eyes. Like, I'm not even really sure what this guy is. He has a beak, so he's some kind of bird, but he also has this mustache, which makes his facial shape so confusing. And man, I am just really torn on this old naked mole rat guy. I mean, look at how unbelievably realistic this skin and beard is. It's amazing and disgusting all at the same time. But it isn't just the animation that's stylish. Like How to Train Your Dragon the year prior, the film's cinematography was overseen by the legend Roger Deakins, and man, does it pay off here. An incredibly creatively shot film, if that term even applies. You know what I mean. This thing is just, in general, a treat to look at. Later in the film, Ringo meets the Spirit of the West in a vision, and my god, dude, the details in this guy's face. How do they do that? What? But the world of this movie is very strange. Rango is initially a pet who is happenstantially abandoned in the desert and finds his way into this old west town. So the film takes place in our real world, and these animals have their own smaller society. The town itself is even built with human trash, like this Pepto-Bismol bottle outhouse. But the small society also has tiny versions of real things with no real explanation. Tiny clothes, tiny tools, tiny guns. The mayor even has a tiny electric wheelchair, and his office is upstairs. No idea how that works. Is this world ADA compliant, or is this wheelchair some kind of ruse? You kind of just have to go with it. And honestly, it pays off. There are just so many profoundly creative sequences, like the rattlesnake that has a Gatling gun for a tail and pours shots of his own venom. That is hard, dude. Unreal villain. The story itself is a bit messy, but it's fun enough. Rango sort of haphazardly falls into the role of sheriff in this town, looking like a hero to the townsfolk despite actually being a fraud. I like the idea that a chameleon, known for their camouflage and blending abilities, is forced to blend into a whole different kind of society. A cool starting point for your animated chameleon movie. And while he stumbles and fumbles his way through leadership the entire film, he still brings the people hope. False hope maybe, but hope nonetheless. My favorite moment is this prayer to the Spirit of the West, where the folks thank him for Rango.
We needed a brave man, and you sent us one. Nice to have someone to believe in again.
Rango is a really unique film. I don't think it's perfect, but with some really inspired character design and wildly impressive style, it mashes up a classic tiny animal cartoon narrative with an inspired tale of the Old West of all things. It takes some big, weird swings, and they don't all connect, but damn do I respect them for taking those swings.
Whoa, wait. You know this guy?
No.
Chico and Rita is such a cool nomination. It's the story of two musicians, the titular Chico and Rita, and it spans 50 years starting in 1948. It took me a minute to really tap into what this film was doing, but I think it's super special. To me, this is effectively the story of two people who are almost supernaturally drawn to each other, like two oppositely charged magnets. No matter what sits between them, they are simply meant to connect. The film is filled with all of these outside forces, circumstances, and mistakes desperately trying to keep them apart. But no matter what comes between them, they always manage to find their way back to each other. There's a lot to say about Chico and Rita, but I actually wanted to give the floor to my good friend Offbeat Kiki to talk about this one. They've got a great channel where they analyze animation among other things, plus they're a musician, so they're the perfect person to talk Chico and Rita. Take it away, Keeks.
Hi, I'm Offbeat Kiki, and I love Chico and Rita. It's actually the first movie I ever made a video on. When I watched it for the first time 12 years ago, my experience with adult animation had been primarily funny shows like Ugly Americans and Archer, so seeing such a beautifully animated, mature adult romance was a surprise and delight, something that I could only hope to understand someday. All these years later, having experienced what it's like to be in the real world, the thing I love the most about Chico and Rita is how real and tangible their love is. Its depiction of euphoria, loss, hurt, and longing is the most true to life I've ever seen in an animated film, making it easy to get lost in their world. And it's one I want to get lost in, with its gorgeous, colorful backdrops across continents and constant soundtrack of incredible Afro-Cuban and Latin jazz. Many real godfathers of jazz and its subgenres are characters in the film, including Thelonious Monk, Dizzy Gillespie, and Chucho Valdez. The soundtrack was done by famous Cuban composer and Chucho's father, Bebo Valdez. Reverence for jazz and the people of color who built the genre drips from every second of this movie. It's infectious and seductive. I also adore how this film moves. Its mix of rotoscoping, done by tracing a keyframe per second with animation to fill in the gaps, creates a very lifelike sense of movement. Contrasted with its flat color character designs and intricate backgrounds that highlight the ever-shifting scenery and its role in the story just as much as the characters, I've never seen anything else like it. This is definitely on my list of movies everyone should see once in their lifetime. And it makes a great gateway into international animated cinema if you've only seen American and Japanese stuff. Its immersiveness and artistry cannot be overstated. Please give it 94 minutes of your time. I'm Offbeat Kiki. Thank you for having me, Johnny.
Oh, hello. I couldn't help it. Oh.
Yeah, okay. Anyway.
A KFP2, many people's favorite in the franchise, and with good reason. This is an excellent sequel, and though I think I like it about just as much as the first film, I would never argue with anyone who prefers it. It's a great movie. I do feel kinda similarly about this one as I do the first one, where I feel like it takes me like one act to really find myself invested. But as with the first, once I'm in, I am invested. One of the things I love about this film is that even though Po is the Dragon Warrior, he's not portrayed as the strongest character. He definitely holds his own, and I love seeing him fight alongside the Furious Five, but it's clear that their experience goes much further than Po's natural ability. Tigress is still the de facto leader, despite Po's position. Tai Lung was obviously a great villain in the first, but I love that they went an entirely different direction with this film's villain. And though Lord Shen isn't the most powerful kung fu master, the way they animated his fighting is incredible. Some of the most visually striking fights in the franchise. I also love that as soon as he's bested by a superior kung fu, he's just like, good thing I have my secret weapon, a really big gun. It's also cool that this film takes place on the road. We get to see so much more of this version of China, where the first mostly took place in one location, and opting to explore Po's history was a great call for the sequel, especially given that the first didn't even verbally address the fact that Po is obviously adopted. Something the audience assumes, but as it's not really important to the story, not something that needs to be directly addressed. Until this story.
Adopted. I knew it.
I love the way both of these first two films tie Poe's most important kung fu lesson in with his personal character lesson. In first, they do the entire there is no secret ingredient idea, and in this one, tying Poe's childhood trauma to his attempt to gain inner peace. The sequence where he finally allows himself to remember his traumatic past and fully understand it, all while he perfectly bends the water drop as Master Shifu did. It's just masterfully paced and animated, a beautiful sequence. And of course it ties into the ending in such a fun way, as he ultimately bends and deflects the massive cannonballs that Lord Shen launches at him. It turns out there really is only one thing that can stop a bad guy with a gun, and that's a good guy who sorts out his trauma so hard he can catch bullets. But the best moment of the film is Poe's return to his father, having learned about his history, confronted his trauma, and realized who he is.
I know who I am.
You do?
I'm your son.
I'm tearing up just thinking about it. Such a perfect ending to an incredibly strong sequel. Kung Fu Panda 2 is one of DreamWorks' best. From here on out, every single year got enough submissions for 5 nominations, and honestly, there will never be a year with only 3 nominees ever again. There are just too many submissions each year. But this year has one fascinating snub, that being Steven Spielberg's The Adventures of Tintin. This was a film created using motion capture technology, which, as we've mentioned before, seems to be a sticking point for the Academy. Even though they nominated Monster House and awarded Happy Feet in the past, they seem to show concern over whether these kinds of films might take over this category, especially with this being just 2 years after James Cameron's Avatar. But the Tintin snub is especially wild because it won the Golden Globe this year. A film that didn't even get nominated for the Oscar won the Golden Globe, and at the very least it was also nominated for the Annie, though they expanded to 10 nominations this year and included some rough entries like Cars 2. Other notable omissions are Aardman's Arthur Christmas, Happy Feet 2, Blue Sky's Rio, and Disney's Winnie the Pooh, their final 2D animated film. Wow, what a bummer to say. As for the winner,
and the Oscar goes to Rango!
With such a unique array of nominees this year, and absolutely no Disney or Pixar rep for only the second time in the category's history, Academy awarded Gore Verbinski's Rango. And while I do think Rango is a cool movie, this is another that feels like they're awarding on the name recognition again. They basically never give it to foreign films, so A Cat in Paris and Chico and Rita didn't have a great shot. They're mostly averse to awarding sequels and spin-offs like KFP2 and Puss in Boots, so it feels like the original film from a US studio and a big-name director was kind of the default. Honestly, I don't hate this winner overall. Rango is a really unique movie with a lot to like about it, and Verbinski is a super interesting filmmaker who has made some great stuff. While Rango wasn't my favorite of the year, it's not a victory that particularly upsets me. It's an original film from a studio that has never won before. The Annie Awards also gave it to Rango this year. But for the 2011 Johnny Awards, the winner is probably Chico and Rita. I also really loved Kung Fu Panda 2 on a comparable level, but Chico and Rita is another of the most unique films on this list, and this feels like such a great year to give a foreign film some flowers, not to mention the fact that the film is very adult-oriented. Though it doesn't have an MPAA rating, it is an adult story. It even has nudity, another missed opportunity to highlight the variety of stories that animation can tell. 2012's nominees were Pixar's Brave, Tim Burton's Frankenweenie, Laika's ParaNorman, Aardman's Pirates in an Adventure with Scientists, and Disney's Wreck-It Ralph. Honestly, even though I have thoughts about this year's nominees, 3 separate stop-motion animated films getting a nod is very cool. Literally a Disney Pixar, and 3 pretty legendary names / studios in the stop-motion space. So let's get into them.
I don't want to get married. I want to stay single and let my hair flow in the wind as I ride through the glen.
Similar to Ratatouille, Brave was another Pixar film with a bit of a troubled production history. Originally helmed by Brenda Chapman, director of The Prince of Egypt, Brave aimed to be Pixar's first real fairy tale. However, mid-production, disgraced animator John Lasseter opted to replace Brenda Chapman with Mark Andrews, though it seems like this mid-production replacement was not as effective as Ratatouille. That being said, while I certainly think it has issues, I don't dislike Brave as much as a lot of other folks. With that being said, can we talk about how this is another Disney film where a character turns into a bear? 2 nickels, weird it happened twice, etc. But I do think this is fundamentally a pretty strong story, even if it meanders and has missteps along the way. The focus on the strained relationship between Merida and her mother mostly works. The deep-seated conflict between Merida's ambition and their culture's expectations. Not new territory by any means, but I appreciate their focus on that failure to communicate. The failure to get through to each other on any level when they both hold their beliefs so dearly. Eleanor's transformation into a bear forces the pair to truly learn learn how to communicate more fundamentally without being able to actually speak to each other. They have to actually learn to understand each other. And while I don't think it quite fully fleshes this idea out as much as I'd like, there are some really great moments along the way. Plus, this time, nobody had to kill anybody's bear mom. They were close though. The sequence where they're fishing together in the river is probably my favorite, and the little game of charades they have to play is sweet. And while I wish we maybe got a bit more between the pair in this chunk of the film, the ending still is effective. With Merida risking her life and saving her mother from her father and the rest of the tribes, and with Eleanor returning the favor and risking her life to save Merida from Mor'du. Cannot lie, I got emotional during Merida's desperate pleas for her mother to return to her before the second sunrise that would leave her a bear forever. The biggest moments of the film, they mostly hit for me, but it's still pretty frustrating given that these moments could have had an even bigger impact had I connected to the rest of the film a bit more, had that arc had a bit more substance. I felt like it was maybe 1 or 2 additional story beats from really feeling complete. I'm also not a huge fan of any of the supporting cast. None of the other tribes folks were particularly funny. I really found myself checked out during the sequences that focused on them. I also felt the world itself was a bit underwhelming. The magic, the lore, the history, like I said, underwhelming. And I know that Mark Andrews reeled a lot of the magical aspects that Brenda Chapman had focused on in. I can understand not wanting to distract from the core of the story, but if it makes your world ultimately feel generic, I question the decision. Brave is another one of those films that feels a bit like wasted potential. There is a lot that works, but it's so clear that it could have been a stronger film. Combine that with the production woes, and it's a frustrating film despite its strengths. But you know, it's probably the only Disney film where a baby bear dives into a woman's cleavage, unless they finally greenlit my feature script Bare Necessities.
We can make a death ray.
It says no death rays. See?
Oh man.
Frankenweenie, the second and final nomination in this category for Mr. Tim Burton, at least for now, I guess. And it's actually adapted from his own live-action short film from the 80s. I struggle with Frankenweenie a bit, to be honest. It's a film that I love a lot about on paper, but in execution find pretty lackluster. The general idea is strong enough. Take Mary Shelley's Frankenstein and combine it with the story of a boy who tragically loses his dog. You've got a ton of parallel characters. Obviously, the main character is literally named Victor Frankenstein. Edgar is just Igor, down to the design and delivery. Heck, the neighbor's dog is even designed after the bride. I don't know why they specifically one-to-one named some characters and then just alluded to others, but I don't know, I guess that's where we're at. As you'd expect, the stop motion looks pretty good in general, though the characters are not nearly as expressive as I'd like them to be. I do actually really dig the choice to go black and white. It mostly looks good, but I think where the movie falters is trying to expand its concept a bit too far. The core story of Victor losing Sparky and then doing a science experiment to raise him from the dead works. They do a great job establishing that Sparky is Victor's only real friend, and the manner of Sparky's death is devastating. Victor's dad forces him to play baseball, and then when he actually hits a home run, Sparky chases it down and gets pummeled by a Cadillac. That'll teach him to play sports. But after Victor's experiment works on Sparky, they expand the concept, so when they recreate the experiment, it has different effects. Through this science competition subplot, all of the kids start using Victor's experiment on different animals, bringing them back from the dead, but also transforming them into all kinds of different monsters. There's an invisible goldfish, a cat turned bat cat, a hamster mummy, even sea monkeys turned into these creature from the Black Lagoon-ass gremlins. And of course, Shelly the turtle gets real big. It's a full ensemble of the Universal monsters in pet form, plus a bonus kaiju for good measure. Once again, these are all things on paper that feels like something I should really enjoy. Especially Shelly. I mean, a black and white stop motion kaiju climax, that is extremely up my alley. Unfortunately, it just feels like these are sort of meandering distractions from the emotional core of the film, if you even remember them by this point. And obviously, on a visual level, I really dig the kaiju action. It looks great, but the primary story sort of takes a back seat while a lot of this stuff plays out, only for it to pick back up again in the last 15 minutes. They have to sort of haphazardly tie Sparky's ability into returning the monster animals to their former state before getting back to the Frankenstein inspiration. All that being said, despite my frustrations, I think the emotional moments do hit pretty well. Sparky saving Victor is really sweet, and seeing the entire community help Victor try to resurrect Sparky one last time, it's nice. Sort of a reverse Frankenstein in the end, really.
It's okay, boy. You don't have to come back. You'll always be in my heart.
Part of me thought the stronger ending would have been to let Sparky stay dead, but I can't pretend I wasn't happy to see him wake up again. It was nice. Though, I gotta say, turning this poor girl's cat into the, main villain at the end, and then killing it by impaling it in the burning windmill, and then not dealing with how that affects that girl at all, kinda tone deaf given the entire premise of Frankenweenie. Classic anti-cat propaganda. Overall, this thing has a ton of cool ideas that don't quite come together. I like looking at it, but it's another one that I file under wasted untapped potential.
Don't blow this for me, Mitch. This one's not weird. He talks to dead people.
ParaNorman is another great-looking movie. Truly some incredible stop-motion animation, as is to be expected from Laika. I mean, this was the third feature film they animated, and third nomination, even though they were basically contracted to do Corpse Bride. ParaNorman is, sadly, another one that I feel a bit conflicted about. The animation is absolutely top tier. I love the way this film looks. I also love the premise, the whole I see dead people thing. It's like The Sixth Sense if Haley Joel Osment was homies with all the ghosts. It's a film that, again, on paper, seems like it should be right up my alley. I like everything about it in theory, but there's just something about the film's energy that I don't quite click with. I know that's not particularly quantifiable and it's a personal preference thing, but this is a film I feel like I should love and I just don't. I quite like the introduction to the concept, opening with Norman and his grandmother watching TV together, only to reveal shortly after that his grandma has passed, and his walk to school chatting with every ghost he meets while ignoring the living sells the premise really effectively. I think what I like most about this film was the parallels between the modern townsfolk and the ones from the days of the witch. Through flashbacks, we see that these former townsfolk killed this poor young girl because they were frightened by her abilities to talk to the dead, which is bullshit. We all know the only way to tell if someone is a witch is to see if they weigh more than a duck. But in a twist of fate, after their death, those same townsfolk have to talk to Norman in order to lift the curse. But of course, Norman is treated the same way as the witch by the modern mob.
He's in league with them! What's with him?
This is probably the highlight of the film for me narratively, though visually, this thing is a treat through and through. The sky filling with smoky clouds revealing the witch's face is one of my favorite visuals in a Laika film, and the climax as Norman confronts the witch is so creatively choreographed. Even though I struggle a bit to connect to the narrative, it's hard not to love the last 20 to 25 minutes of this thing. ParaNorman is a good movie, but it's one of those films that frustrates me personally because it feels like something I should love, but is unfortunately just something I like. Yeah, it's a lot like what I just said about Frankenweenie, but this is definitely better than Frankenweenie. I never regret watching ParaNorman.
A future pirate of the year needs his beauty sleep. Do you think you could make nautical noises until we drop off?
The Pirates, Band of Misfits, or The Pirates in an Adventure with Scientists, depending on where you watched it. This is the second Aardman production nominated for this award, directed by the legend Peter Lord, one of Aardman's co-founders and director of Chicken Run. This is another I missed, as is true for most Aardman productions, and man, do I regret it, because this is such a funny movie. Obviously, with Aardman, the animation is always top tier, bafflingly impressive in some places, but the world that they build here is just so much fun. I cannot even begin to pretend that I expected this film to involve something called the Pirate of the Year Awards, or that Charles Darwin, played by David Tennant, would play a very prominent role. I mean, I was pretty instantly won over in the opening sequence.
The best bit about being a pirate is ham night!
I am so sick of this trope in pirate media. Why is there always a ham night? Even just the simple idea that the pirate captain is so desperate for validation that he forces his way into another competition, the Scientist of the Year contest. Very funny stuff.
You? Yeah, I always fancied trying my hand at a spot of science.
Hey, kind of weird that two stop-motion films nominated this year had a science competition subplot, huh? I love that the Queen is the main antagonist of this film, and she's portrayed as downright evil on a comically villainous level. How can you not love the pirate captain sword fighting the Queen of England over a dodo bird that she fully intends on cooking and eating? But through all of the goofy humor and world building, there's a pretty touching story and character journey about taking those closest to you for granted in pursuit of recognition and validation.
You decided to single-handedly take on Queen Victoria's flagship in order to rescue Polly.
Yes, I'm afraid I did.
And it ends with an absolutely insane sequence where a massive ocean liner sinks amidst a violent explosion of vinegar and baking soda, like the Titanic at a school science fair. Truly, describing nearly anything in this movie sounds completely insane, and I really wish there were sequels. The characters are really fun and charming, the world is cartoony in the best way, and it honestly feels like another slam dunk franchise for Aardman, at least in execution. They never seem to make a ton at the box office. Hope this isn't the last we see of the Pirates. They allegedly had a story pitch for the Pirates in an Adventure with Cowboys, but their partner studio Sony decided against backing the project. A genuine shame. I could really see these films getting better and better as they build out the world and we get to know the characters more intimately. Maybe this can be resurrected with the current Aardman Netflix deal. Hey, a pirate can dream, right?
Happy anniversary, Ralph.
Thanks, Satan.
It's
Satine.
Wreck-It Ralph is just one of those bona fide perfect premises, and as a lifelong video game dork, this thing really does it for me. This was actually an idea that had been knocked around at Disney for years, initially developed in the late 80s under the title High Score, which makes a lot of sense given that arcades were at their peak popularity. Despite being considered at different points for decades, it wasn't until disgraced director John Lasseter took over Disney Animation that it finally happened, eventually evolving into Wreck-It Ralph. Ever heard of it?
Never heard of him.
And it really is a great film. They so quickly sell this world. They know people have a general understanding of video games and arcades, but within the first 5 minutes, you fully comprehend how these worlds connect, and the unique rules of this combined arcade universe. The way characters can travel between cabinets, how if you die outside your own cabinet, you can't regenerate, how Cupert ended up on the street when his cab was unplugged and removed from the arcade. They even seed the concept of going turbo super early.
You're not going turbo, are you?
Turbo?
They also seem to strike a perfect balance between existing familiar video game characters and original ones made for the film. Having so many of these iconic characters like Bowser, Pac-Man, Q*bert, Eggman, and even Sonic in a small cameo lends a lot of credibility to the entire concept. If all of the characters had been original, it could have felt very bargain bin, but Ralph fits in alongside a lot of these classics surprisingly well. And the primary idea here is so inspired. What if the villain of a video game actually doesn't want to be the villain? What if he grows tired of doing the one thing he's programmed to do? What if being treated like an awful guy for simply being what you were made to be eats away at you until you do something about it? In the context of this world, it's a great concept, but it's also a super relatable idea at its core. A guy who struggles to break the preconceptions about him, to shed the expectations foisted upon him. And not just Ralph, Vanellope too. They're both characters who are told what they are, and that there's nothing they can do to change that. And that relationship between Ralph and Vanellope, the way they bond over their shared trauma, is really what makes the story work. Both are trying to achieve something nigh impossible in pursuit of their dreams to defy those expectations, which makes Ralph's betrayal hurt that much more. He thinks he's saving Vanellope's life, but is forced to be the exact person that he doesn't want to be anymore. The scene when he destroys her cart hurts, man.
You really are a bad guy.
I think so many aspects of this ending are undeniably effective. Ralph nearly sacrificing himself for Vanellope while softly speaking his Badanon affirmations to himself, that always gets me. And Vanellope returning the favor, saving Ralph with the very racing skills he helped her hone. But I don't think anything beats Vanellope's final message to Ralph, after it's revealed that she is the princess of the game, exactly what Ralph needed to hear to know that he doesn't need a medal or to be seen as a hero to be who he wants to be.
The code may say I'm a princess, but I know who I really am, Ralph.
I also just gotta hype up the Sugar Rush design in this thing. An entire Mario Kart-like racer built entirely out of sweets. There are just so many amazing courses, landscapes, carts. It's brilliantly designed. I think this is one of the most inspired films in the Disney catalog, a favorite of mine for sure. Alright, even though I hyped up the fact that they nominated 3 stop-motion films, I think Burton got in on name recognition. Do any of you rewatch Frankenweenie? Do any of you even think about Frankenweenie? And if I'm being honest, I maybe wouldn't have even nominated Brave. There are a handful of submissions I haven't seen from this year, but I think Goro Miyazaki's from Up on Poppy Hill easily deserved a spot over Frankenweenie, and I might have given Brave's spot to the underrated Rise of the Guardians, directed by Peter Ramsey, who would go on to co-direct Spider-Verse. As for the winner...
And the Oscar goes to... Brave, Mark Andrews and Brenda Chapman.
This is the one clear year where I truly feel like the Academy just said, let's just give it to Pixar, I guess. Like, I do think they give the trophy to Pixar a little too often, but usually, at the very least, they're awarding excellent films. I certainly don't think Brave is an awful movie, but this feels like a Pixar as a default to me. To be fair, the Golden Globes also gave it to Brave, but the Annie Awards gave it to Wreck-It Ralph. As for the Johnny Awards, this one also goes to Wreck-It Ralph. I just think it's one of the best films of Disney's 3D era, and even though I really like The Pirates and plenty about ParaNorman, this just felt like one of the years where Disney actually deserved the award. Disney Studios, not Pixar. 2013's nominees are DreamWorks' The Croods, Illumination's Despicable Me 2, Ernest and Celestine, Disney's Frozen, and Studio Ghibli's The Wind Rises. This is a wild year. The Disney juggernaut Frozen, 2 foreign film nominations, including what was meant to be Miyazaki's final film, Illumination's one and only nomination in history, and also The Croods is there. There is a lot to talk about with this year, so let's get into it.
Snapshot.
Oh, let's do it again. I think I blinked.
DreamWorks' The Croods, our third film in this project from director Chris Sanders, but the first after splitting with Dean DeBlois, who continued the How to Train Your Dragon franchise. This time Sanders teamed up with Kirk D'Amico to tackle this new franchise, and bizarrely, this story was also developed by John Cleese. This is actually originally meant to be a stop-motion film as part of Aardman's 5-picture DreamWorks deal. Obviously, that never came to fruition, but The Croods was a pretty strong box office success. That being said, this is another franchise that just isn't for me. I think at its core, there's a nice idea for a family story there, but it's wrapped in a package that I find a bit befuddling. Grug is this character who is so successful at being a caveman that his family is quite literally the last of their kind. He understands this world and how to survive in it, he understands how to protect his family, but when that world begins changing around him, he struggles to accept that he might not know what's best for his family anymore, what the actual best way to keep them safe might be as they adapt to this new world. Like I said, a nice emotional hook at its core. I, unfortunately, just find the movie a bit boring. The humor doesn't land for me, outside of a few of the more fun slapsticky sequences, and I don't find many of the characters to be all that compelling. Besides Grug, Eep, and Guy, the rest of the family is just a bit hollow. Or, crude, perhaps? There are some very beautiful sequences, at least. Once they reach this beautiful, colorful jungle, we're treated to some really gorgeous visuals. I do think maybe the most fun thing about the film is this sort of half prehistoric, half completely fictional world building. There are some really fun looking creatures. A lot sort of remind me of the kinds of creature combos we see in Last Airbender, except with a bit more color. I think maybe the best moment in the film is when Guy and Grug get stuck in tar, and Guy reveals that this was how he actually lost his own family. A nice moment of connection between these two characters. I wish I cared a bit more about these characters, though, to make a few of these moments like this one a bit more impactful. I also think this is a pretty prime example of an animated film where casting bigger name actors is more distracting than helpful. For instance, Ryan Reynolds plays Guy, because when I think rough, calloused caveman, I think of Ryan Reynolds. Like, I almost can't think of a more modern looking or sounding man than Ryan Reynolds. Just ill-fitting, like he was cast for star power. I mean, I guess maybe the point is that he's the one leading the way with his modern ideas, so you get a more modern sounding guy, but I don't know, he's still just really distracting for me. I ultimately found myself pretty bored by The Croods. I didn't hate the ending, Grug using his caveman strength, the one thing that kept him and his family alive in order to launch his family into their new life, was pretty touching. The last thing he could do to keep his family safe, his way, while also moving on from the caveman ways of the past. The way he finally finds his creativity with his family's inspiration, drawing them on the cave wall, the way he befriends this saber-toothed cat that was trying to eat him the entire film, and the way he eventually invents a means to travel across this gorge to reunite with his family, all really great representations of how Grug had to reject his former lifestyle if he wanted to move forward into this new world. Okay, but can we talk about how this is the second movie in this project with an Owl City song during the credits after Wreck-It Ralph? How many animated movies did they do an original for? Owl City EGOT when? The Croods might not be for me, but it certainly has some nice ideas and craftsmanship behind it.
Miss Jillian said she was arranging a date for you.
Yeah, well, she is a nut job and I'm not going on any date.
I am not really a fan of the Despicable Me franchise in general. I understand the appeal for kids, various little guys making silly noises and what have you, but you know, they aren't the kind of kids movie that I feel I can enjoy. I don't want to spend the entire time railing on it, so I'd rather shout out the things I actually did like about this 2013 Illumination sequel. I'll save my Minion Tight 5 for a shitty open mic or something. While the humor doesn't really vibe with me, I do really dig a lot of the production design, in particular for the spy gadgets and vehicles. This giant flying magnet ship is really fun looking. Really, any of the old school James Bond spy inspired aspects are pretty fun. I really love the concept of the Anti-Villain League, an agency that only worries about massive world domineering villain types of plans.
Rob a bank? We're not interested. Kill someone. Not our deal.
I think it's kinda undeniable that these kids are cute, and the highlight of these films is their love and connection with Gru. No matter how much I roll my eyes at some of the humor, they will always get me with some heartfelt moment. Okay, this might be a hot take, because I think Carell is an incredibly gifted comedic actor, but I do not love his performance as Gru. It feels like his best comedic instincts get a little lost in the accent. I mean, Carell is insanely funny when doing accents historically. His Germans saying nice things bit on the Dana Carvey show is hilarious.
You look beautiful in a tube top!
But it just doesn't quite allow for the range of emotion I'd want from this kind of story. He comes across as more of a caricature. I did really enjoy the villain, El Macho, even before his villain reveal. Very funny performance. Okay, I guess let's talk about the Minions. This may shock you, but I'm not a big fan of the Minions. I don't really get their deal. And frankly, I fear them. I fear that one day the giant minion who looms over the 101 highway in Universal City will escape and destroy us all. This remains Illumination's only Oscar-nominated film, and insanely, it has 2 of them. I had no idea that Pharrell's Happy was written for this movie. That is wild. I guess Owl City was busy. Overall, these movies just aren't for me, but I see the appeal, especially for younger audiences. I actually really loved seeing the Minions suit meme going around when the second Minion movie released. It was such a fun way for teenagers to sort of hang on to their childhood fandom while turning it into a fun new event for themselves. Also, I just saw that Despicable Me 4 is going to be written by Mike White, who wrote and acted in School of Rock and created White Lotus. I'm maybe gonna go see that? Could that be right? Huh. Hey, if you're enjoying this video, make sure to subscribe to this second channel, which will feature much bigger projects than my main channel, and consider supporting my Patreon as well. My patrons got to see a ton of this project early as I made it, and I release exclusive content weekly over there. Also, consider following my socials, particularly Letterboxd, where you could have followed along this entire journey. Thanks.
Children, do I frighten you?
Wow, this was another I'd never seen before, and what an absolute joy it was. Ernest and Celestine is a French animated film based on a series of children's books of the same name, and it's kind of hard to describe just how damn charming this thing is. For one, the art style is absolutely lovely. These gentle watercolor backgrounds, the remarkable character design with line work that looks like it's been sketched by a pen. But the star of the film is the friendship formed between Ernest and Celestine, a starving grizzly bear and an orphan little mouse. This world encompasses these sort of parallel societies, the above-ground bear world and the underground mouse world. It's rare that they intertwine, but when Ernest tries to eat Celestine, she convinces him that she can help him break into a candy shop and eat whatever he wants. You know, besides raw mouse. You know what they say. Give a man some candy, he'll eat for a day. Teach a man to break into a candy store, and he'll be at severe risk of developing diabetes. After the break-in, the pair find themselves on the lam from the police from both the bear and rodent societies, and after holing up in a cabin, this is when they really start to form a real bond. There's this great scene where Celestine is having a nightmare, and Ernest jumps in to make sure she's okay. It's really the start of their friendship. He discovers and fosters her love of art, and even opens up about how he didn't live up to his family's expectations. They have this really charming, isolated life together that builds their friendship beautifully. And then of course they both get caught, with the irony being that Ernest is put on trial in the rodent courthouse while Celestine is tried by the bears, with both societies really reveling in their biases against the other species. And miraculously, through what they've learned about one another, Ernest and Celestine changed the perception of each courthouse, in major part because they were the only ones brave enough to try and save the judges from certain doom. But man, this truly is just a charming little story. I think charming is the perfect word to describe it, so I'm gonna say it 6 more times. I just like the way this unlikely friendship completely upends the misconceptions of 2 entire societies. This actually ended up spinning off into an entire series, as well as another film that just came out a couple years back. I'm really excited to give those a watch. There's just this incredibly joyous and comforting tone to this film, and I want more of it. Ernest and Celestine is really great. Definitely check it out. I think I'd describe it as charming.
I bet she's the nicest, gentlest, warmest person ever. Oh, look at that. I've been impaled.
I've actually been really excited to talk about Frozen. I'm sure many of you are expecting me to kind of just destroy this thing and call it undeserving, but surprise, I think Frozen kinda rules. Not saying it was my favorite of 2013, but the public opinion pendulum swung back way too far in the other direction on this one. I think this thing permeated the culture so severely that people just became annoyed by it. You know, particularly the endless, not quite there karaoke renditions of Let It Go.
Let it go! Let it go!
I know I was pretty annoyed by it even before I had seen it. I mean, I think it's hard to argue that this wasn't Disney's biggest animated phenomenon in the last 20 years, so obviously it was everywhere. But let me break down why I think this thing actually does deserve much of the praise it received. Not all of it, but plenty of it. For one, the core relationship between Anna and Elsa is handled beautifully. Going in, I thought this was Elsa's movie, but honestly, Anna seems to be a bit more of the lead than Elsa, though the real star is the delicate nature of their relationship. The cold open, or should I say frozen open, I apologize for that. The cold open shows how close the sisters were as children, only for the devastating accident that nearly killed Anna to force them into this precarious place. Elsa loves her sister so much that she fears letting her in at all will put her in danger, like it did when they were younger. She now has to hold absolutely everything in without the person she cared about most. And on the flip side, Anna, now with no memories of Elsa's abilities or the incident, simply believes that her sister just stopped caring about her, stopped wanting to spend time with her. For like a decade. That is is a dark setup, really sad stuff. During Do You Want to Build a Snowman, we see Anna pass by Elsa's shut door over and over as time passes, devastated by the loss of that love they shared. And then when Anna finally sings about what love means to her with Hans, what are the lyrics? Love is an open door. That's good stuff, man. And the movie wouldn't work if you didn't feel that both of these sisters have genuinely lost something, and that both sides of them dealing with it are equally but differently devastating. But what I think is kind of most incredible about Frozen is how successfully it subverts Disney's own princess fairy tale tropes. Obviously, this isn't too far removed from Tangled or Princess and the Frog, but this was Disney's first real Disney princess hit since the Renaissance. And for that hit to be one that is so purposefully playing on the tropes of the subgenre is pretty refreshing, if you ask me. They begin the movie making it seem like they're doing the usual Disney princess shtick. Anna feels trapped in her kingdom, immediately finds her Prince Charming. They speedrun the usual Disney princess storyline, only to very effectively subvert it later. But even more impressive, it's a double subversion. The whole Hans is actually evil twist first leads the audience to believe that Kristoff is Anna's true love, that only his true love's kiss can save her. But beautifully, the act of true love that saves Anna isn't from a man like so many of the princess movies that came before. It's the love she has for her sister, willingly sacrificing herself to save her sister, and that act of love itself saving her. I know I've seen people complain that Disney movies like Lilo and Stitch did the whole sisterly love thing first, and therefore Frozen shouldn't get as much credit, but what Frozen does that defies convention is that it tells that story within that princess fairy tale subgenre. It presents other forms of love within the type of narrative that typically preaches romantic love as the end-all be-all, and I think that's great. That isn't to say I don't have my issues with Frozen. I will be the absolute first to tell you how much I hate those dumb little trolls. God, I hate their dumb faces so much. They just tonally feel like they belong in an entirely different film. Perhaps a film called Trolls. Maybe one where in the movie they actually are good at singing. Just spitballing here. And while I do think subverting the Prince Charming trope was worth it, they portray Hans as such a perfect guy that the twist almost feels too out of nowhere to me. Not that I want them to like fully broadcast it, it just feels like it needed something to properly seed the idea. The last section of the movie has like no good songs. The trolls are abound, and it nearly falls off the rails entirely before getting back on track for the final sequence. However, the soundtrack overall, it has like 4 bangers in a row. Do You Want to Build a Snowman? Banger. For the First Time in Forever? Banger. Love is an Open Door? That's a banger. And yeah, it was annoying to hear Let It Go everywhere when this film came out, but in the context of the movie, it slaps. I honestly was really ready to roll my eyes when I got to that sequence because I was just so familiar with the song by the time I saw the film, but in the context of the story, that shit fully makes me cry. So look, is Frozen a masterpiece? No, it's definitely not. But the way a lot of the cultural reaction shifted to it's bad actually is silly and wrong. This thing has so much great stuff going for it, even if it was maybe a tad overrated at first.
I thought you would marry an airplane.
I don't find that very funny.
The Wind Rises, Hayao Miyazaki's final film, before his most recent final film, of course. But at the time, Miyazaki clearly intended The Wind Rises to be his swan song, even very publicly announcing his retirement shortly afterwards, and I think the story and subject matter of the film make it very clear that this was his intention. Simply put, The Wind Rises is a monumental, reflective masterpiece. Miyazaki's clear attempt to grapple with his life and career through an astounding story about love and airplanes. This is without a doubt the most grounded film Miyazaki has ever made, maybe a little ironic when it's a film about airplanes. This isn't a fictional world, no fantasy adventures, no flying pigs. This film is set in real-world Japan from 1916 through World War II. Of course, despite being the most down-to-earth film in his catalog, Miyazaki always finds a way to bring a bit of fantasy imagery to the picture. And as you might expect, it's once again one of the most beautiful films ever animated. Fascinatingly, the film focuses on a real person, Jiro Horikoshi, an engineer who designed Mitsubishi's Zero fighter plane. However, everything about his personal life, including his wife who suffers from tuberculosis, is pulled from a completely separate fictional story called The Wind Has Risen. Sort of a strange move to completely fictionalize the details of a real person's life, but the results absolutely speak for themselves. Some of the most beautiful moments in the film are these dream sequences where Jiro imagines his Italian aeronautical engineering hero, Giovanni Battista Caproni. He's sort of a Jiminy Cricket type guy. He advises Jiro's subconscious and represents the type of of artist Jiro aspires to be. This film feels like such a strong reflection of Miyazaki's personal life and career, his well-documented struggle to balance his family life in his animation studio, as well as his grappling with his own inherent need to create as an artist, and what it means to create something and send it off into the world where it exists outside of your control. Jiro is a character who absolutely needs to build planes. It is his deepest passion, all he thinks about, from childhood through adulthood, and he doesn't do it for any other reason than the artistry of crafting these amazing machines. But in order to actually fulfill that dream, the man has to design planes for the military. In order to create these astounding feats of engineering and craftsmanship, they have to become tools of death and destruction. Once the art is made, it is completely out of his hands. And all the while, as he spends less time with his loved ones and more on these planes, the woman he loves most slowly succumbs to a disease that will kill her. I am always haunted by the voiceover of Jiro revealing that none of his planes returned from war. Their existence is a monument to death. This feels like Miyazaki grappling with his own need to create. The fact that he has spent his entire career creating these stunning masterpieces while struggling to be a present father and husband. And in the end, he questions whether or not that was worth it. Whether his innate need to create should have been ignored for his family, whether the art he puts out into the world is doing more harm than good, whether he should continue that journey or acknowledge that his time has passed. And it wouldn't work nearly as well if you couldn't buy into the love story itself. Whenever Jiro encounters Nehoko, it's as though the earth itself is screaming that they're meant to be, the titular wind rising to bring them together, first lifting his hat for her to catch and return to him on the train, immediately followed by the Great Kanto earthquake of 1923, which is one of the most harrowing animated sequences I have ever seen. One that will make you question if what you're watching is real or fantasy. This leads Jiro to showcase his own heroism, helping Nehoko and her maid before leaving without the pair even exchanging names. Later, the wind carries Nehoko's umbrella directly to Jiro, reuniting the pair before they fall in love. And of course, the absolutely heart-wrenching moment as the wind blows past Jiro during their final Zero test. And as it rises, he doesn't even acknowledge the accomplishment of his life's work, realizing that Nehoko has passed. The Wind Rises is one of the most beautiful films I've ever seen. An absolute masterpiece from one of the greatest filmmakers of all time, and we are so lucky to have it. Honestly, though there are plenty of submissions, this isn't a year with any overt snubs. Though personally, I would have pretty immediately swapped either the Croods or Despicable Me 2 out for Monsters University, which is frankly an underrated Pixar film. Certainly better than Brave. It's wild that in such a lacking year across the board, Pixar failed to be nominated for only their second time in the category's history. As for the winner...
Oh, are you ready? Frozen!
There we go.
Look, I don't think this was a surprise to many. Frozen also won Best Original Song for Let It Go, and both the Annies and Golden Globes awarded it the big prize. And while I did defend Frozen from the more modern perceptions of it, it truly feels like this one based on the monumental wave of success it rode, more about its cultural impact at the time than the actual quality of the film. Because for me, there is one answer to what deserved the award this year. The Johnny Award, without question, goes to The Wind Rises. I'm actually pretty baffled that Frozen winning over one of the greatest filmmakers in history isn't talked about more often. It's an actual masterpiece that was, at the time, his swan song, a reflection on his life and career through a stunning story about creation and love. I think it's possible that this was the Academy's biggest mistake in the history of the category. 2014's nominees are Disney's Big Hero 6, Laika's The Box Trolls, DreamWorks' How to Train Your Dragon 2, Cartoon Saloon's Song of the Sea, and Studio Ghibli's The Tale of the Princess Kaguya. Now this is a lineup. 2 Disney and DreamWorks entries that are actually good, an underrated Laika film, and 2 stunning 2D animated foreign films, including the swan song of Isao Takahata, one of the greatest animators in history. There is tons to dive into with this year, so let's go for it. When Big Hero 6 came out, I was a massive fan. The idea of Disney Animation taking lesser-used Marvel properties after their acquisition and adapting it into animated films was really exciting to me. And though the story and character designs were overhauled significantly from the original comics, I really loved what Disney Animation did with this film back in 2014. It felt very fresh, Disney embracing new kinds of stories as they forged a new era. And while I still like Big Hero 6, as time has gone on, I have softened on it quite a bit. I absolutely adore the world they've built. San Francisco is truly such a cool city, even if they really did just mash some Japanese-inspired architecture into San Francisco. Call me Big Fan 6. And the core story about Hero coping with the tragic loss of his brother and his connection to his brother's robot Baymax after his death, that stuff also really does it for me. Baymax is a ridiculously lovable blob of a robot, and I adore that he's basically Hero's emotional support bot. The way Baymax was essentially this extension of Tadashi that Hero could hold on to, use to work through his pain and eventually let go of, is really beautiful. I think the standout scene is when Hero is at the height of his anger. After he fails to take revenge on Callahan, Baymax just starts playing his old security footage of Tadashi programming him. Hero gets to experience these beautiful moments of his brother in his element, moments he never got to see, and realizes what's important, why they're really doing what they're doing. As much as I like that core story, I have grown to really dislike the supporting characters in this film. They honestly almost feel like they're from a different movie, especially this weird TJ Miller thing. I do not mesh with their general comedic vibe, and I think it clashes with what really works about the story. I'm also not a huge fan of these designs, but you know, I see what they're going for. Not that big a deal. This is also a pretty major example of Disney's twist villain era, which really was just so prevalent in these movies in the early to mid 2010s. Obviously, twists work great sometimes, but this one felt a bit underwhelming, though I did appreciate Callahan's true motivation and Hero's eventual decision to save his daughter, choosing empathy and mercy over revenge, and embodying what his brother believed in, why he built Baymax in the first place. I may not like Big Hero 6 as much as I used to, but I still think it's a pretty good time. Despite some grating humor and characters, the emotional beats hit when they're most important, and it's honestly a world I'd like to see more of on the big screen. I was really happy to see Disney branch into new territory. Laika's fourth animated feature film and fourth nomination, and probably their most overlooked film, possibly because this and Frozen kicked off a real troll boom, much like the Penguin-essence of the mid-2000s. Honestly, I had some pretty negative expectations towards this film before I ever saw it, and was pretty happy to be proven wrong. Laika is just an incredibly solid animation studio. Obviously, visually, they are absolutely top tier, but even their worst stories are pretty solid, and Box Trolls is no exception. Based on a novel called Here Be Monsters, written and illustrated by Alan Snow, Box Trolls is set in this bizarre fictional Victorian town called Cheesebridge, surprisingly not ruled by the iron fist of Mayor McCheese, but that's besides the point. Here in Cheesebridge, the ruling class wear white hats and hoard cheese while these poor trolls live underground and wear boxes to blend in with their surroundings. If ever there has been a more accurate depiction of class warfare, I have yet to see it. There's lots going on here, but it's a pretty instantly fun and unique world, and the giant mountain-esque layout of the town itself is incredibly cool. Our main character is a boy who was kidnapped by the Box Trolls as a baby and lives out his life believing he is also one of the trolls. There's a very cute montage of him living his life and being raised by the trolls. His name is Eggs, since that's what adorns his box troll box. I don't care what the context is, Eggs is a great name for a protagonist. This movie is very weird and kinda gross, but it all works. One of the characters is this box troll snatcher. He's obsessed with eradicating the box trolls so that he can be presented with a white hat and become an elite cheese-eating member of society. But he also happens to be super allergic to cheese and blows up into this bloated, disgusting mass of a person anytime he touches it. The main story here is a rescue mission that ultimately upends the entire society and Egg's worldview. Through his friendship with a girl named Winifred, Eggs discovers that he, shockingly, isn't a box troll, while Winifred discovers that the trolls, shockingly, aren't the baby-eating monsters they've been made out to be, leading to the daring rescue of all of the box trolls who have been kidnapped by the Snatchers over the years. It's a pretty sweet story, and as usual with Laika, a remarkable feat of animation, but I think this one is where they really start to flex their ability to differentiate their films stylistically. Coraline and ParaNorman have very similar flair, and while this one is still undoubtedly in the Laika style, the Victorian era and setting feels a lot grimier and grungier, allows them to use more muted color palettes rather than the super vibrant stuff we saw in their previous two films. Like I said, the vibe of this thing is pretty weird and gross, but it's also quite charming. Something I really love about it is that the Box Troll Society, which is made out to be this disgusting, terrifying place where people are eaten by monsters, is actually very cute and orderly, filled with inventions and whimsy, while the classy Victorian upscale society is actually filled with disgusting things and disgusting people. It's a really well-crafted film about status, expectations, and classism.
Jeez, hats, boxes. They don't make you. You make you.
Plus, it features this insane, like, Victorian cage mech suit, and their entire society revolves around cheese? And this giant wheel of cheese rolls out of a fancy Victorian party and bounces down the mountain-like town's various layers until it lands in the ocean? Need I say more? Obviously, the Box Trolls deserves more love. It's not Laika's best, but the world and setting is very well realized, and it's a solid film.
May I?
How to Train Your Dragon 2 is one of the great sequels. Honestly, I have a hard time choosing between this and the original as the stronger entry. This time around, the directing was tackled solo by Dean Dubois, but you'd never know anything changed behind the scenes. It's such a great follow-up. The dragons, they're back. I loved that they actually went through with the substantial time jump, aging up the characters by 5 years and now showcasing Berk after it has firmly been a dragon-integrated society for half a decade. It also went a long way to expand the world in new ways. I love the idea of these seafaring dragon trappers roaming the ocean, and of course the introduction of Hiccup's mother. I really appreciated the expansion of that backstory, adding a little bit more nuance to the tragedy and leading to probably my favorite aspect of this film. With Velka also being a dragon rider, Hiccup not only has the opportunity to connect with her for the first time, but to bond with a parental figure in a way he never has. Hiccup obviously managed to win over his father and the rest of Berk when it comes to dragons, but he and Velka are dragon people at their core. But the sequence that brings me to tears every time is when Stoic and Velka reconnect. First, their initial reunion, and then Stoic and Velka singing and dancing together. It is beautiful. I love that even though these are movies about big bad dragon fights, it really excels in its big bad emotional human moments.
Will you come home, Val? Will you be my wife once again?
I think if I had any criticism of the film, it's that I maybe only like but don't love its villain, Drago. I love his backstory and history with Stoic, but I was a little underwhelmed by him when he was fully revealed on screen. Plus, I thought that making the two alpha dragons have nearly identical designs was a bit disappointing. Stoic's death, however, is absolutely incredibly handled. Such a deeply conflicting scenario for Hiccup to have to deal with. Even though it ultimately wasn't Toothless's fault, Hiccup momentarily has to question whether or not his entire worldview in regards to dragons was a mistake. He has to grapple with the idea that his overhaul of the entire society potentially led to his father's untimely death. Really sad stuff. And of course, his funeral scene, obviously another incredibly emotional highlight. I also really dig the way this film ends, at least at the very end, defeating Drago with Toothless, who becomes the new alpha. It's a really fun way to continue to change the status quo between each Dragons film, with the first upending Viking society and the second upending Dragon society. And I love the way that Hiccup and Toothless's journey continue to parallel each other, in major part due to the connection that they share. These films are seriously great. Huge fan of dragons, and this is the only full trilogy to ever be nominated for this award, mostly because Toy Story was ahead of its time, but I'm looking forward to going over my many thoughts on the third and final entry. I enjoyed Cartoon Saloon's first feature film, The Secret of Kells, particularly due to the incredible animation, but it's absolutely clear from their second film, Song of the Sea, that they learned a lot from that production. Song of the Sea is even more beautiful than its predecessor, and is also a much stronger story. Once again built around Irish folklore, but this time with a focus on an emotional, family-centric storyline instead of a book with spirals in it. The Secret of Kells was gorgeous, but I think this film looks even better. Cartoon Saloon really has carved out a visual style all their own, and it really feels like they should be getting more attention. They are some of the most beautifully animated films out there. As Cartoon Saloon loves to embrace Celtic mythology, this one focuses on creatures called Selkies, who can shapeshift between seal and human forms by putting on or removing their seal skin. And at the core of the story is a poor boy named Ben, and the trauma he's dealt by the sudden, dramatic loss of his mother, and how that experience led him to resent his poor mute younger sister, Saoirse, who was born the night their mother disappeared, making it clearly her fault. And his mother and sister are both secretly Selkies, unbeknownst to Ben. This film does a really great job telling this sympathetic story for this child. Though Ben's resentment leads to the mistreatment of his sister, he's a child. You understand his pain and his loss, unless you're like a sociopath. The opening of the film shows how close Ben and his mother were, and how traumatic losing her was to him. Though he's wrong in misplacing that blame on Saoirse. You get it. You understand. There's also this really beautiful parallel story between two sort of antagonists in the film, the kid's granny and Maka, a goddess from ancient folklore. Maka turned her son Mac Lear into an island to save him from heartbreak. In order to stop him from potentially feeling pain, she basically stopped him from feeling anything at all. The same way the kid's grandmother took them away from their home in an attempt to protect them from danger, only to give them a completely unfulfilling life. On this gorgeous journey across the country and through these stunning otherworldly caves, Ben connects with this sister and realizes how important she is to him, that his mother only gave up her family for the sake of Saoirse, and that if he loved his mother, he would love and protect his sister as well.
It's not your fault. It never was. I should have been a better brother to you. I'm sorry.
There are these beautiful bookends. In the opening, we see Ben's mother teach him to sing this old folk song, the titular song of the sea. Then, at the end of the movie, Saoirse's very first words are singing that same song, after Ben teaches them to her the same exact way he was taught by their mother. I don't want to give too much about this movie away because I suspect that many of you haven't seen it, but it is an absolutely gorgeous piece of animation, and I cannot recommend it enough. Some of the most creative and unique looking animation I've ever seen, a true marvel. Please go watch it. The Tale of the Princess Kaguya is the only nomination for legendary animation director Isao Takahata. If you don't know, he's Studio Ghibli's other master animator, directing 5 feature films under the Ghibli banner, and frankly, deserving more respect all around. Miyazaki is a legend for a reason, but Takahata's incredible filmography goes underappreciated, especially in the West. Takahata is largely cited as the one man Miyazaki ever cared to try to actually impress with his own work, and incredibly, both were creating what at the time were meant to be their final films, also meant to be released alongside each other. Kaguya would end up being released many months later, but just like The Wind Rises, it is a reflective masterpiece. The Tale of the Princess Kaguya is an adaptation of The Tale of the Bamboo Cutter, and it's Takahata's swan song. It's an absolutely astounding work of art, and an amazing full circle moment, as Takahata had previously developed an adaptation of this story in 1960 for Toei Animation before it was abandoned. After around 8-ish years of retirement post My Neighbors the Yamadas, Takahata began work on Kaguya, which took around 6 years to complete, putting a solid 14 years between Takahata's final 2 films. And when you look at Kaguya, you can instantly tell why it took so long. It is simply one of the most beautiful films to ever be animated. The backgrounds are astounding works of watercolor. The characters look like sketches brought to life. The score by Joe Hisaishi is some of his greatest work in his only collaboration with Takahata. But Takahata's version of The Bamboo Cutter, to me, is one of the most tragic stories in the Ghibli library. Obviously, Takahata is no stranger to tragedy, with his first Ghibli being Grave of the Fireflies, but Kaguya is less about a specific tragic event and more about how fleeting life can be, how quickly our dreams can be extinguished, how suddenly life can come and go before we've truly gotten to live. After she's discovered in the bamboo stalk, Kaguya's early life is picture perfect. She takes to forest life, she immediately makes close friends, she is incredibly happy, but it's when her father believes she deserves better that she ironically is trapped in a wholly unsatisfying life, one she simply does not want for herself. The story is about how the box that Kaguya is forced into, the one that is meant to be this privileged royal lifestyle, barely resembles living life at all. She is a bird trapped in a gilded cage, only to be admired, never to spread her wings. And though she longs for the outdoors, though she longs to spread those wings throughout the film, the devastation of having not lived her life her way doesn't truly hit until it's too late. In the time leading up to her departure from Earth, Kaguya reflects on the lost time and lost experiences, on what she was meant to do in her time on Earth, as I expect Takahata was as well at this point in his life. One of the most stunning sequences in the film is this pseudo-dream sequence that she experiences with one of her childhood friends. The pair reflect together on what their lives could have been if she stayed in the forest, if they had stayed together, and for the briefest, most beautiful dream, the pair fly together. She truly spreads her wings and takes in all the world has to offer, all she could have embraced had she not been controlled in every part of her life. And as her people descend from the moon to take her away, she sobs and begs them not to let her forget what she experienced on Earth. That even though she didn't get to live life her way, she doesn't want to forget even a moment, doesn't want to forget what Earth could have been for her. And I think this is so beautifully reflected in the last couple of lines of this song that she sings throughout the film, a song that her heart always knew. Go round, come round, O distant time. Come round, call back my heart. Birds, bugs, beasts, grass, trees, flowers, teach me how to feel. If I hear that you pine for me, I will return to you. Though she didn't get to live the life she deserved, Earth did teach Kaguya how to feel. And as she leaves Earth, those she leaves behind pine for her. I find the final image of this film so unbelievably powerful that though her memory of Earth has been wiped from her mind, she is compelled to look back at it. Earth is a part of her, no matter what the next phase of existence looks like. This is an absolutely astounding final message from one of the greatest animators of all time. It's a beautiful, perfect masterpiece. Okay, now this is a fascinating year to talk about snubs, because this has the infamous Lego Movie snub, the film that many expected to win the Oscar, and it wasn't even nominated. Another noteworthy snub being Jorge Gutierrez's Book of Life. However, I know a lot of people whining about the Lego Movie snub did not actually watch all of the films on this list. I think the lineup this year is a lot tighter in quality than people think it is at a glance, and while I think I probably would have given a spot to Lego Movie over Big Hero 6 or Box Trolls, it is not the obvious shoo-in that people claim it is. This is a really strong year of nominees. In fact, while the Lego Movie was nominated for both the Annie and the Golden Globe, the winner of both of those awards was actually How to Train Your Dragon 2. The winner for the Oscar...
Big Hero 6!
Okay, I like Big Hero 6, but I think this is a disappointing Disney win. As I mentioned before, Big Hero 6 is one of the films I considered knocking out of the nomination pool in favor of Lego Movie, and it also sort of looks like another example of the Academy's aversion to sequels, considering How to Train Your Dragon 2 won both the Annie and the Golden Globe. However, there's a much greater tragedy this year, one comparable to that of the previous year, because the 2014 Johnny Award, without question, goes to The Tale of the Princess Kaguya. Isao Takahata's final film is one of the greatest pieces of art I've ever seen in my life. And I know there didn't seem to be much hope for a victory here, given the Academy's tendencies, but I think this film being overlooked is one of the greatest tragedies in the category's history, not unlike The Wind Rises the year before it. It's a really special work from an iconic animator who does not get enough credit in the West, and it deserved the award. I think it is so much better than every other nomination this year. The nominees for 2015 were Charlie Kaufman's Anomalisa, Ale Abreu's Boy and the World, Pete Docter's Inside Out, Aardman's Shaun the Sheep Movie, and Studio Ghibli's When Marnie Was There. Damn, this is actually another powerhouse year of nominees, probably one of the best in history. An incredible writer-director in Charlie Kaufman venturing into stop motion, two amazing foreign films in Boy and the World and Ghibli's When Marnie Was There, an excellent Aardman adventure, and what many consider to be Pixar's greatest film ever. I've got a lot to say about this year, so let's just do it.
And girls, they wanna have fun. Oh, girls just wanna have...
Anomalisa is absolutely one of my favorites ever nominated, and sadly, the first and only R-rated film to be nominated for Best Animated Feature. Come on, Academy, cartoons can curse too. Just ask my podcast. This was co-directed by the legend Charlie Kaufman, who you might recognize as the writer of films like Being John Malkovich, Adaptation, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, and director of Synecdoche, New York, and I'm Thinking of Ending Things. The man generally works in very out-there premises and deals in some dark themes, and Anomalisa is no exception. The film's other co-director was Duke Johnson, who was the stop-motion expert on board, and the animation in this thing is absolutely standout. It looks phenomenal. The film follows Michael Stone on a business trip to Cincinnati, where he has a whirlwind love affair with a woman named Lisa. Honestly, if you only half paid attention to the film, it would absolutely come across as unremarkable and boring, but the devil is in the details, and there is a lot going on with this premise. This film is actually an adaptation of a stage play of the same name that Kaufman wrote under the pseudonym Francis Fragoli, a reference to the Fragoli delusion, which is a rare neurological disorder where a person believes that many different people are actually one single person who is disguising themselves or changing appearances. This is why the hotel he stays at is called the Frey Jolie. And this is also why every single character in the film, except for Michael and Lisa, are voiced by one person. No, this wasn't a penny-pinching tactic. This isn't WB. It's also why every single person's face is the same 3D printed model plastered onto a different body. The men, women, children, even Michael's wife and child, all voiced by Tom Noonan, all with the same stop-motion face. And I think the film does such an incredible job selling that Michael is so miserable living through this. The earliest scenes of the film have very slow, tedious dialogue. Even listening to music, he hears that same voice. And with every single character being voiced by the same person, it perfectly illustrates the idea that Michael's life is so slow, repetitive, and monotonous that he is desperate to find any sort of refuge, any sort of answer. He seeks out a former lover, one that he left very suddenly, with the implication being, at least for me, that this was when the delusion started plaguing him. He doesn't even know how to fully articulate what he needs to know, but he still seeks answers.
Like in any way, did you change? Like while we were together, like did I change you? Did you change? Did anything change?
And then, suddenly, he hears Lisa's voice. It just completely cuts through everything else. Somebody else is out there. He tracks her down, gets drinks with her and her friend. The the pair spend the evening together, and he really doesn't want anything more than just to hear her speak. One of my favorite moments is when she sings Girls Just Want to Have Fun, a song that I think is very fun, but by no means is it a beautiful song. But for Michael to hear somebody else sing a song, even if that person isn't a particularly good singer, it fully brings him to tears. Michael becomes so obsessed with his refuge in Lisa that he wants to leave his wife, and the moment that Lisa agrees, the moment that he has her, she starts to change for him. He starts to get annoyed by the very simple things she does, and her voice starts to drift away, eventually leaving him back to his very sad, miserable life in Los Angeles, filled with the people who love and care about him, but people he feels absolutely nothing for. And while I do think it's sort of fun to piece together the whole Frigoli delusion aspect of the story, I actually think it's mostly used as the device to sort of explore this kind of narcissistic character and behavior. Because while the delusion itself exacerbates a lot of these feelings, the reality is that they sort of reflect very real things that plague a lot of people. Going through the motions of life, the monotony of small talk, the way our perception of people changes the more we get to know them, I think this is mostly a story about a self-centered individual who sees himself as a sort of cosmic victim. Even in his dream sequences playing out in his delusion, he sees everybody else as obsessed with him. His job is that he's an expert in customer service, a job in which connecting to the people you're helping is intrinsic to its success, and yet he fails to connect to anybody in any meaningful way. Even at his conference, he completely alienates the crowd, failing to understand how to connect with them. Yeah, must be everyone else's fault. I think this is a film about a man who has all of these major issues within himself that he has done literally no work to address. And yet, he still looks everywhere outside of himself to fix those problems. He begs his former lover Bella to explain to him why and how she changed. He gets Lisa to say and do exactly what he wants, including agree to move to Los Angeles, and he even verbally blames his small child as a major part of the problems with his life. He is the problem, and yet he sees the world as the problem. And where do you move when you're overconfident that the world needs to catch up to you? Hollywood, baby! I just think this is a really special film. It's a quick 90 minutes, and there is so much to dig into. One I enjoy revisiting each and every time. Without a doubt, one of the most unique films ever nominated for this award. Wow, this was a film I hadn't seen before I started this project, and it's exactly the kind of film that made me grateful I started this entire endeavor. From Brazilian writer-director Ale Abreu, Boy in the World has a mesmerizing and unique art style and tells its story with close to no dialogue. In fact, all of the dialogue spoken sounds like gibberish because it's Portuguese spoken backwards. The story is told 100% visually. The art style is absolutely amazing, despite the lack of detail in its character designs, which actually makes the characterization through mannerisms all the more impressive. The story follows a young boy who lives happily with his parents before his father leaves on a train to seemingly find work. Devastated, the boy eventually attempts to leave himself, only to be swept up in a mysterious gust of wind that brings him to a strange world with two moons. Very Wizard of Oz in setup. The titular boy sets off on a massive journey across this world, learning about its people and cultures and working class and industries. The journey itself is just visually stunning. I cannot express how amazing it is to look at. Beautifully animated and conceptually fascinating. And each location feels unique from one another. He meets these farmers who pick cotton, stumbles upon this giant parade playing the most beautiful upbeat music, and eventually finds himself in this absolutely massive city, which truly has some of the most unique design and detail in the film. It also appears to be a police state completely overrun by military, but when they eventually zoom out, they reveal the incredible scope of these massive mountain spire cities. At one point, the boy travels by cargo ship to these enormous UFO cities and is abducted into this gorgeous neon line art world. It's nuts. The film is filled with these beautiful songs and tunes played by flute, which are visually represented by these glowing orbs of light. In probably the coolest sequence in the film, the colorful parade of people approach the military cities, and their glowing orbs of music turn into this colorful kaiju bird, which then does battle with the military's dark counterpart, representing a massive clash and conflict between this rebellion of people and this police state. I've just never seen anything like this film. There are a handful of movies on this Oscar list that tell their stories with minimal dialogue, but none that tell their stories so abstractly. It's as though the bizarre abstraction helps us understand what a modern society looks like through the eyes of a child. It's really interesting. This thing has some of the most creative visual storytelling I've ever seen in my life, all while telling an emotionally grounded story about a young boy that misses his father. I cannot recommend it enough. I'm about to go watch the rest of Ale Abreu's films based on the strength of this one alone, so go watch Boy in the World. Working on this project has really made me appreciate Aardman's films. I always knew about their work and I had seen a few of their movies. I was familiar with Wallace and Gromit as a concept, but this was the first time I'd seen most of these films. They really do have a style all their own. Obviously the stop motion animation is superb and their character designs are iconic and recognizable, but their sense of humor is also entirely their own. Shaun the Sheep is a particularly impressive film, given that it uses close to no dialogue outside of gibberish meant to mostly convey tone of voice. So as you can imagine, without dialogue, this thing excels at the visual gags and physical humor that is a big part of their other films as well. The premise of this film is that the sheep on this farm pull off a ruse so that the farmer sleeps all day, so that they can enjoy themselves. Unfortunately, this leads to an absurd series of events where that farmer is in an awful accident that leaves him with major memory loss. All of the sheep, including Shaun, have to go to the big city and try and fix their mistakes and find their farmer. And oh boy, do hijinks ensue. You may ask yourself, how do a flock of sheep traverse a big city? They are mere little lambs with no knowledge of such business. Well, obviously those sheep stack on top of each other and wear big jackets and hats, like 3 kids in a trench coat pretending to be an adult, but way funnier. Some of the most fun this film has is the sheeple observing and replicating all of the human behaviors they see. This film also has a dog in it named Blitzer. He's kind of like if Gromit was a narc. Nah, he comes around by the end, but it's gotta be hard to be a dog in the Aardman-verse when Gromit is like right there. I think one of the most inspired plot points is that after his memory loss, the farmer wanders into a hair salon, and his muscle memory leads him to shear a celebrity's head like it's a sheep, leading to a massive new hairstyle craze. He haphazardly becomes a celebrity hairstylist himself. It's so funny. And a commentary on how the population blindly latches onto trends like sheep. Oh yeah, we're going there. There are also some surprisingly heartfelt moments. There's this sort of all is lost scene for the sheep and co, and they just start doing this really charming a cappella song together, cheering each other up and letting them know that they're all there for each other. I don't really know how else to talk about this movie without just spoiling all of the funniest visual gags. If you're somebody who gets really bored by films that have no dialogue, this might not be for you. It's definitely not a film to watch while you're sleepy, especially if you like to count the characters you see on screen. But if you like goofy physical hijinks and you're in the mood to laugh at a bunch of sheep pretending to be humans while trying to avoid an overly serious animal catcher and save their brain-damaged farmer, there's probably no better movie than this one. And it might just make you say,
Come, fly with me, Gachinya.
Inside Out marks Pete Docter's 3rd nomination for Best Animated Feature, and many consider this to be his magnum opus, as well as among Pixar's best. While I do like Inside Out, I definitely don't love it as much as others do. I think it's easy to sort of cynically criticize Inside Out because of Pixar's storytelling tendencies and evolution as a studio. Oh, they gave toys, monsters, fish, and rats emotions? What's next? Giving emotions emotions? Thank you, I'll be here all week. While I do sort of see where that cynicism comes from, that's not really the issue I have here. The primary setting of Inside Out is probably the best thing about it. I really love the way the mind of each character is portrayed, and the idea that memories often reflect specific emotions, the way core memories shape who we are. I even love the detail that each person will often have a different emotion as the lead. For Riley, joy runs the show, but for Riley's mom, it was sadness, and for her dad, Lewis Black.
Can I say that curse word now?
There is a ton of creativity in the portrayal of inner turmoil through these emotions, how these emotions interact with each other and with our memories, how happy memories can change to sad memories based on how life around you changes. It almost feels like there was more they could have explored just in regards to how we interact with our memories. Even just the idea that a character is actually the setting gives this film an entirely unique flavor that you can't get elsewhere, and I actually really related to Riley's angst in this film. A lot of the things she dealt with were things that I went through as a kid, and when you're at that sort of tween-age time in your life, these kinds of life changes feel earth-shattering. That went a long way to help the overall dilemma feel realistic and relatable to me, but the movie starts to lose me a bit the deeper into Riley they dive. It's all certainly very creative, the train of thought, the long-term memory storage, the memory dump, the dream movie studio, abstract thought, but I feel like the more of these ideas they tried to tie together, the less cohesive the metaphor became, which honestly, I can forgive to a degree. It's a big concept, but I also just found a lot of the middle of the film to be a bit boring, just like a series of various kinds of chase sequences strung together as Joy and Sadness try to get back to headquarters. By the final sequence where Joy was chasing Sadness around, I was just kind of exhausted by it. Okay, now I'm gonna say something that's going to get me fully canceled. I did not much care about Bing Bong. I am typically fully on board for whatever emotional roller coaster Pixar wants to put me on, and I did enjoy Richard Kind's performance and the way he tied to Riley's childhood, but I just did not buy into the overly dramatic self-sacrifice. I'm sorry, it's something that feels like it should work on me, and I quite like the idea of Bing Bong representing this part of Riley's childhood that she has to leave behind. I just didn't feel like that was really what Riley's internal struggle was about. I guess it was more about Joy's connection to those happy times in Riley's childhood, and helping her realize she's going to need to relinquish control as Riley gets older and moves away from that childlike wonder. I understand its place in the story, but the way this sequence is executed just doesn't do much for me. I swear I'm not a monster. I've cried during so many of these movies. The end of the film, however, is undeniable. I think the core journey for Joy and Sadness and their conflict within Riley is what really works about Inside Out. Joy's realization that sadness isn't a bad thing, it's an important means of expression, and that it can lead to healing and, yes, happiness. The climax absolutely gets the tears flowing for me. Joy allowing sadness to take the lead, and Riley finally being able to express the things she's felt she needed to keep inside, leading to a stronger bond with her family. That's just really beautiful stuff. Inside Out is a very good film. I just don't think it's the masterpiece many others do. In fact, it might be my least favorite Pete Docter film, which is obviously a very high bar, and I'll reassess after I rewatch Soul, but Inside Out is a film I want to love, but just mostly really like. It's brimming with creativity, relatability, and great messaging, but it just doesn't quite feel like the complete package for me. I think When Marnie Was There is greatly overlooked, likely overshadowed by the final works of Ghibli's founders that had released the year prior, The Wind Rises and The Tale of the Princess Kaguya, or in Miyazaki's case, final works at the time. So it's pretty easy to understand how this might have gotten lost in the shuffle amidst two masterpieces. But When Marnie Was There is still an incredible film. This was Hiromasa Yonebayashi's second and final film helmed at Ghibli before moving on to Studio Ponuk, though he did do key animation for Miyazaki's latest. But Yonebayashi left Ghibli on a high note with, in my opinion, his best work, and as I said, a deeply underrated film. This is actually an adaptation of a British novel of the same name, with the setting shifting to Japan, but largely maintaining the same story. Anna is this incredibly shy girl. She's had a complicated and traumatic life, living with foster parents and struggling to open up and make friends. She moves to the country after a severe asthma attack and meets a mysterious girl named Marnie, who lives in a beautiful house in the marshes. The pair form an immediate and strong friendship. Anna manages to find the refuge in Marnie that she lacked her entire life. A friend, a confidant, a family. It's really beautiful. The only problem is that Anna has no idea if Marnie is real or if she's imagining her, made even more mysterious by the discovery of Marnie's diary from long ago, confirming many details from Anna's seeming hallucinations. The film takes on this incredible psychological aspect, leaving the viewer questioning what's real, why it's happening, even wondering whether or not it even matters. And personally, I found the answer to be so deeply moving. Anna learns that Marnie lived in the marsh house long ago, later had a strained relationship with her daughter who died tragically, and then took care of her granddaughter briefly before dying of an illness. And then she learns that she is in fact Marnie's granddaughter, the one she took care of. Anna's time with Marnie was subconsciously built from the stories that Marnie had told her when she was a toddler before going into foster care, which recontextualizes so many of the emotional pleas to Marnie in those sequences, like when she begs her for an answer for why she left and abandoned her. Anna is a character who lost all of those closest to her at such a young age. She never had a support system, and so what I love about this story is that Marnie sort of got this second chance to be the support pillar for Anna that she needed, to be there for her when she needed it most, even if just through stories that were subconsciously planted in Anna as a child. Through these dream sequences, Anna is also shown as a support pillar for Marnie, and though what's happening isn't real, to me, it's a beautiful representation of how at the end of her life, Marnie was able to open up and let out all of her trauma through recounting these old stories to Anna, even if she was a toddler at the time. Marnie's deeply troubled and neglected youth was never provided a real outlet, and her short time with Anna also healed her before she left this world. I just think this is a truly lovely and beautiful story, and I'm sad that it's so overlooked. This is a really interesting year. While films like the Peanuts movie, Minions, Hotel Transylvania 2, and The Good Dinosaur did well at the box office, I think they pretty much nailed the nominations. I wouldn't bump anything on the list personally. The Golden Globes replaced Boy in the World and When Marnie Was There with The Good Dinosaur and the Peanuts movie, and interestingly for the Annies, this was the year that introduced the Best Independent Feature Award, so both Inside Out and Boy in the World actually managed to win Annies this year. The Oscar, however...
And the Oscar goes to... Inside Out!
Once again, a Pixar win that surprised close to nobody. Even though I'm not personally as high on Inside Out as many are, it was a clear favorite, taking home both an Annie, a Golden Globe, and getting the coveted Best Original Screenplay nomination. This was Pete Docter's second win, making him the third person to achieve this feat behind Brad Bird and Andrew Stanton. Pixar was truly just an Oscar-winning machine, with all two-time winners in history at this point belonging to the studio. Pretty wild. As for the Johnny Award, that actually would go to Anomalisa. By now, I'm sure you've gotten a decent sense of my tendencies with my favorites, and I think Anomalisa isn't only a special film, but it once again is something that really showcases the variety of tones and subject matter an animated film can explore. The only R-rated film ever nominated, and a deeply psychological drama from an incredible and celebrated director and screenwriter. I just would have loved to see this film be a little more celebrated this year. The 2016 nominees are Laika's Kubo and the Two Strings, Disney's Moana, My Life as a Courgette, Studio Ghibli and Wild Bunch's The Red Turtle, and Disney's Zootopia. Back-to-back top-tier years in animation history, truly just a murderer's row of quality films. Two strong and very different Disney entries, a couple excellent stop-motion films, including one of Laika's best, and Studio Ghibli's only collaboration with a foreign director. A really interesting year. Let's get into it. Next to Coraline, Kubo and the Two Strings is absolutely the best film Laika has ever produced. The directorial debut of Travis Knight, who, for my money, is the best example of blatant nepotism gone right. All I'm saying is that if I had a billionaire dad, I would also probably ask him to buy and save a historic stop-motion animation studio so that they can go on to create incredible works of art in a dying medium that otherwise likely wouldn't get funding, instead of like buying Twitter and ruining it. I was beyond stoked for this film when it released. Not only did it just look like an outstanding piece of animation, the trailers used an orchestral rendition of George Harrison's While My Guitar Gently Weeps, so it honestly just felt like they were marketing this directly to me. And outstanding turned out to be an understatement. The animation in Kubo is almost otherworldly, truly one of the greatest spectacles in stop motion history, and rightfully, the film was also nominated for the Best Visual Effects Academy Award, the first stop motion film to get that nomination since Nightmare Before Christmas. Kubo has some absolutely top tier character design as well. Kubo, Monkey, and Beetle all look amazing, but Kubo's evil aunts, Karasu and Washi, are without question some of my favorite character designs in history. They are truly the focus of some of the coolest shots I've ever seen. Kubo, at its core, is a coming-of-age story, but beyond that, it's about trauma passed down generationally, wrapped in a sort of family adventure package. And beyond the absolutely top-tier action and unbelievable animation, the family aspect is what really makes it work emotionally. Poor Kubo has lived this sheltered, tragic life, taking care of his mother who is only lucid half the time, never allowed out past dark, no father figure, few friends. He tells these outstanding stories to the townsfolk using his music and his magic, but he also feels obligated to take studio notes from this old woman to add like giant chickens and stuff. It's like that spider in Wild Wild West. And despite his great storytelling, Kubo never quite knows how those stories end because he has never had a happy ending himself. Over the course of the adventure, he unknowingly gets the family experience he missed out on, eventually learning that Beetle and Monkey are in fact his parents. He gets these arguing, overprotective, conflicted parents, he gets a road trip, he gets a family dinner. If I had any issues with this film, it would honestly be the casting. Besides the fact that a film that is so derived from Asian culture should have certainly had more Asian actors in the main cast, I simply did not care that much for Charlize Theron and Matthew McConaughey's performances, and I really like them as actors in general. They just felt really uninspired and ill-fitting. Rooney Mara and Ralph Fiennes kinda nailed it though, and Art Parkinson also excellent. I'm just gonna sound like a broken record, but I cannot stop gushing about how good this thing looks. The giant skeleton sequence, the underwater massive terrifying eye sequence, literally anything with the evil ants, and of course the final showdown with the Moon King. But none of it would matter if it didn't land emotionally. After Kubo rises to the occasion to face off against his grandfather, despite the loss of his parents along the way, he finds his happy ending, with their spirits and the memories he has of them that he'll always cherish. Oh, and also by gaslighting his defeated grandfather into believing he's a kind and generous pillar of the community. Well played, Kubo. Kubo and the Two Strings is outstanding. A great film that stands out in an already excellent year for animation. Ah, My Life as a Zucchini, aka My Life as a Courgette, aka Ma Vie de Courgette. I said earlier, I'm not good at French. But this is a special one. A French-Swiss stop-motion co-production. This has one of the most unique tones of any of the films I'm covering for this project. An incredibly dark premise and backstory that remains relentlessly sweet throughout. It mostly takes place at an orphanage where 9-year-old Courgette is forced to live after he accidentally kills his alcoholic mother. A deeply dark opening, made even heavier by the fact that Courgette doesn't even seem to fully comprehend what has happened, asking to see his mother at the police station afterwards. At the heart of this film are the connections made between these poor, battered children at the orphanage, all of which have comparably dark backstories. One thing I particularly love about this film is that because of the nature of all of these poor kids' life situations, much of the conflict of the film feels purposefully less significant compared with the tragedies that came before. When Courgette arrives, he's initially bullied by a boy named Simon. He feels like he's going to be the antagonist, but after Simon steals his kite, which sort of represents Courgette's lost connection with his father, Courgette beats the obvious bully out of Simon and they immediately understand each other. They actually connect and talk about the various tragedies that led to them coming to the orphanage. After Simon reveals his parents are sky high on opiates, he becomes the first person Courgette confides in about his mother. The conflicts like the kite are important to the characters in question, but they almost feel like temporary bumps in the road as all of their lives and relationships improve. It's like the film starts in such a deeply dark place, but the real story is about how they climb out of that dark place. There's nothing that happens to these kids during the film that's remotely as heavy as what came before, which is a relief. It allows them to be kids and feel the simpler kinds of fears and anxieties that kids normally get to feel. It's about children who have been made to grow up so quickly and against their will, being allowed another chance to have a normal childhood. The bulk of the film's conflict is around a girl named Camille, who arrives at the orphanage after Courgette, and probably has the darkest backstory of the bunch. Not that it's like a competition, but she witnessed her dad kill her mom and then himself, so pretty rough. She's still got a living aunt who treats her pretty horribly, and there's a very real possibility that she'll be forced to go live with her once again. There's so much joy in seeing Courgette and Camille connect and find comfort in each other through their tragic histories, feeling as though they can actually be themselves, be kids again, and as though they have a future worth looking forward to, both of them eventually being adopted by the officer who helped Courgette after his mother died. The film's stop-motion animation is also incredible. I love these character designs so much. The sets are beautiful, and I particularly love the outdoor landscapes. The grass is made to look almost like oil paint. There's just such a unique flavor to the visual style of this thing, and everything in the Snowy Mountain cabin sequence is amongst my favorite thing in the film. I mean, look at these kids get down at this goofy-ass rave. Love it. I'm pretty amazed that a film with such an astoundingly dark premise and so many horrifying plot points could make me feel this much comfort. It's a strangely quiet and peaceful film despite the subject matter, which is something I find powerful in itself. And with the quick runtime of about 65 minutes, I cannot recommend this enough. More movies, be 65 minutes, please. Moana is probably my favorite Disney animated film in the 3D era. This was the first and last 3D animated film from our old friends Musker and Clements, and damn did they deliver. But obviously the entire creative team was really on the ball. The story itself isn't anything particularly groundbreaking, but it's just solid storytelling. No real cracks in the armor, strong fundamentals, and that really begins with Moana herself, who is definitely one of my favorite Disney protagonists. You've got this loyal, strong-willed girl chosen by the ocean who is torn between her duty to her people and her destiny, which we obviously learn by the end of the movie are one and the same. And her journey goes hand in hand with Maui's. The pair need to learn from each other in order to fulfill their separate destinies. Maui is this pompous hotshot of a demigod who has done all of these wonderful things in the name of helping humanity, but in reality, he's a glory seeker. His help is all self-aggrandizing. He desperately seeks the validation that comes with his accomplishments, and he's obviously stoked to sing about how amazing he is, like an influencer who needs to film himself giving money to people in need. But through his journey with Moana, he actually learns what it means to help humanity. He forms an actual relationship with a person, teaches Moana tangible, helpful skills that she can actually use. In fact, they're the exact skills Moana needs to fulfill her destiny, not just the ones she uses to return the heart of Te Fiti, but the skills that her people lost after abandoning their ocean voyaging ways, things she'll go on to use to teach her people how to regain what their culture has lost. Through and through, Moana is courageous, but it isn't until she truly finds herself that she embraces her true courage. She was convinced that she's just the conduit through which Maui needs to flow, the delivery system to allow him to return the heart heart of Te Fiti, but in reality, it was always her destiny to return the heart. Moana speaking with her grandmother's spirit and reaffirming everything she knows about herself as she sings I Am Moana is pretty easily my favorite sequence in the entire film. I love her ancestors' spirits watching her continue their legacy as she does, and she finally understands that she was the one chosen to appeal to Te Fiti. Really, this is a film about restoration, restoring the natural order by returning the heart of Te Fiti, restoring Te Fiti herself from her monstrous Taka form, restoring Maui's glory through his most tangible and important achievement for humanity, and Moana restoring the traditions of her people. Oh, and I haven't even brought up the soundtrack. For me, this is the best Disney musical soundtrack since the Renaissance era, which is saying a lot because Frozen and Princess and the Frog both have some bangers, but Moana is the only Disney soundtrack that I have ever owned. This was Lin-Manuel Miranda's first collaboration with Disney, and in my opinion, it's his best work on anything, ever. It's hard to find a better 1-2-3 punch than Where You Are, How Far I'll Go, and We Know the Way. Really, I think the entire soundtrack is perfectly paced. You've got these beautiful traditional Polynesian compositions by Opataya Fuai, and those excellent 3 songs by Miranda. The second act has 2 really fun songs back to back in You're Welcome and Shiny, which aren't my personal favorites, but they're solid and doing what they're meant to do. Much better than Frozen's counterparts Summer and Fixer Upper. And it finishes out so strong with I Am Moana, Know Who You Are, and the We Know the Way finale. I really just think this soundtrack fires on all cylinders, perfectly paced. Not to say Moana is a perfect film or anything. The animal sidekicks feel pretty useless, and the middle of the second act feels a tiny bit meandering for a moment. I mean, there's coconut pirates, whatever. But I find the through line of this thing so damn satisfying. Moana and Maui have really well-defined intertwining arcs, the conflict, stakes, and themes are clear, the big moments feel big, and of course, the music bangs. Let's just hope any attempts at a sequel will have the same talent, attention, and care they put into this one. Wait, what? Seriously? God damn it.
You can't do nothing right, babe.
Zootopia made waves when it came out in 2016. Waves made bigger by the fact that I don't think people really expected it to pop off. I remember actually being a bit turned off because the trailer was just the sloth DMV scene and I saw it so many times in theaters. I mean, the sloth DMV thing is funny, but seeing an intentionally slow scene over and over as a trailer, not my favorite form of marketing, but this thing was a massive success, critically and commercially, netting like a full Billy at the worldwide BO. Okay, I will never use those terms again, I'm very sorry. While I still think this is a solid movie, it's kind of crazy how differently so much of it would have been perceived just like even a couple of years later. Really goes to show how quickly the social climate can change, and to be fair, I do think that the attempted social commentary in Zootopia gets a bit muddy. And I know it's a tough tightrope to walk. You want to use actual animal facts and attributes to inform your world and world building, but you still want to carve out a metaphor for your very human audience. It just feels like that can get messy fast when you have an entire classification of people in your world called predators, especially because they indicate that predators used to be monsters. Like, if this is about critters, then yeah, sure. But if it's about a city and people who are cops and robbers, maybe don't imply that a certain entire section of the population is more prone to violence because of their genetic makeup. What does work about the film are the character journeys. I'm a sucker for an underdog story, and I think Judy's kinda nails it. She's told her dreams are literally impossible, and even when she actually achieves them, she's shoved into a box. Literally and figuratively, that apartment was bleak. She has to go above and beyond just to be given a shot to do her job properly. And the way her growth intertwines with Nick's journey is pretty satisfying, proving herself to him in their investigation and helping break his cynical worldview. But Nick is empathetic too, with his own traumatic backstory. I really like the way that Judy and Nick had these parallel childhood experiences that sort of shaped their worldviews in different directions. And the more literal world building of Zootopia is so cool. I cannot express enough how much I love the details of the city itself. The train ride into the city is one of my favorite parts of the film, at least visually. It's so cool to look at. The different areas emulating different climates, the architecture of the skyscrapers, even the different scaled areas for different sized animals. Judy's foot chase through Rodentia was super fun, even though she almost 9/11'd like an entire row of apartment buildings. This must happen all the time. It's like a kid left a bunch of toys on the ground. How are there not constant accidental 9/11s? Overall, I like Zootopia, but I've never quite been as high on it as people were back in 2016. A mostly solid and very creative film that probably would have been 65% different if it had been made like moments later. The Red Turtle is an incredibly unique film and marks the only time Studio Ghibli co-produced a film with a director from outside their country or even from outside their studio, a pretty remarkable achievement in itself. In 2008, the co-founder of Wild Bunch, who co-produced the film with Ghibli, showed Hayao Miyazaki a short film called Father and Daughter by Dutch animator Michael Dudok de Wit. Miyazaki was so impressed that he claimed that if Ghibli ever worked with a foreign animator, it would be de Wit. Can you imagine getting that kind of validation? De Wit actually wasn't even interested, but whoever relayed the info to him must have buried the lead, because when he learned it was Miyazaki who wanted to collaborate, he got on board. Oh, it's that Miyazaki? I thought you were talking about Jeff Miyazaki. And though Miyazaki ultimately did not play a major role in its production, it was co-produced by his longtime producing partner Toshio Suzuki, and Ghibli's other directing legend Isao Takahata consulted on the remarkable visual style of the film. And The Red Turtle is a gorgeous film. This marks another nomination that forgoes dialogue, and visually, this is easily one of my favorites I'm covering in the entire video. I think I've said that like 10 times already, but it's true every time, I swear. While the character designs are relatively simplistic, the backgrounds are mind-meltingly stunning. It's another film that feels like you could just take any frame and hang it on your wall. The basic idea of the film is that a man is stranded on a deserted island, and each of his desperate attempts to escape by raft are mysteriously thwarted, seemingly by this red turtle. In his anger and frustration, he kills the turtle, and soon the turtle's body hatches like an egg with a red-haired woman emerging. What I love most about the Red Turtle is the way it distills so much about life in general down to these few stunning events. Once the woman emerges, it starts to jump forward between major different eras of this couple's life. The initial flirtation and connection between the couple, the birth of their son, the fear of their son being in danger, and the relief seeing him learn to fend for himself, the joy of raising a child and being a family, the sadness that this child might not be living his most fulfilling life as he grows into adulthood, that young adult experiencing similar fear himself, nearly losing his father and crossing the ocean to rescue him, the relief in their reunion, even the combination of sadness and pride as their son decides to leave the island and find a life of his own, and of course the comfort in each other during their elder years, and the devastation of loss even after a life well lived. The story is simple but powerful, and you'll be hard-pressed to find a more beautifully animated film. The further we go into this category, the more submissions there are each year, so there are certainly some noteworthy omissions. Pixar's Finding Dory didn't make the cut, DreamWorks' Kung Fu Panda 3 is the first in the franchise not to be nominated, Seth Rogen's raunchy R-rated comedy Sausage Party wasn't recognized, and there are plenty more films that were successful at the box office like Trolls, Sing, Secret Life of Pets, etc. But I think the one true standout snub this year is Makoto Shinkai's Your Name, which to me is frankly a masterpiece, probably my favorite Shinkai film. And I know this is a stacked year, but if I'm being real with you, I probably would have bumped off Zootopia for Your Name, which obviously was never gonna happen because, as you might have expected,
Zootopia!
At the time, another non-surprise, but it is very difficult to imagine this film getting that win even a couple years later. Zootopia is a solid film, and it just truly rode that wave of monumental success through award season, taking the Oscar, Annie, and Golden Globe, with the independent Annie going to the Red Turtle. And this is a super difficult Johnny Award for me to give out. If I'm being honest, I have no idea how to choose between Kubo, Moana, and My Life as a Courgette. I seriously love them all so much for such different reasons. My gut kind of says this would have been a great year to finally award Laika, considering they get nominated for every film they make, but never take home the prize. But it also would have been awesome to give the trophies to Musker and Clements, two legends who really delivered on their final Disney film. And of course, anytime a foreign film is in the running is amazing. I'd have loved to see Courgette get more attention, a film with a truly unique tone and subject matter, but also it drives me insane that Your Name wasn't nominated. Truly, any of these four this year deserve the Johnny, but I think that's really just a testament to how incredible the lineup was in 2016. 2017's nominees were DreamWorks' The Boss Baby, Cartoon Saloon's The Breadwinner, Pixar's Coco, Blue Sky's Ferdinand, and Loving Vincent. Well, the lineup is a real step down from the previous 2 years, but there are some really great and unique films here, even if I think there are a couple imposters too. But we've got one of Pixar's best, another beautiful Cartoon Saloon entry, and easily the most unique, painstakingly animated film possibly in history in this lineup, so let's get into it. The Boss Baby, the first film to dare to ask, what if Baby was boss? Or perhaps the first film to make the observation that Baby is in fact Boss. I was kinda dreading this one, and while it maybe had a few things I liked more than I expected, I think that was a valid feeling. What I did not expect was for this thing to be framed by a Tobey Maguire voiceover playing the grown-up version of the main character, Tim Templeton, which I think has gotta be Tobey's first voiceover narration since the Spider-Man films, right?
Who am I? You sure you want to know? The story of my life is not for the faint of heart.
Okay, first, let's talk the things that surprised me. While I generally am not a huge fan of the art style of this film, anytime they retreated into Tim's imagination, I really dig what they did with the backgrounds and designs. It was the one thing in this film that really felt like it stood out visually. I also do not hate the sort of core idea of this film, just the reality that all parents face. When you've got a baby, that thing is the boss. You don't get to tell it what to do, you have to adhere to its every need. You are their underling, there to serve them. It's a fun escalation of something people really face, which I think is kinda key for nearly any good film idea. However, it felt like they sort of built the world out backwards from this idea, and it goes to absolutely insane lengths to explain its world and lore. It's kind of a mess. When babies are made in heaven, I guess, they're either chosen to be sent down to Earth to be with a family, or they're sent to management. Babies either become real babies or little business babies.
Hands up, double baby!
Poop duty. They had a very hard time locking into the reality of this movie. There are scenes where we think the Boss Baby antics are being imagined because his parents see those antics as normal kid stuff, but later there's like an entire evil plot involving the entire family at the dog factory? Pick a lane. Is this about overactive imagination or chaotic nonsense? I guess I thought the whole Boss Baby concept was going to be a clever metaphor, not just like a full-on secret baby world. Didn't they already try that with Baby Geniuses? I watched this movie with a friend, and when it felt like the film was nearing its natural climax, I turned to him and said, "Hey, how long do you think is left?" He said, "I don't know, maybe 10 more minutes?" Viewer, there was 45 minutes remaining in the film. This thing absolutely exhausts its initial premise and then continues for 3/4 of an hour after that, somehow ending with like a rocket full of puppies trying to be launched into space. Boss Baby is just doing entirely too much, but I guess it did spin off 2 Netflix series and get a sequel, so maybe that baby really is boss. Here's another one I had never seen before, Ferdinand, the penultimate release from Blue Sky Studios before their unfortunate closure, and one of only 2 films in their filmography to get the Best Animated Feature nomination. Based on a 1936 children's book called The Story of Ferdinand, this is all about a bull who refuses to become a fighter, preferring a cushier, violence-free lifestyle filled with loved ones and flowers. I think the main through line of this film kinda works for me. Ferdinand is this character who, because he is an absolutely massive beast of a bull, is expected to be this grand fighter and opponent, meant to take on a matador. It's not unlike Wreck-It Ralph in a way. A character who doesn't want to be told what he has to be, wants to reject the role society has placed on him, except Ferdinand's role requires him to eventually be publicly executed by sword. It's got a handful of pretty charming and heartfelt sequences and a nice anti-violence message. Unfortunately, those things are surrounded by what I can only describe as insufferable hijinks. The opening of the film with the tiny baby Ferdinand works well enough, showcasing how different he is than the other bulls, and even different than his own dad, who leaves for a pack of smokes when Ferdinand is very young and never comes back. And by pack of smokes, I mean slaughtered in a bullfight. Movie starts out pretty dark, which leads to Ferdinand fleeing the ranch and being adopted by a girl and her flower peddling pops. Honestly, I quite like the montage of Ferdinand growing up with this girl and living his dream life. It really made me think the movie was going to be more about, well, that relationship. But once Ferdinand is taken away again, she exits the movie entirely until the very end. I can't even remember her name. That's how little she was in the film. The bulk of the film ends up focusing on a whole slew of barnyard animals partaking in those aforementioned hijinks, and yeah, that stuff is just not for me. Colorful wisecracking hedgehogs, shockingly long dance battles, stuck-up horses with very thick German accents. I just found myself groaning a lot of the time. I'm pretty sure 2 bulls dapped each other up at one point. Who is this for? They also had some very strange choices for the voice cast. I think John Cena is a pretty fun actor, but I don't think he quite had a handle on the voice performance here. He's not bad, like, say, Peyton Manning was, a truly baffling casting choice. Look, if you're gonna cast pro athletes to voice act, putting them alongside true voice talent like David Tennant is not going to do them any favors. There are some scenes that really work though, and I think in general I appreciate the resolutions here. The scene where Ferdinand has a chance to escape the ranch, but first sees the horns of all of the bulls who were killed by the matador, including his father's, pretty devastating and very emotionally affecting.
All of them did. The bull never wins.
Which of course leads to him refusing to leave and saving all of the other animals. That is good enough. enjoyed it. And when Ferdinand is actually forced into the bullfighting ring at the climax, that stuff all works for me too. His refusal to fight has him end up in an accidental role reversal, with the Matador desperately charging at Ferdinand, winning over the audience and basically saving his own life. And the reunion with that nameless girl in Ferd is nice. I just wish she had more of a presence in the film to make this hit more. She just sort of shows up, has a great montage, and disappears. I think they probably could have threaded her through the narrative a little bit better, at least enough for me to remember her name. Ferdinand has some nice ideas and some nice moments, but overall was not a film for me. But Blue Sky never dies, unlike the practice of bullfighting, which sucks and should die. Loving Vincent is truly one of the most uniquely animated films I have ever seen. An astounding work of art, or 65,000 works of art. Literally every single frame of this film is an oil painting on canvas, painted by a team of 125 artists from around the globe, all emulating Vincent van Gogh's iconic techniques. You can actually even still purchase these oil paintings from the Loving Vincent website to help fund their future projects, which is really cool. And the art style is an obviously stunning tribute to one of the greatest painters in history, but in my opinion, the narrative is even more so. The film takes place a year after Van Gogh's suicide and features countless actual people depicted across Van Gogh's extensive portfolio of work. The main character is Armand Roulin. The son's family was close to Van Gogh. Armand's father thinks Vincent's death is suspicious and tasks his son with delivering one of his final letters. However, with Van Gogh's brother having died, Armand spends his time talking to locals about Vincent, determining who is best fit to receive the letter. Honestly, I personally didn't know much about the circumstances surrounding Van Gogh's death. I had no idea the gunshot wound was to the stomach, I had no idea he walked himself back to his hotel where he stayed, and I had no idea that he died days later. The circumstances are definitely suspicious, so that mystery aspect of the story is fully engaging, but ultimately, I found this to be such a touching and apt tribute to Van Gogh. Armand is a guy who sort of writes off Van Gogh entirely. He doesn't even really care to go on this errand for his father. He sees him as a crazy failed painter who doesn't deserve the time or effort. But over the course of his investigation, as he talks to more people who knew him and he starts to understand the nuances and details of Vincent's life, he becomes invested in his story and his death, and in whether or not this man could have been saved. He starts to resent the way so many people wrote him off and treated him poorly, even though he himself did the very same thing. And what I find most profound about Armand's personal journey is that it parallels exactly the way the world responded to Vincent van Gogh. While he was here with us, most people who knew him wrote him off, wrote off his work, took him for granted, saw nothing of value in what he brought to the world. And of course, once he left this world, the world in turn started to see the value he brought, to the point where he is now considered to be one of the greatest artists in history, probably the most recognized painter of all time. And I think even beyond these parallels of the world's perception of Vincent, it says a lot about what people choose to believe, what they need to tell themselves to make sense of the world. Though Armand really wants to believe that Vincent was wronged in his death and that there's more to it than suicide, it seems as though he comes away content with the idea that it was suicide. But when he relays these circumstances to his father remains very definitive in his belief that it was an act perpetrated against Vincent. I don't think the film is trying to convince the audience either way, but it is trying to show us how two people can look at the exact same pieces of evidence and come away with different conclusions, and how that might say more about those people than the circumstances themselves. Hey, almost like looking at a painting itself. Joseph went in suspicious and came out feeling vindicated. He remained unchanged. Armand, however, went in convinced he understood Van Gogh and came out a different person on the other side. He may believe the harder truth, but who's really better off? This is a truly miraculous piece of filmmaking, one everyone should see at least once. The Breadwinner is a really beautiful film, but very heavy. It's Cartoon Saloon's first feature that was not a part of their Irish folklore trilogy. Set in Kabul, Afghanistan in 2001, it focuses on 11-year-old Parvana and her family and their struggles living under the Taliban's rule. After Parvana's father is taken away and imprisoned, her family must figure out how to even find basic provisions, as the Taliban doesn't allow women in public without a male relative. To help her family, Parvana cuts her hair and pretends to be a boy so that she can work and make ends meet for her mother, older sister, and baby brother. The film gives harrowing insight into these hardships, showcasing the danger Parvana faces every single day simply so that her family can eat. She also tells her younger brother this sort of parallel story of a boy attempting to retrieve his village's seeds from this tyrant, the Elephant King. These sequences are animated in this gorgeous storybook cutout style. The entire film looks amazing, but these are particularly well done. And that story sort of parallels Parvana's own attempts to rescue her father from prison while the country is on the brink of war, at the crux of the US invasion of Afghanistan. But beyond this look into this particularly volatile moment in history, Parvana is a very likable character. Though she faces incredible odds, she embraces the role of provider, doing everything she can to slowly work towards finding a way to get her father out of prison, and you also understand the desperate moves her family begins to make, accepting a marriage proposal for Parvana's sister simply so that they can escape poverty, and Parvana no longer has to risk her life. The Breadwinner isn't a very fun movie to watch, but it is very powerful, and it's one I highly recommend.
Anything to declare?
As a matter of fact, yes.
Hola.
In my opinion, Coco is Pixar's last masterpiece. For now, hopefully, but man, I have just always adored this film. Honestly, I saw it twice in theaters and hadn't seen it in the years since, and so going into this rewatch, I was maybe slightly concerned it wouldn't live up to my memories. But oh boy, was I happy to be proven wrong. And what more fitting way to reaffirm memories of something I love than with a film about holding on to the memories of the people we love. They sell the family dynamics so perfectly right out the gate. You fully understand why this family is resistant to anything musical, even though you disagree with it, and you see how that controlling nature leads to Miguel beginning to resent that family. The entire journey through the afterlife so beautifully explores this conflict, allowing Miguel to open up and recognize the importance of family, alongside his family recognizing that enforcing their own trauma responses on subsequent generations isn't healthy or sustainable for their family. And don't even get me started on the visuals of this film. I truly think the Land of the Dead is one of the most beautiful, inspired locations in animation history. Just an absolute splendor to look at. And beyond the general landscape and layering, the architecture and details within are stunning as well. This sort of entryway station is clearly designed after the Bradbury building in downtown Los Angeles, and the expansion of that interior in this otherworldly setting is so inspired. I think the fact that there's such excellent music throughout goes a long way for me as well. Any film that narratively connects with great music tends to tug at my heartstrings in just the right way. And in particular, the way they seed Remember Me throughout this film is so ingeniously executed. First showcasing it as the more upbeat and beloved song performed by De La Cruz, and even showing various different renditions by other performers at the talent show. You're familiar with the song thanks to these perfectly paced little snippets, and then the recontextualization changes everything. First Hector playing for little Coco, revealing the true nature of the song, and of course Miguel performing one last time for the older Coco. I cry during both of these performances, but for that final performance, my face just leaks water. I turn into a faucet in disrepair, a landlord needs to be called, fully ruined pipes, ceiling collapse imminent. In my opinion, it's the most beautiful culminating moment in Pixar history. While there are countless deeply emotional sequences throughout their filmography, I don't think any one of them brings every aspect of a story together as masterfully as this one. Miguel finally embracing the importance of creating and holding on to those family memories, Coco getting a chance to relive the happiest moments of her childhood, the entire family finally understanding not only the beautiful memories that music can enhance, but the truth about their family history, and of course, Hector's songwriting legacy and memory being preserved so that he gets the chance to see his daughter and love his family once again, through a song called Remember Me, no less. I think Coco is peak Pixar, a perfect film. Honestly, by this year, it really felt like the Academy's disdain towards the LEGO movies were personal, or maybe the foolish move of releasing 2 LEGO movie spin-offs in one year split the vote for LEGO Batman and LEGO Ninjago. But honestly, LEGO Batman absolutely deserved a nomination this year, especially over the fucking Boss Baby. Other noteworthy omissions are Captain Underpants and Hiromasa Yonebayashi's Mary and the Witch's Flower, and we're also venturing into territory where there are so many submissions that I almost guarantee that every remaining year has some secret masterpiece that people have never heard of. But I think I personally would have probably ditched Boss Baby and Ferdinand for LEGO Batman and Mary and the Witch's Flower. The winner, though...
And the Oscar goes to... Viva Latinoamerica, Coco!
I don't think this one surprised anyone. Coco was a huge success and critically adored. It delivered Lee Unkrich his 2nd win, making him the 4th ever and 4th Pixar director to join the Two Timers Club. It also won both the Annie and Golden Globe. Also, it made $800 million. It was just a smash hit in every sense of the word. It is also the winner of this year's Johnny Award. I love Coco. It's actually my favorite Pixar film. And though The Breadwinner and Loving Vincent represent such cool sides of animation that we rarely see celebrated, I just think Coco is an undeniable masterpiece. One of those years where I think Pixar absolutely deserved the win. 2018's nominees are Pixar's Incredibles 2, Wes Anderson's Isle of Dogs, Mamoru Hosada's Mirai, Disney's Ralph Breaks the Internet, and Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. Wow, this is a pretty wild lineup. Both Disney and Pixar's entries being sequels, Wes Anderson's second appearance in the category, the rare non-Ghibli nomination for a Japanese animated film, and of course, the surprise of the century, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. There is so much to dig into, so let's do it.
Oh my god.
Maybe I'm putting too much stock in online discourse, but Incredibles 2 has got to be one of the most overhated films in the Pixar library. And I fully believe that's for two reasons. One, it had to follow up an absolute masterpiece, and two, fans waited 14 years for that follow-up. Of course that's going to create unreasonable levels of hype. But the reality is that Incredibles 2 is a great film. No, it's not quite as good as the first, and I'll go over why, but it nails everything a good sequel needs to do. It expands on the messages and themes of the first, it expands the world beyond the scope of the first, and it absolutely ups the ante on action and in scale. I'm gonna be honest, the hate for this thing kinda baffles me. I think it's a really great time. I've seen some people claim that it undoes everything the first achieves, which no. Based on everything we know about this world, there was no reason to assume that the government would just accept supers back into the world, no questions asked. And making a movie specifically about the transitional period, showing the activists who are fighting for supers' rights to return to the public, that's a perfect continuation of the previous film. It's the natural place to take the story. It places the world in a period of change, and it puts the main characters in a super challenging position. The focus on Elastigirl as the primary super in this film is great, and honestly, is one of the reasons that the action is actually improved, despite the first film having some excellent action to begin with. The opening Underminer fight has an unbelievable sense of scale. Elastigirl's high-speed chase of the monorail through New Urbum is one of the coolest, most creative chase sequences I've ever seen. The super's attack on the house has such an amazing variety and combination of characters and abilities. It's just so much fun. It's great to see Elastigirl get the spotlight, but also struggle internally over whether or not they're going about this the right way. And I love the way this puts Bob in the Mr. Mom role. His chemistry with his kids was always a highlight in the first film, and that dynamic is obviously super important to these films. Sure, they're action superhero films, but they're just as much family dramas. Bob struggling to adapt to his role as caretaker while Helen makes ends meet is a great challenge for him and allows him to connect with his kids in ways he hasn't in years. The look of satisfaction on his face when he helps Dash with his math, the desperate attempts to make things right with Violet after Tony gets Men in Blacked, the uncertainty with Jack-Jack's rapidly developing powers, it really ups the ante in the family drama department. Bob is being beaten down in an entirely new way. He's used to being strong enough to handle everything that comes his way, but he's being confronted by dilemmas and challenges he's never really comprehended. Learning you can't punch your way through fatherhood.
I'm used to knowing what the right thing to do is, but now I'm not sure anymore. I just want to be a good dad.
Honestly, I think Incredibles 2 is as funny, if not funnier than the first as well. Jack vs. the Raccoon is easily one of my favorite scenes in Pixar history. Really, everything revolving around Jack's abilities delivers some of the best physical humor and biggest laughs in the series. Obviously, the one big downgrade from the first film is the villain. The idea behind Screenslaver is cool enough, but the commentary is a little on the nose, and the identity twist was one of the most predictable in recent Disney history. She simply did not have as strong of an origin or motivation Syndrome. And while I do love the expansion of the world, I wish the new generation of supers introduced in this film had a bit more substance. It feels like they start to try and flesh out Void, and then accidentally left her whole deal in a previous draft of the script. And overall, it does feel like the emotional core of the first film is much stronger. There's nothing that really lives up to Bob's fear that he's lost his family and relief when he finds them alive. But I adore the way Dash and Violet have to rise to the occasion to save their parents. I wish it had been seeded a bit more than just in the opening scene, but this film naturally continues their journeys as supers, not just embracing their powers in the key moments like in the first film, but taking the initiative to save the day.
They are in trouble. It's up to us. To us, understand?
And being validated in that decision, a nice full circle moment following the opening fight.
Oh, sweetie, how could I be mad? I'm proud.
And just like the first, we're treated to an amazing team showdown as the family syncs up and this time takes on an entire array of supers together, putting aside their egos to embrace the exact roles they're needed for in the suspenseful final set piece. Incredibles 2 is not the masterpiece that the first is. It isn't as complete of a film, but it is absolutely a strong sequel and definitely overhated.
You heard the rumor, right? About Buster?
What happened to him?
Suicided. Hanged himself by his own leash.
Isle of Dogs seems to be one of Wes Anderson's least enjoyed films, and it certainly has its issues, but man, I have always really enjoyed this one. Though, it's definitely incredibly valid to ask whether or not Anderson is the person to be telling a story about Japanese culture, even if it is set in a fictional future. He probably just isn't. But I vibe with the story and tone of this film. I really appreciate its slow pace, and it's seriously one of my visual favorites on this list. Anderson obviously is so controlling when it comes to blocking his scenes and images, and obviously stop motion kind of lends to that perfectly, quite literally the most exacting control possible on each and every shot. I really wish he would jump back on the animation train. Give me the origin of that alien dude from Asteroid City, Wes. The people demand it. The design of the fictional city of Megasaki is gorgeous, and the variety of junky landscapes strewn across Trash Island are so beautiful. The sequences where the gang is just walking through each little mini biome is mesmerizing. And I do think that at its core, the story of Chief and Atari works well. Atari lives this bizarrely, overly controlled life as the mayor's ward after the loss of his parents, and his dog Spot was his only confidant. Though Atari's dialogue isn't translated through the film, you really understand him as a character. He's the only human willing to go back for their dog. There are great little moments where you see Atari trying to take advantage of the freedom and just be a kid for the first time. And conversely, Chief's evolution from a staunchly anti-obedience pup to a dog who understands the value and the love and connection a human friend can bring is really sweet. I think the scene that stands out to me most is Atari scrubbing down Chief for his first ever bath, revealing his spotted white coat underneath. Maybe a little too obvious of a visual change to represent his internal change, but I still, again, found it sweet. I really enjoy the quirks of the different dog personalities too. They're very much Wes Anderson characters at their core, but even just some of the sillier explanations for some of those character traits. I love that Oracle is seemingly able to tell the future, but in reality it's just because she can't stop watching the TV. That's fun dog stuff. There are definitely aspects of the story that don't quite hit. Tracy's crush on Atari feels kinda out of nowhere, and the whole familial relation between Spot and Chief also feels a bit forced. While I do love the film's slow pace, it maybe feels a bit long in some places. But overall, I really dig the bizarre, retro-futuristic designs of the robots and drones and the countless stunning locations and landscapes. It's a nice time. I had no idea what Mirai was going in, and honestly, for the first chunk of the film, it completely confounded me. Directed by Mamoru Hosoda, known for directing segments of the Digimon movie, The Girl Who Leapt Through Time, and The Boy and the Beast, but perhaps most infamously known for being the original director of Studio Ghibli's Howl's Moving Castle, before being replaced by his animation idol, Hayao Miyazaki. Perhaps fittingly, Mirai was the first ever Japanese film outside of a Ghibli production to be nominated for Best Animated Feature. Mirai is a very unique film, starring a 4-year-old boy named Kun, who is struggling to adapt to the birth of his baby sister, the titular Mirai. Seems like a simple enough setup, and then all the magic stuff happens. Every time Kun is struggling with a specific aspect of how his life has changed thanks to his sister, he's basically spirited away into a dream or memory or future event that helps him better understand exactly why these circumstances are changing, and ultimately to help him grow and become a better brother, to help him grow into a good kid. And I think this mostly works, even though it took me a while to sort of latch onto the core concept, but Kun really is sort of a little nightmare kid, and seeing him grow by the end of the film was mostly gratifying. He goes on these little quests with a human version of his dog, with an older version of his sister Mirai from the future. His great-grandfather in the far past even meets himself in the future, going through a parallel struggle, and I appreciated that he learned about the sort of delicate nature of life and history, the way seemingly small things can have this ripple effect that affect the future in profound ways. Overall, Mirai is a pretty cool film, not one of my favorite nominations, but it's always cool to see foreign films make the cut, especially from the less commonly recognized studios.
Whiffy? Or wifey?
It's actually pronounced Wi-Fi, Ralph.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Alright, this is kind of the perfect one to talk about after Incredibles 2, because with the way people treat both that film and Toy Story 4, I thought for sure that the hate and vitriol aimed at Ralph Breaks the Internet was going to be entirely overblown. But, I think I actually hated this film. Let's set aside the fact that it absolutely should have been called Ralph Wrecks the Internet, starting off with one of the stupidest mistitles I've ever seen.
Wreck the Internet kind of sounds better, doesn't it?
Yeah, but break the internet, it's like a thing.
I guess the filmmakers just needed to reference Kim Kardashian's ass? How else were they going to relate to modern culture? This film just completely lacks the charm of the original. It was such a fun world, the way these arcade cabinets interconnected, the way these characters spent their downtime, and the portrayal of the way these games have changed over time. While I understand the inclination to get mobile and online gaming into the mix as an escalation, and even think that in general that's a good idea, I have massive issues with the way this loops the entire internet into its world building. Previously, we just had these video game characters interacting, but this basically loops in the entire human population by visualizing the internet as this big vast world. It's like that one episode of Futurama, except it makes less sense because we're supposed to believe that these people are still just on their computers. I think building out the internet into this actual physical space deeply muddies the world building and makes the premise very sweaty. And while looking at all these old school video games was super charming in the first film, being bombarded by every single real life website that exists in the sequel is exhausting. The first was an homage to a bygone era of video games, and this just feels like it's fully embracing consumerism. Not to mention, I can't remember the last time I saw a film where so much happened and so little of it meant anything. It truly just feels like an insane series of references one after the other. Even the small cutaways are insane. There is literally a Miranda Sings jump scare.
What the heck? Dang internet!
Jesus Christ, literally everything in this film is aged as gracefully as an egg salad sandwich in a hot parking lot. The internet is this amazing place where people can find creative outlets and community, and this is something that the film could have embraced much better, but instead it just felt like a non-stop train of recognize this? How about this? It was fun when it was mostly forgotten video game characters of years past, but no, I am not excited that you keep showing me eBay and Instagram and Google and Amazon and Snapchat and literally all of the stuff that I already see nonstop because we live in a consumerist hellscape. I do think that the core idea behind Ralph's growth here is fine. It's a story about his own insecurities and his friendship with Vanellope, which leads to controlling jealousy. That story idea does build on the friendship he formed with her in the first film, and him letting her go off to spread her wings is a totally valid ending, even if they do not acknowledge that she has fully gone turbo, which we were told was bad in the last film. I just think the decent-ish character journey is buried in a totally misguided monument to excess. There are some fun moments in isolation. I'm sure some people loved seeing Marvel and Star Wars and Disney characters all over the place, but when it's sort of just embracing Disney's media chokehold, it is not particularly fun for me. I was pretty bummed by how much I hated this. Since its release in 2018, there are absolutely no films I have watched more times than Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, partially because I'm a huge Spider-Man fan in general, but that isn't the only reason that this is the Spidey film I revisit most. The fact that this is just a massive celebration of both comic books and of Spider-Man's entire history across countless mediums goes a long way for me as a bona fide Spidey nerd. The introduction is ingenious, gently reminding the audience of Spidey's oft-retold origin, all while celebrating and lightly poking fun at the various aspects of his on-screen history. But even more impressive is the way the story brilliantly distills the most important aspects of the Spider-Man mythos so that they can rebuild it around Miles. I just do not think I can sing this film's praises enough. It could have been so easy for this film to just feel like a convoluted mess given the introduction of so many Spider people, but miraculously, this thing is just paced perfectly, providing just enough playful exposition in the right moments so that the story never feels bogged down or sluggish. The way Miles not only learns what it means to be a Spider-Man through the trials and tragedy faced over the course of the movie, but how his friendship with Peter and Gwen helps both of them overcome the trauma their time as Spider People has inflicted on them. Peter reluctantly embracing the mentor role, only to discover the joys of teaching and passing down what he knows, helping him realize he wants to be a father, and Gwen actually opening up to someone after the loss of her Peter, and recognizing the safety that comes with trusting someone to really have your back, opening up that single slot on her friend roster for Miles. But of course, Miles is the film's engine. It's all about his great responsibility to actually live up to the promise he made to this universe's Peter before he died, to take up the mantle of Spider-Man and protect the ones he loves most from destruction. And at the core of that story is Miles' loved ones, particularly the conflict with his dad. Early in the movie, we see how Miles is reluctant to pursue his art, to pursue his biggest passions because of his father's expectations. This is why Miles looks up to his uncle. It's why when he struggles, he chooses to spend his time with the person who actually supports those passions. Knowing his dad disapproves prevents Miles from being able to fully embrace the things in his life he cares about most. And this is one of the major roadblocks in his road to being Spider-Man as well, knowing that his father hates Spider-Man.
What? He asked me. Baby, you know how I feel about Spider-Man. Come on.
Aaron's death has two majorly important roles in this story. It's obviously Miles' own Uncle Ben moment, but it's also a catalyst for Jeff, having now lost his brother and feeling partially responsible for pushing him away because of their differing worldviews. He realizes he's in danger of doing that for Miles as well. And now with Miles' support pillar and Aaron being lost, Jeff takes its place. He goes to Miles and he encourages him, and he tells him that while he wants Miles to use his gifts, they're his to use.
I see this spark in you. It's amazing. It's why I push you, but it's yours.
And that acceptance and validation is what helps Miles push past those mental blocks in his journey as Spider-Man, leading him to finally take his leap of faith and selflessly get all of his friends home safely. There are so many more details in this film that are just astounding. One of my favorite being Miles' big swing up to the top of the collider being directly influenced by his universe's Peter from the beginning of the film. This thing just sets up pins and knocks him down left and right. Honestly, if you want to see just how ingeniously the film is scripted, I do have a full video about it on my main channel, so, you know, check it out after this if you feel like it. And I didn't even talk about the outrageous leaps forward in 3D animation that this film took, possibly the most innovative in the entire video. Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse is not just a perfect Spider-Man film, it's an astounding work of art. One of my favorite films, period. Something I can and will watch at least 3 times a year for the rest of my life. Alright, after watching it, I'm sorry, but I cannot pretend to be okay with Ralph Breaks the Internet receiving a nomination this year. I would replace it with literally almost anything else. Honestly, I'm even more baffled that it somehow has a higher tomato meter than the first film. I'm not anti-critic, but oh boy, the critics got this one wrong. And if I'm being honest, of all the movies I've watched that were submitted, I'm probably giving the slot to Teen Titans Go to the Movies, baby. That film is underrated as hell. Another noteworthy omission is Aardman's Early Man. Usually Aardman gets a nomination. But the winner, I mean, come on, it's obvious.
Mimi, you were right. Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse.
If Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse hadn't received this Oscar, I think there would have been riots. Such a cool way for Sony Animation to win their first Oscar. It is just such a special film. Not only telling an incredibly unique Spidey story after literally 6 Spidey films already existed, but innovating and influencing a massive sea change in the 3D animated feature film industry. Spider-Verse also won the Annie and the Golden Globe, as well as my heart. That's why this year's Johnny undoubtedly goes to Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. It is literally the film I have watched most over the past 5 years. I throw it on 2 to 3 times a year. It's my favorite thing to show people who have never seen it. I never get tired of it. It's truly a special piece of filmmaking, and I'll never stop singing its praises. 2019's nominees are DreamWorks' How to Train Your Dragon: The Hidden World, Netflix's I Lost My Body, Netflix's Klaus, Laika's Missing Link, and Pixar's Toy Story 4. Whew, what an interesting year, with multiple Netflix releases making the cut, another Laika nomination, and both DreamWorks and Pixar delivering sequels to some of their biggest franchises. A year that people are very normal about, almost no strong feelings towards any of these nominees. Let's go. The finale of the Dragons trilogy, Dragons. With such excellent entries for the first 2 films, I was incredibly excited for them to bring it home with the 3rd film, though I have to say, I have always hated the mishmash of naming conventions. Why did they give a numerical title to the 2nd and a subtitle to the 3rd? Do one or the other, but did they manage to close out the trilogy in a satisfying way? I think, in some ways, they really nailed it, but sadly, the film made a few choices that place it pretty firmly at the bottom of my Dragons ranking. I do think the general story here is a good one. Hiccup struggling in his leadership role, needing to convince the entirety of Berk to once again upend their way of life to protect their dragons from the film's villain, Grimmel. How many times this guy gotta fundamentally restructure society before they tell him to fucking chill? I think one of my biggest issues with the film is that villain, Grimmel. His dragons are super cool, but I just find him incredibly uninteresting. I think they were going for a sort of understated, ominous nature, but sadly it came across as boring to me. But the film's biggest issue is an absolutely baffling choice to feature Rough Nut and Tough Nut in, like, extended featured roles. The other kids were always, like, acceptable humor bait for children in the previous films. Kind of annoying, but mostly harmless. This one chooses to fully embrace the 2 most annoying of the group for unreasonably large amounts of screen time. The sort of on-the-run vibe works well for the film. It gives us something different than the first 2, and I like the way it ties into the themes, Hiccup has to convince everyone to go so far out of their comfort zone in order to protect those he loves, but that's an easy choice for him to make because dragons are his comfort zone. But over the course of the film, he too has to move further and further outside of that comfort zone for Toothless's sake, letting Toothless go off on his own for his dates with the Light Fury, and even having to give up dragons entirely in the end, which is the ultimate sacrifice for Hiccup. His entire life, his entire success and sense of self is tied to dragons. I think the highlight of this film is probably Toothless and Light Fury's romance. I find it so charming, and as a fan of these films, the way their dates sort of parallel not only the way Hiccup and Toothless became friends, but also Hiccup and Astrid's first flight date in the first film, that works so well for me. Truly just a really satisfying full circle connection. And I think the ending is pretty undeniable. Giving up the dragons so they can protect themselves in the hidden world really tugs at the heartstrings. And of course, the little epilogue where we get to see Hiccup and his family meet Toothless's family, old friends reuniting. Though this is definitely my least favorite of the trilogy because of a few big issues, I still think they truly stuck the landing when it mattered most. An incredibly satisfying ending, and overall an excellent trilogy. I Lost My Body is one of the wildest and most unique premises found in this category. It's a French adult animated film based on a novel called Happy Hand, one of the few adult animated films to ever be nominated in this category. It half follows a man named Naufel through his traumatic life, showcasing his idyllic childhood that is abruptly halted when his parents die in a horrific car crash caused by his own distraction. The film continues on through Naufel's life, revealing the hardships and difficulties he's faced since it was derailed by this childhood tragedy. Oh, and the other half of the film follows Naufel's severed hand that escapes from a laboratory and travels across Paris. I know, it's so cliche. I think the standout aspect of this film is the animation. It's CG animated, but the stylization almost looks 2D. It's got a remarkable sense of style. You can pause on so many striking moments in this thing that look like they belong in a picture frame. While I really enjoyed both halves of this film, I did feel like they were a little disparate. Like, I see the connection, but it felt like I was watching two different movies intercut together, which I'm not sure made for the most seamless viewing experience. But each side of the film has a lot to love. I was actually wildly invested in Naufel's life, the way losing that fostering environment as a kid affected the way he grew and learned to connect with people, and how that led to some sort of creepy behavior down the line, even if he meant well. You can see the wheels turning in his head when he starts chatting with Gabrielle over her intercom. You can tell he wants to pursue the connection, but doesn't know how. And I appreciate that the film is both empathetic to his struggles and how he pursues connection, while also making it clear that the way he goes about it is very off-putting. But I really appreciated the ending, as Naufel not only takes the leap of faith he once spoke about, but records it with his tape recorder over the recording of the fatal car crash that killed his parents, a nice way to symbolize his growth and attempts to finally move on. And the other half is just an incredibly creative and beautifully animated journey of that dude's hand, trying to feel its way around Paris. There are so many incredibly inventive sequences throughout. I never would have imagined there were so many ways to show a hand finding new methods of travel. I do have some questions about this concept though. The hand just has all of Naufel's memories? He becomes his own being? And not only that, once it fails to reattach itself, it just retreats into the world to be a severed hand forever? Imagine seeing a wild severed hand just chilling in the tall grass. Creepiest Pokemon encounter ever. Personally, I want a series of spin-offs, each focusing on a different limb. Feet, nose, back, other ones, eventually coming together in an Avengers-style culmination of the I Lost My Body verse, where they all reunite to form a disgusting Frankenstein Voltron. This is a great idea that doesn't betray the vision of the original film at all. Anyways, I Lost My Body is pretty cool, even if I felt like I was watching two different movies at once.
Yeah, I'm just wow.
This was a film I had heard such great things about but had yet to watch, and while I wish I had maybe watched at Christmas time instead, it really is a great film. Klaus is a modern Christmas classic and sort of a reimagining of the Santa Claus story. The main character is this privileged slacker named Jesper, whose father sends him to the remote island town of Smearensburg to reinvigorate their post office. If he can process 6,000 letters within the year, his family won't cut him off. The film really gets moving when it introduces Klaus, played by J.K. Simmons, a woodsman with countless handmade toys. Jesper essentially leverages the sad children of Smearensburg and Klaus's kindness to sort of artificially generate an entire letter sending operation, the kids sending letters to then receive toys from Klaus. It comes across as this selfless act to help bring joy to a sad, divided town, until of course they all discover Jesper's selfish motivations.
Just listen,
Everybody's out to get something, right?
It was all about the lessons he learned along the way, though, yada yada, you get it. It's not a groundbreaking arc, but it is super effective. I was just generally really impressed by the reimagining, distilling down really specific aspects of the Santa Claus story and then rebuilding them into something entirely new. Familiar, but new. Luckily, we didn't get any Santa Claus purists complaining about how the woke agenda destroyed Christmas canon. But if we're gonna talk Klaus, we have to talk the animation, which is an incredible blend of traditional and CG techniques. We see a ton of films that try to recreate 2D styles with 3D models, but it's rare that a film tries to recreate the look of 3D character models with 2D assets. It's wildly impressive and such an ingenious innovation. 2D and 3D yield such wildly different results in animation, and so to actually find a sort of common ground, a blend of the two, makes this one of the most uniquely animated films ever nominated. Truly a very impressive film.
We've killed my grandmother! Quick, quick, quick! Someone should give her the kiss of life!
Missing Link is the final nomination for Laika, or at least until their next film, since they're fully batting 1,000 in nominations. And it was another that I hadn't seen prior to this project. Overall, Missing Link has a pretty great premise. This sort of suave adventurer desperate for validation from the larger exploration community, forming an actual friendship with Sasquatch himself, the titular Link, who is missing, who simply wants the man's help to meet his Yeti cousins. The cast is pretty excellent. Hugh Jackman as the smooth but distant Sir Lionel Frost, Zoe Saldana as the fierce and passionate Adelina Fortnite, and honestly, what really sells the entire thing for me is Zach Galifianakis' performance as the Sasquatch, or Susan Link as he names himself. I can be pretty mixed on Galifianakis' performances, but he brought the perfect level of unassuming charm to the character. Just very kindly and endearing, and the friendship that forms between Link and Lionel mostly works. As usual, the absolute star of a Laika film is once again the animation. This thing is absolutely stunning. Each new Laika film is almost more bafflingly beautiful than the last. Unfortunately, with this film in particular, I had a sort of underwhelming feeling towards the film's presentation. Like, I am seeing some of the most profoundly beautiful animation that has ever been conceived by man, but it almost feels like it's being served to me in this incredibly nonchalant, low-key way, as though they don't realize the splendor they're presenting to me. Like, the cinematic language isn't quite highlighting how amazing this animation is. It's like I ordered a top-shelf filet mignon, but they give it to me on a McDonald's tray. I liked Missing Link just fine, but I just couldn't quite put my finger on why I was so underwhelmed by some of this objectively beautiful animation. I did find the story of Frost and Link's connection to be pretty touching. A man who seeks glory and validation from this larger community, a community that he does not even like, and realizing that this connection with Link is so much more valuable. A connection to a being that most people believe does not exist. It's not about the fortune and glory, it's about the people. It's a nice message. I again just wish I felt like this thing had a bit more oomph. Like, the pieces are there, it just didn't hit like it should have. A decent film, but probably my least favorite Laika.
To infinity and beyond.
Ah, Toy Story 4, the least necessary Toy Story sequel since Toy Story 3, which was the least necessary Toy Story sequel since Toy Story 2. It's almost as though sequels are almost never necessary and simply build on the themes and ideas presented in the previous films. And guess what? No matter how badly a 5-hour rant video can misunderstand the source material, Toy Story 4 is an excellent film. Unreasonably good, if I'm being honest. Obviously, like many, I was skeptical that they could continue the franchise in a satisfying way after Toy Story 3, but because of the nature of Toy Story 4's production, I always held out a bit of hope. The development itself actually started before Toy Story 3 even released, and was allegedly kept a secret even from much of the higher Pixar brass. Disgraced animator John Lasseter and co. maintained that the only reason they even considered an additional sequel is because they were so inspired by this idea, and though the project ended up changing many times over its production, I think this is a testament to the fact that they wanted to make sure they got it right. It was never being developed for a quick buck, no matter how many people want to claim it was. You don't take 10 years to make a movie for a quick buck. Save that criticism for Toy Story 5, which unfortunately does feel much more like a pure money-making endeavor, but I guess we'll see. While this film seems to be appreciated by most fans of the franchise, there are definitely many vocal haters who don't seem to shut up about it, and I cannot relate to those people any less. Toy Story 4 is the continuation I didn't know I needed, an amazing expansion of Woody's story built brilliantly upon the themes of the first three, and frankly, it's the first film to really reconcile with the ramifications of a world where toys are sentient beings. Obviously, Honestly, it's easy to say these films are about talking toys because kids love toys, but what makes them special is the underlying ideas that make them relatable to even the adults who are dragged to the theater by their kids. And the themes for all of these films are deeply existential. Effectively, this is a franchise about navigating the many transitional stages in our lives, and the existential dread and crises that come with that navigation. As far back as the very first film being about Woody's fears and insecurities when his relationship to his best friend starts to change, and the selfish mistakes he makes to try and hold on to that exact relationship, being unwilling to accept how his life is going to shift and evolve. Toy Story is all about adapting to these changes. Toy Story 2 focuses on Woody considering life beyond Andy and whether or not he should just move forward before the natural end. Toy Story 3 is about Woody struggling with the reality of the end of that relationship while actively going through it. These films primarily focus on Woody holding on to a previous worldview too closely, to the point where it's detrimental to himself and those around him. In the first film, his jealousy nearly kills Buzz and would have lost Andy's new favorite toy. In the second, he nearly abandoned Andy and his friends out of fear of his eventual rejection. And in 3, he tried to force all of his friends to live out the rest of their days in the attic out of loyalty to Andy, despite better options for a more fulfilling life laid out before them. Toy Story 4 kind of perfectly escalates this pattern, through Woody experiencing an entirely foreign stage of his life, in a role he struggles to adapt to. He's no longer the sheriff in a kid's room. He's no longer a favorite toy. Woody is so used to being the support pillar for both his kid and his friends, he doesn't know what to do with himself when this isn't his role. And he desperately tries to fit himself into that role, despite not being the natural fit for this new kid. It's that classic single-mindedness that Woody succumbs to in every single one of these films. Here, he is convinced he has to play that important role in Bonnie's life, so he sneaks away to school with her to make sure she's okay. He helps her with her arts and crafts project, which turns out to be her new favorite toy, this dumbass Fork who doesn't even know what money is. He spends every waking minute making sure Forky doesn't throw himself away. But what he fails to see is that he's just not one of Bonnie's favorite toys. And desperately forcing himself into this supportive role when Bonnie is just not that into you is not a healthy or sustainable way to live, which is why the reintroduction of Bo works so beautifully. In the first 2 films, she was always the most sensible and pragmatic of the toys. When Woody was panicked, she was there to reassure him that things could work out. She's much better at rolling with the punches and taking things as they come. And so it makes so much sense that as she got older and more worn down and found herself in a place where there wasn't much interest in a toy like her anymore, she adjusted. She started living life for herself because she recognized that that was the stage she was in. Just like all of us as we age and find ourselves in new stages of life, Woody had to acknowledge that his days as a beloved toy were over and that it was time to find a new way to live, a new way to be happy. He's like a basketball player who can't cut it on the court anymore, so he retires and becomes a coach. Woody's core belief is that loving and being loved by a kid is the greatest thing a toy can do, and this is still true. It's why he gives up his voice box and helps Gabby Gabby find a person to love her. It's why in the end credits, his new gang is rescuing toys from carnival games and finding them homes. The reality is that Bonnie just didn't love Woody like Andy did, and that's okay. She is a 5-year-old child. Young kids are fickle. They have different interests. Nobody loves their toys forever. These are the kinds of variables that we all deal with in life, and in this late stage in his life, Bo helps Woody see that there isn't just one way to live. The film is beautifully bookended by these 2 sequences. When Bo is first taken away, Woody holds on to this box and he considers getting lost with her. This wasn't his time though. Andy still needed him and he stayed behind. And in this final sequence, Woody once again has his hands placed in the same way, looking back at Bo, questioning whether or not he really should be saying goodbye. And 9 years later, it is finally his time. He's done all he can to help Bonnie, and it's time for him to move on. I don't think Toy Story 4 is perfect. The classic toys get super sidelined and they sort of dumb Buzz down a bit too much, but the core ideas and the ending of Toy Story 4 are so beautiful. They ingeniously build on the themes of the previous film, and they brilliantly expand on what it means to be a toy in a world where toys are sentient. And of course, they once again explore the most important ever-changing stages of our lives through these lovable goddamn toys. It's a miracle, and I'm really glad it exists. This is a really strange year for submissions and snubs. Honestly, I think the biggest surprise is Disney's Frozen 2 not making the cut. The sequel in arguably their biggest franchise and a film that made $1.5 billion. That is insane. Other notable omissions, the 4th and final Lego movie snub, and Makoto Shinkai's Weathering with You. I honestly probably would have given Missing Link's spot to Weathering with You. Missing Link is probably my least favorite Laika, and Shinkai deserves recognition. Even though, kinda shockingly, the Golden Globe went to Missing Link, while the Annie went to Klaus. As for the Oscars,
Toy Story 4.
I think in general this was not a hugely surprising win, despite losing out on the Annie and Globe, but Toy Story 4 was, by most metrics, a massive success. A critical and commercial hit, and a film that most fans felt surprised them in its quality, despite feeling unnecessary from the outset. This is also only the second ever sequel to win this award, with the first being Toy Story 3, which is crazy. Still the only 2 sequels to have ever won the award, though by the time this video comes out, 2023 will have happened, so Spider-Verse might get it, we'll see. As for the Johnny Award, I also would probably give it to Toy Story 4, as it's my favorite of the year. However, I wouldn't have been upset by a Klaus victory. The unique animation style and fun new take on the Christmas myth was pretty impressive, and I'm just a little bit desperate for them to award one of these damn things to another 2D animated film. I also think Weathering with You would have been a great winner this year, but it wasn't even nominated, so fuck me. 2020's nominees consisted of Pixar's Onward, Netflix's Over the Moon, Aardman's Shaun the Sheep Farmageddon, Pixar's Soul, and Cartoon Saloon's Wolfwalkers. A pretty great mix, despite the double Pixar nomination, surprisingly the only time that has ever happened in history. But this is another year of mostly excellent films, and a decent variety in the mix as well. Netflix also continues to creep its way into the category with its 3rd nomination in 2 years, so let's go.
Dad?
Onward is a film I first watched just a couple months into full pandemic lockdown, and honestly, I do not think I was in the right headspace to appreciate a big emotional road trip movie, because while I remember really appreciating the ending, on rewatch, I was kind of astounded by how much I loved this entire film. Directed by Dan Scanlon, whose first directing credit was the underrated Monsters University, Onward dives into a sort of modernized Dungeons and Dragons type fantasy world, where the inhabitants have forsaken the magic of their ancestors for the convenience brought about by industry and capitalism. The type of place where you might find fantastical creatures with horns and wings working at like Jiffy Lube. I am not particularly drawn to the D&D type of fantasy genre. There are plenty of examples of fantasy media that I do adore, but the specific type of stuff you find in the tabletop world has never quite been my thing, so I think I maybe wrote off the world itself a bit too soon. Honestly, I grew to really appreciate the ways they brought that fantasy inspiration into our more modernized society. It's not groundbreaking or anything, but there's obviously real love and passion injected into the world building. I also remember sort of rolling my eyes at the Chris Pratt, Tom Holland casting at the time, but I'm happy to eat my words because they are both so good in this. Any of you guys out there defending Chris Pratt's Mario performance with your life? Stop it. Stan Barley, which is actually an outstanding voice performance, and you know, actually makes sense casting-wise. I do think that remembering the ending of this film and how strong it was emotionally may have impacted this recent viewing. Knowing where it leads, I was fully blown away by how well the story builds itself out, how meaningful every step of the journey actually is when you have the endpoint in mind. On my first watch, it maybe felt like it was a series of random fantasy-inspired events playing out one after another, but when you really see how each and every single event ties into Ian's list, the way the story unfolds is really satisfying. And the emotional core of the story is obviously this relationship between these brothers, and I don't think you see many of those relationships explored the same way in other media. A story that really explicitly places Barley in the role of Ian's surrogate father.
If you believe the bridge is there, then it's there.
But it's not.
Well, not with that attitude.
It's honestly a really beautiful bait and switch. I was pining for this beautiful meeting between Ian and his late father. You can imagine how emotional it would have been. And then they hit you with the, oh, you've actually been watching a more beautiful father-son relationship all along. Enjoy this recontextualization and cry. And that realization that Barley's moment with his father is so much more important than Ian meeting him for the first time hits like a ton of bricks. I mean, the entire film, he's even being followed around by one of his only memories of his father, his feet.
That's right, Dad. It's me.
Barley actually knew their father. He's the one who is still grappling with that unresolved trauma, the regret that he was too scared to say goodbye. And these revelations deliver such a stealthy catharsis, hitting you from an angle you never expected. Honestly, after rewatch, I think this is a deeply underrated Pixar film. This might be the furthest a Pixar has moved up my ranking list on rewatch ever. I think maybe the one aspect of the story I find a bit underwhelming is Laurel and Corey's side plot, trying to track down the boys. It's not bad, it just feels, like I said, underwhelming compared to the rest. At least it gives Tracy Ullman a quick moment to be sketchy as hell, and I appreciate that they tried to tie the subplot into the climax, but it's overshadowed by the main storyline quite a bit. But that climax overall is so great. Ian giving up his chance to see his father so that his brother can make up for his biggest regret in life, and likely the thing that has stunted his growth as a young adult, all while Ian utilizes every single spell and ability that Barley taught him along the way to fight a giant rubble dragon that rings a school bell when it roars. This is a good movie, guys. This is a climax where the emotionality and the cool factor intersect seamlessly. It absolutely rips. I can't believe how much I undervalued this film. Out of all 99 films on this list, it's one of the few that I was almost immediately jonesing to watch again. I hope this gets its flowers as time passes, because I think its reputation will only get stronger with time. I know they put out 3 new movies that barely exist every single week, but I guess I gotta stop skipping so many of these Netflix nominations, because Over the Moon is another that surprised me, mostly in its animation and presentation. This was the feature directorial debut of legendary animator Glenn Keane, who worked on at least 24 animated classics you love before venturing into directing in his 60s, a journey I really love. Over the Moon definitely feels a bit more specifically kid-aimed than some of the films in this project, but I think it's got a very solid story to present to kids. After the loss of her mother, Fei really struggles with the idea that her father is moving on, refusing to even attempt to get to know her potential stepmother, and straight up detesting her possible younger stepbrother. And it all ties to the story of this moon goddess, Chang'e, who is, forgive me, but kind of a baddie. The story goes that Chang'e took an immortality potion and ascended to the moon without her lover, and awaits him there eternally. As Fei believes, love never dies, which she sort of uses to hold on to her former life and her parents' former relationship, even though her mother has been gone for 4 years. Through her adventure to the moon, she helps Chang'e while also recognizing that moving forward is important, learning that you don't have to forget what came before in order to embrace what comes after, that the future can hold new fulfilling relationships, that her and her father's love for her mother will never die, even if they have love for a new family. The design choices for the moon itself shocked me. This thing was really cool to look at. Most of the main characters have pretty realistic features and textures, though slightly exaggerated animated body shapes, but all of the Moon Society has this insanely vibrant, smooth, almost child's toy-like design principle. It was just a really interesting juxtaposition, and in many sequences, super pretty. I think my biggest issue with the movie is that it's a musical, and I simply did not care for much of the music, even if some of the musical sequences were really cool visually. But that's also personal preference, of course. The song I actually liked most was the song I expected to like least, from Ken Jeong of all people, an actor I enjoy when deployed properly. Which, you know, sometimes he isn't. But his song, Wonderful, was really sweet and tender, one of the better emotional sequences in the film from a surprising place, conveying to Fei that he believes the fact that the world and life itself are in a constant state of change is actually what makes them so special and beautiful. Over the Moon is definitely not my favorite of the year, but it's got a lot to like, and visually is a treat to look at. Shaun the Sheep is back, baby. Okay, so I know this is marketed as Shaun the Sheep movie : Farmageddon, but in the film, the movie title is simply Farmageddon, and I respect the hell out of that. What a great title. A shame that a similarly plotted film didn't release the same year. Sheep Impact. But the film itself is great too. It obviously does an incredible job with its visual storytelling like its predecessor, but they go such a different direction with the story. It feels like it could have been really easy to make another excuse for all the sheep to sneak around in human disguises again, but this is basically a buddy comedy between Shaun and this adorable alien named Lula. And man, is their connection one of the true highlights. They just have such an adorable chemistry, and obviously it's all conveyed without dialogue. I love the design of Lula. Honestly, she kinda looked like an Aardman Pokemon. A cute dog face with this sort of flowing furry body and tentacles, very easy to love. There are 2 other major ongoing stories throughout. The UFO landing, which inspires the farmer to go down a conspiracy rabbit hole. Fortunately, that just inspires him to build a UFO theme park instead of, like, storm the Capitol. And then there's the government agency trying to track down the alien that landed on Earth, complete with a very cute Wall-E-esque robot. Okay, my one complaint about this one is that Bitzer is a damn narc again at the beginning of the movie. Thought he got over that in the last one. Where's your loyalty, Bitzer? But he comes around by the end. Again. Also, I think I called him Blitzer when I talked about him in the first movie. Sorry, Bitzer. I would have remembered your name if you weren't a narc. But the emotional crux of the story is Lula. While she is being hunted by the government, it turns out she's basically just a kid. In this really beautiful mind meld sequence, Lula shows Shaun her life back on her planet and how she accidentally wound up launching herself to Earth. She's lost and scared and has no idea how to get home. Even the government agent who was seemingly the antagonist, as it turns out, had seen these aliens as a child and was just desperate to see them one last time, which I guess is as good a reason as any to join the CIA. But Shaun's eyes welling up with tears as Lula starts heading home. Ah man, this is a sweet movie. trilogy. These things are just so charming. Truly, Aardman are masters of this kind of visual storytelling, but the number of times I laughed at this film from a perfectly placed piece of gibberish from a character is too many to count. There's just such a laid-back energy to so many of their productions. They're so funny, and it feels like nearly every laugh is unexpected. I don't know how they manage that. This was actually the last Aardman film nominated for Best Animated Feature, though they've only released Chicken Run 2 since, but they've also recently partnered with Netflix, which seems to be where their films will be releasing for the foreseeable future, with a Wallace and Gromit sequel scheduled to drop this year. And I gotta say, after popping around from DreamWorks to Sony to Studio Canal, Netflix seems like a pretty great spot for Aardman. Their films did consistently decently, but never hauled in anything crazy at the box office. And while I'd much prefer to see these things on a big screen, Netflix does seem to be an incredibly popular destination for animated films. And if that means that Aardman can get funding and support from Netflix so that these unique films can continue to be made regularly, I'm 100% for it. I truly wish Netflix would do limited runs for their feature films in theaters, but I'd much rather these movies actually get made than disappear because studios don't want to risk a smaller box office profit. Honestly, this project has inspired me to consider a big Aardman retrospective, so let me know in the comments if that's something you're interested in. For now, I'm just going to watch all the Shaun the Sheep shorts and TV episodes. Pete Docter's fourth and final nomination for Best Animated Feature is Soul, the first film from Pixar to be a full victim of the pandemic, though this one definitely got a good amount of fanfare despite its Disney Plus exclusive release. It sort of felt like their jazzy Christmas present to the world after a particularly harrowing year, and when it came out, I loved this thing. It was easily my favorite Pixar in years and really spoke to me as a creative. The exploration of the spark that inspires us and how that guides us in the way we live our lives. This was the first time I had revisited the film since 2020, and while I did still enjoy it, I've definitely softened on it a bit. For one, watching it within this project where I also just watched Inside Out, there are a lot of aspects that feel a bit retready for Docter. And even just on its face, Docter had just done the colorful little guys that are actually inside other guys and make them complex story. Just feels too similar. Swapping emotional emotions for bratty souls didn't change the message all that much. That being said, I do think in a lot of ways Soul handles this in a way that speaks to me a tiny bit more. The idea of core memories is cool, but I think the story lends itself a bit more to a creative mindset that may be prone to hyperfixation, aka me. But the thing that really works for me in this film is pretty much anything set in New York. For the first 7 minutes of this, I was convinced it would be the best Pixar film of all time. Just an earnest story of a man living out his dream in New York City, getting the biggest opportunity of his life, absolutely vibing out while playing piano. This thing was speaking to me. But sadly, on this most recent rewatch, I felt a bit exhausted by anything in the great before. It just felt visually so much less interesting than their portrayal of New York, and, as we've talked about before, this is once again a Disney film that takes a black protagonist and removes him from his body. This time, turns him into a lil blue dude, and then later into an actual cat. This is a pattern, and it's not great, guys. I do think the story as presented works very well. It's honestly an inspiring story about following our dreams and what it actually means to live life. Joe needed to get a literal new perspective on his own life, from the outside looking in, to understand the ways he hasn't fully been living, fully connecting to those around him. It's just a shame that it feels like Disney is incapable of having a black protagonist without putting them in an animal body. But despite these issues, I think Soul has a lot to say. I was particularly moved this time by the idea of lost souls, how they're not all that far removed from people who are just fully in the zone with their spark, vibing with what brings them joy, and how being too focused on those things could actually be detrimental, could prevent people from the more important things life has to offer. I don't know, not entirely sure why I connected with this as I watched the 94th movie for my 7-hour video analysis. Who's to say? It's a mystery. Soul is a very nice film, even if it continues some frustrating Disney trends and maybe feels a bit too safe for Pete Docter after Inside Out. It still spoke to me in a very real way and is an excellent watch. Man, I seriously wish Wolfwalkers had been put in theaters because this is one of the most beautiful animated films I have ever seen. The third in Cartoon Saloon's trilogy of Irish folklore, this focuses on a hunter and his daughter who have moved from England to help curb Kilkenny's wolf population that has been terrorizing the town. Like The Secret of Kells and Song of the Sea before it, this is another story about people who turn into dang animals, this time focusing on a mother and daughter who have both human and wolf forms, but more specifically, the daughter Maeve's friendship with the hunter's daughter, Robin. If this core relationship didn't work, work, it would be hard to invest in the story, but it's great. Robin is struggling to adapt to her new home, and this connection formed with Maeve not only opens up her entire worldview, but acts as a sort of refuge from the restrictive community led by the authoritarian Lord Protector. And while there's the obvious core conflict between this tyrant and the wolves, the real conflict is between Robin and her father Bill. The entire reason they're here is so that Bill can provide for and protect his daughter, and he's strict in everything she does because he fears that she'll be locked up by Lord Protector. The irony being that by forcing her under his rule, she's basically already a prisoner. And once she becomes a wolf walker herself, the possibility of true freedom presents itself. The sequence where Robin first starts to explore the forest in her wolf form is one of the best in the film, visually stunning as they run through the forest as a pack, exploring everything it has to offer, realizing for the first time what life has to offer. And ultimately, she and her father are able to escape their shackles and live entirely new lives as part of the pack. I cannot say enough about how beautiful this film is. Cartoon Saloon's animation is always top tier, but this thing is just unbelievable. Particularly anytime the sort of wolf magic is employed, especially in the end as they all work together to heal Maeve's mother. I want to gush over every single beautiful scene in this film, but I think I'm better off just saying go watch it if you haven't. It's special and something best experienced, not told. Honestly, I think this year's nominations are really strong. While I wasn't as huge on Over the Moon, it was cool to see Glenn Keane make his feature debut, and there honestly aren't many other submissions that I've seen that I'd swap into the lineup. Not even Scoob. Zoinks! This is another rare year where I think Studio Ghibli's submission absolutely does not deserve a spot. Very sorry, Goro Miyazaki, Earwig and the Witch is not great. I've heard good things about Lupin III the First. I haven't seen it though, but maybe it deserved a spot. Let me know in the comments. As for the winner,
and the Oscar for Best Animated Feature goes to Soul.
I think, as per usual, the Pixar win was expected. And at the time, I was mostly in agreement. I loved Soul, and it felt like the movie that made the biggest splash. Everyone was talking about it when it was released at Christmas. It was a nice communal event in lockdown. This was also the record third win for Pete Docter, a record still held to this day. Soul also won both the Golden Globe and the Annie, though the Annie for Independent Feature went to Cartoon Saloon's Wolf Walkers, which is a great transition into the fact that the Johnny Award would go to Wolf Walkers. But honestly, Onward was not that far behind. I just softened on Soul a lot the last few years, and this just felt like the right year to properly celebrate Cartoon Saloon. Wolf Walkers is a stunning piece of animation, and I think the studio's best work. With Pixar and Pete Docter in particular just swimming in Oscars, I'd much rather have seen the smaller Irish 2D animation studio be awarded for their excellent work over the years. Oh well. 2021's nominees are Disney's Encanto, the animated documentary Flea, Pixar's Luca, Sony and Netflix's The Mitchells vs. the Machines, and Disney's Raya and the Last Dragon. A unique bunch, 3 reps from the Disney and Pixar juggernauts, a small animated documentary, and another Lord and Miller produced Sony entry, their first since winning for Into the Spider-Verse. Let's check it out. I actually saw Encanto in the theater in 2021. It was the first movie I saw in the cinema after lockdown, and I was not only really excited to get back to the theater, but I was pretty excited for the movie. I already talked about how much I loved Moana, so another Disney musical composed by Lin-Manuel Miranda was something I was really looking forward to. Sadly, I left the theater a bit disappointed that day. I didn't dislike it, but I wasn't blown away either. But what did blow me away was the massive adoration the film received a couple months later when it released on Disney+. After my experience, I was convinced this thing would come and go, had no idea that it would be this massive sensation. So I was actually pretty eager to revisit this one with how much everyone loved it. I was excited to see if I liked it more on rewatch, and honestly, I did, but not all that much more. I really like the general story, messages, and themes. It's got really great ideas at its core. The way the cracks in the house represent the underlying issues within the family and trauma from generations above that trickled down to cause those issues. The way the family's various powers create unrealistic expectations and the way those expectations eat away at those family members. Maribel is a really great protagonist too. That scene early on where she comforts and reassures her cousin Antonio before his ritual is so lovely. Such a great introduction to the character, showing how supportive and nurturing she is. She has to be, since she doesn't have an ability of her own. Honestly, the flashback to Mirabel's ceremony when she doesn't get a door deeply upsets me. More than some of the parental unalivings from other Disney movies. Yes, even you, Brother Bear. She's just a little girl. What's wrong with you, Casita? I do think the story comes together really well emotionally. The reconciliation of Mirabel and Abuela's realization that her trauma caused those expectations and how those expectations actually harmed her family rather than kept it safe as she intended. However, my biggest issue with this film is that I think the music is mid. I'm so sorry. You know I love Moana's soundtrack, so I did have high expectations for Miranda's second Disney film, but I truly just do not connect with almost any of the songs in this thing, and it really bums me out, especially because the visuals that go with each musical sequence and the things they're conveying for each character are so well tied to the themes and story. For me personally, the lack of connection to the music makes the movie significantly less enjoyable, despite its positive qualities. Sorry, Lynn, I do love In the Heights, but it's a really well written and well crafted narrative regardless. Also, look, I get why they don't give Maribel power in the end of the film, but give the woman a bedroom. What is wrong with you? Encanto is good, and if I liked the music more, it would be great. Flea is a really interesting one to talk about within the context of this category, since it's the only animated documentary ever nominated. Astoundingly, it was actually nominated for Best Animated Feature, Best Documentary, and Best Foreign Film at the Academy Awards, but it's difficult to compare a documentary directly to some of the other films in this category. The film utilizes a combination of simple animation alongside archival footage, driven by the interviews of its main subject, recounting the events of his life and his escape from Afghanistan as a refugee, eventually landing in Denmark. The man's name is changed to Amin to protect his identity, and the events jump between the present interview and depictions of his past as he struggles to determine whether he moves to the United States for a postdoctorate at Princeton or stay in Denmark with his boyfriend. The events of his family's attempts to flee Afghanistan are truly harrowing. His sisters are the first to make it to Sweden, traumatically traveling via freight container on a cargo ship, and Amin's travels are comparably horrifying and a much longer ordeal, nearly making it to Sweden by boat over the Baltic Sea before being held prisoner in Estonia for weeks. Honestly, the events should be seen in the film, not recounted in a video. It's not just an incredible look at the traumas of this man's history, but gives massive insight into the lengths some people must go to simply start to live the life they hope for. It will infuriate and inspire you all at once. But it's very difficult to think about in terms of its identity as an animated film. I do think the animation really helps it stand apart, hopefully drawing interest in its subject matter, and while the art is striking in places, it is quite simple. Regardless, it's an incredibly worthwhile watch and something I recommend everyone sees.
I guess that's how humans swim?
Ugh, that's embarrassing.
This was actually a Pixar film I missed. I was kind of disappointed by the prospect of having to watch it on Disney Plus instead of in the theater. But now that I've finally seen it, I'm pretty upset that I hadn't watched it sooner because this is truly an excellent film. I think these Disney Plus releases have done these films a massive disservice, and I think this one drew the shortest straw. Soul was the first released and got people talking. Turning Red had a lot of weird discourse surrounding it, but it still got people buzzing. I don't really see anybody talking about Luca, and that is a shame. First up, the setting is absolutely gorgeous. A stunning Italian coastal town. It's the kind of place you picture when you think of a dream vacation. But I also adored how different they went with the character designs on this one. The models have way less of your typical Pixar face. They almost feel like a nice blend of Pixar style and the Aardman, Wallace, and Gromit type body shapes. Rounder and more cartoony. They work really great in this world. The highlight of this film is absolutely the connection between Luca and Alberto. I see a lot of people complain that they wanted this film to be gayer, and I do understand that, but honestly, this film is pretty gay. I totally get wanting more explicit representation, super valid, but the friendship formed between Luca and Alberto absolutely plays out like young infatuation. It's really heartwarming seeing them connect. Plus, there's your standard jealousy issues when Luca connects with Julia and bonds with her over school and the prospect of learning. I mean, if you still don't see it, I don't understand how there's any other way to interpret this ending. The running after the train trope is pretty explicitly romantic, not to mention the parallels that Luca's family wanting to send him away have with so many experiences for unsupported LGBTQ youth, as well as Portoroso's town's unfounded fear of sea monsters and the way the characters are outed against their will. I truly just found this story charming beginning to end. The characters are so likable, driven by excellent performances. Ercole was a perfectly obnoxious villain, just a caricature of an annoying Italian teenager.
Hey, stop looking. She's too beautiful for you.
The way Julia finds her missing community in Luca and Alberto, the way their inclusion enriches the life of Julia's father, Massimo, who affectionately stands up for the boys after they've been outed as sea monsters, which is particularly impactful as Massimo sort of embodies the stoic masculine energy traditionally associated with homophobia, yet he's still fully supportive of the thing that the rest of the town fears.
They are the winners.
Convention busted, good sir. Convention busted. And in typical Pixar fashion, I was in full tears at the emotional ending, as Alberto gives up his own dreams and the promise of prolonged time with Luca so that Luca can fulfill his own dreams of going to school. Just a beautiful and touching story. Deeply underrated. Deeper than the dang ocean, even. Yeah, I just loved this film front to back. The Mitchells vs. the Machines was such a breath of fresh air and really solidified Sony as an animation studio on the rise. Obviously, the studio's produced tons of animated films, many of which are strong, but after Spider vs. Oscar win and Lord & Miller producing this film for yet another nomination, it felt like they were being taken a bit more seriously. I really love this movie, in large part due to the great core cast of characters, the Mitchell family, but I think the way the whole robot apocalypse storyline really exacerbates the existing rift in their family dynamic is what makes this thing work. It plays on the sort of generational divide and how technology is viewed differently by people of different ages, but I think it goes a bit deeper as well. It's really all about the disconnect between Rick and Katie specifically, a father and daughter who previously connected so deeply, but have struggled to understand each other's worldview the older they've gotten. If you're one of those people who has had parents at some point, you might be able to relate to this conflict. I love that the film doesn't really villainize either person's perspective either. It just puts a full focus on the divide their conflicting worldviews create, until they find common ground. It takes a while for him to get there, but when Rick finally understands that Katie being on her phone and making things on her computer isn't isolating, it's actually how she interacts with her friends, he finally sees how Katie's videos connect with people and how her world really does exist within that technological framework. And conversely, Katie feels like her dad is sort of this saboteur, this person who doesn't want her to live life her way, when he's actually just scared that she'll face a harsh reality in the real world. And that, ultimately, Rick had already given up his own dreams to allow for Katie to be able to live a better, more supported life, the one that allowed her to follow those dreams in the first place. The recontextualization of this wooden moose's meaning to Rick, I think, hits incredibly hard. Seeing Katie throw it away after tempers with her dad flare up, first revealing that it was sort of a security blanket her dad gave her when she was very small, but later revealing that it was actually the last remaining piece of his cabin, the last part of his own dream. A really beautiful way to showcase that Rick gave up those dreams to support and lift up his daughter. I didn't even start to talk about the animation here. Such a creative art style. This thing is a joy to look at, made even more fun by the sort of supplementary animations and graphics that they plaster over the film. It's sort of an homage to Katie's own filmmaking work, and a fun juxtaposition that I think reflects Katie and Rick's conflicting worldviews really well. For me, The Mitchells vs. the Machines is a truly standout film that provides an entirely unique energy, a great nomination. I was really excited by the idea behind Raya and the Last Dragon when it was announced, and then I just never watched it. And honestly, after finally seeing it, this one was pretty underwhelming, which is a shame because there's a lot about the world that I really appreciate. But as a whole, it was just kinda fine. I think it started out strong, showing the tragic events that led to the reemergence of the Droon, which is that gassy purple stuff that serves as the film's primary threat. Raya's father desperately trying to bring the disparate clans of the world together and end their rivalry. I also think Kelly Marie Tran does an excellent job as Raya, a really great performance. She should be doing way more voice acting. But once the story gets rolling into the present time period, it kinda slows down. But this feels purely executional because even looking at the broad strokes, I like the ideas here. Once Raya finds Sisu, they slowly start accumulating misfits from across the globe, creating a microcosm of all society has to offer. A dragon lady, a tiny chef, a baby with monkey thieves, and a grieving father, just like Raya's dad envisioned. But really, I appreciated that the film really fixated on that core idea, the one that Raya's dad envisioned, and embraced it throughout. I think the final sequence where Raya finally relents and trusts that Namaari will do the right thing works well, and the entire gang of misfits frozen in stone is a striking image. I've seen some people complain that the message of trust is irresponsible, but I think it's a pretty cynical takeaway from this film. It clearly shows the dangers in trusting indiscriminately, and the message here isn't trust everyone you see, it's a larger message about the world as a whole, how having humanity's best interest at heart is not just better for everyone else, but it's better for you as well. It's a message of community and taking care of one another instead of dividing into tribes and fighting over scraps. But sadly, this core message doesn't outweigh the film's shortcomings. It's a bit slow-paced for my liking. I think the Droon as an enemy, while they look kinda cool, are a bit too ill-defined. They wanted this monstrous blob that represents the discord between the various people of the world, but I think it maybe was too conceptual. And honestly, my biggest issue, I just do not like the design of these dragons. They are way too adorable plushy for my liking. Not that I needed them to be like full-on hardcore badass Game of Thrones dragons. I like the general long, fluffier style. It's mostly the faces. They're just so cartoony in an otherwise kind of intense and gritty world. I didn't hate Sisu's character characterization like many others did. I think Awkwafina did a decent job, and subverting the main character's expectations of how a dragon might act was a cool idea, but I just wish it didn't clash so deeply with the world. Overall, Raya and the Last Dragon is just kinda whatever. It has some nice ideas and themes, but executionally, it is lacking. This is actually a really interesting year in terms of nominations because Flea is such an outlier in this category. The first ever documentary to get nominated, and a film that was both nominated for Best Documentary and Best Foreign Film. It didn't win any of them, but Flea's inclusion did make me really think about this category in a new way. While Flea wasn't my favorite of the year, I wonder how I would have felt if I really loved it on a storytelling level as a documentary. What if my overall viewing experience was better than some of these animated films, but not really because of its animation, more so because of the real story it was telling? Would that be grounds for me to want to award it over some of these beautifully elaborate animated films? Or would I feel like it maybe deserved that recognition more specifically as a documentary? Regardless, I do think Flea is another great example of animation being used to tell a wider variety of kinds of stories than we're used to seeing from the medium. Sadly, my knowledge of the other submissions in 2021 are pretty lacking, but looking down the list, notable omissions look to be Mamoru Hosoda's Belle and Sony's duo of Vivo and Wish Dragon. Not entirely sure if they deserved a spot, but I wouldn't be shocked if any of them were better than Raya, which, as we established, was fine. Not that it matters, because this year, the winner felt like a foregone conclusion.
Encanto!
By the time the awards rolled around, I was not surprised that Encanto won. After it dropped on Disney+, it became a shocking sensation, even though I saw it in the theaters months earlier and was pretty underwhelmed. This was the second win for Byron Howard, who previously won for Zootopia, and the first ever animation director not from Pixar to join the Two-Timers Club. The Golden Globes also delivered the award to Encanto, while the two Annie feature film awards went to The Mitchells vs. the Machines and Flea. But the Johnny Award for 2021 goes to The Mitchells vs. the Machines. I know people love Encanto, and I think there's a lot to admire about the story, but the fact that I barely liked any of the music really stifles it in my book. The Mitchells vs. the Machines just had such an incredible and unique flair in its animation. Beyond the really gorgeous stylization, the way they added additional 2D flourishes gave the film so much character. I think it's a really special film and definitely my favorite of 2021. Though I also did really love Luca. That is a Pixar that I think deserves so much more recognition than it gets. 2022's nominees were Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio, Marcel the Shell with Shoes On, DreamWorks' Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, Netflix's The Sea Beast, and Pixar's Turning Red. 2022 was honestly another excellent year for animation, with a great lineup of very unique nominees, a great mix and variety. Guillermo del Toro entering the animation ring feels pretty substantial. Marcel is one of the most unique stop-motion films ever made, strong original from Pixar, excellent sequel from DreamWorks, and even an undervalued entry from Netflix. So let's get into this one. Honestly, I am very excited by the fact that Guillermo del Toro is venturing further into animation, and his Pinocchio is quite the way to start, basically just assembling the animation dream team, co-writing with Over the Garden Wall creator Patrick McHale and co-directing with stop-motion legends Mark Gustafson, who sadly just passed away at the time of writing this. Rest in peace to one of the greats. Since Pinocchio is in the public domain, it's a story that's been adapted an ungodly number of times over the years. That's another video I plan to make one day, but del Toro's take on the classic Italian character was a welcome one, embracing his grimmer, darker aesthetics and really honing in on the emotional hook, with Pinocchio being this sort of haphazard replacement for Geppetto's lost son Carlo. They also really leaned into what an abomination he is. He's not cute like previous Pinocchios, he looks like a corrupted tree from an elven wood. I knew they were really going for it when this film killed Geppetto's kid within the first 10 minutes. Damn, del Toro. I think setting this between the two world wars was a really smart move, as the world and the people are still recovering from the horrors of the First World War, while actively dealing with the leaders and events that would lead to World War II, a particularly volatile place in history. I particularly like the brand of bad boy that Pinocchio is here. Obviously, I don't mean like, oh, he's such a bad boy. More like, no, Pinocchio, you are a bad boy. It's that sort of childish ignorance and selfishness that drives so many kids, and though Pinocchio is undoubtedly selfish, he does have an underlying integrity and desire to do right by Geppetto. So many of his mistakes and the mishaps he gets into are a result of him trying to live up to Carlo and be the son that Geppetto wants, with Geppetto of course realizing that he should have been embracing the son he had instead of comparing him to the one he's lost. David Bradley gives an unbelievable performance as Geppetto. Should have been talked about way more, and the cricket in this one is played by Ewan McGregor. Ewan McGregor playing a mentor figure to a whiny, problematic boy who is immaculately conceived and struggles to follow the rules. This is bound to play out well. Do we know how Pinocchio feels about sand? Honestly, one of my biggest criticisms of the film is I do feel like Sebastian J. Cricket is a tiny bit inconsequential. He has his big important moments in the end, but I feel like he was barely even a factor in the story, which is a bummer because you never want to waste Ewan McGregor. I also need to just make sure that everyone understands that this film cast Cate Blanchett as a monkey named Spazzatura, which means garbage in Italian. Cate Blanchett is an Italian garbage monkey. I just need you to, for a moment, imagine Cate Blanchett making those noises in a sound booth and thank me later. But that otherworldly Del Toro charm goes such a long way in this film. The wood sprite who brings Pinocchio to life and the absolutely incredible chimera design of Death are just unbelievably cool. Not to mention their unique take on the whale and even Pinocchio himself, as I mentioned earlier. At 2 hours, I think this film maybe felt a little long, and while I do love the primary song used throughout, My Son, initially sung by Geppetto De Carlo, I'm a little more mixed on the rest of the songs. But all in all, this is a really cool film, probably my favorite take on the Pinocchio story, and a perfect welcoming party to bring Del Toro deeper and deeper into the world of animation. Oh man, I never expected that I would love Marcel the Shell with shoes on as much as I did, but somehow this little story of a tiny-ass stop-motion shell was one of the most touching, gentle, and profound films ever nominated for this award. I actually made an entire video about this movie last year, so if you want to hear my expanded thoughts, check that one out after this. When they first announced that Marcel was being submitted for Best Animated Feature, I really questioned whether or not it belonged there. Obviously, when you look at the film on its face, it looks like it's heavily live action, but after watching the behind-the-scenes special features, it couldn't be clearer that this is a primarily animated film. So much of what appears live action is actually entirely stop motion, and the amount of work that went into incorporating the stop motion into the actual live action footage is astounding. This is a wildly impressive feat of stop motion animation. But to me, the magic of the film is in its messaging and what it has to say about grief, loss, and change. Marcel is a character whose entire community was taken away from him in a tragic mishap. All he has left is his Nana Connie. But when a man named Dean stays at the Airbnb where they live, he starts filming Marcel, and as he helps Marcel open up, he also catapults him into viral fame, giving him the opportunity to use his platform to track down his lost community. But when confronted with this larger world, Marcel also struggles to adapt to the newfound risk and dangers that come with it. It's ultimately a story about adapting to change, coping with grief, and how we can't let the trauma from loss prevent us from living our lives. Having lost everyone else, Marcel fears that he'll lose the only thing he has left, his Nana Connie, but in doing so, he's stifling himself from living a fulfilling life, from pursuing the thing that might actually bring back that community he's lost. And I think this message is made all the more powerful with the added layer of its creators, Jenny Slate and Dean Fleischer Camp, who created Marcel together when they were a couple, but by the time they made this film had broken up, and how that couple, even through the massive changes within their own relationship, decided to transform those feelings into an incredible reflection on the very nature of relationships, into a beautiful story and message about not letting grief restrict you from finding new happiness. I cannot believe how many little moments in this story about a shell with shoes on made me think about the way I live my life, the number of moments that made me tear up in profound reflection. It's really, truly a special film.
I know I can never defeat you, Lobo, but I will never stop fighting for this life.
Wow, it may have taken 11 years to drop a sequel to Puss in Boots, but damn did they deliver. By this point, you should know I am full of hot takes about the Shrekverse, and here comes another one. This is the best of the entire franchise, partially because it just caters to my tastes and interests more, and partially because I truly just think it's a stronger, more resonant narrative than anything that came before it. Obviously, the art style just got a substantial upgrade, and damn does it work. Not only is this thing just astoundingly beautiful to look at, but the action got a massive upgrade as well. It opens up perfectly, starting with a little musical party sequence that transitions into an incredible action sequence, Puss versus some sleepy giant mountain kaiju guy. It's a perfect reintroduction of not just Puss as a character, but to his attitude that he has to reckon with within this narrative, a complete lack of fear of any consequences. He's throwing a party in the governor's mansion, and he just full-on fights a massive kaiju of a monster with absolutely no fear at all. Until, of course,
I call this one, the legend will never die.
he actually dies, and has to come to terms with the fact that he is down to his last of his 9 lives. This thing absolutely improves on just about every issue I had with the first Puss in Boots movie, where in that one it really felt like the fairy tale stuff clashed with the rest of the world. This time it all blends seamlessly, and part of that is because our fairy tale characters are so much stronger. Goldilocks and the 3 bears are these almost bounty hunter-like trackers trying to find the map to the last wish, with Goldie seeking a real family, hoping everything can be quote-unquote just right. I complained about how Humpty's characterization lacked any real cohesion with his nursery rhyme counterpart. This time around, the nursery rhyme characters' motivations stem pretty ingeniously from their origins. Little Jack Horner is an entirely forgettable character, and that is exactly what motivates him. He's so sick of only being known for his childhood pie antics that he goes around stealing magical objects from other stories to make himself seem more important. It's the only reason he seeks the last wish at all. While his characterization is unrelated to his nursery rhyme, this time it stems from his place in nursery rhyme history. I just appreciate that they went a bit further to explain the characterizations in this one. Obviously, the highlight of this thing is its sort of alternative villain, Death itself, who has a grudge against Puss due to his flippancy with his 9 lives. I loved the way Death only appeared when Puss was in a particularly dangerous situation, when he became hyper aware that one wrong move could be the end. Such a cool way to portray Puss's newfound fear of death. But the way all the narratives come together is really special. While en route to the last wish, everyone who seeks the wish except for Jack ends up finding exactly what they would have wished for. Goldilocks wanted a family only to realize that she had one all along in the 3 bears. Kitty Softpaws sought an end to her loneliness only for Puss to make up for his past failures and become a true partner. Puss seeking his 9 lives was truly just so that he could live his life to the fullest again as he had previously, and he discovered that he doesn't need 8 extra lives to embrace all life has to offer. I just wish they didn't feel the need to tease Shrek at the end. The film was so strong on its own. We didn't need that MCU-ass ending beat. Puss in Boots will return in Spider-Man Far, Far Away From Home. I'm just way more excited for another Puss in Boots movie anyways. I truly cannot wait to see what they deliver next. Great film. Before this project, The Sea Beast was the only 2022 nominated film I'd missed, and I deeply regret that because this is a really solid film. While I do think Netflix is doing some pretty great stuff in the animated feature world, it's always disappointing when these films come and go and don't get any buzz, and this thing is very cinematic. There's an incredible sense of scale in its action and world, and it would have looked great in a theater. The Sea Beast was directed by Chris Williams, who directed previous nominees Bolt, Big Hero 6, and has a co-director and story credit on Moana. It was cool to see him go solo outside of Disney and deliver such a great film. Honestly, I think the best way to describe The Sea Beast is it's like How to Train Your Dragon, but with kaiju sea monsters, which is a dope premise. And as the film went on, I was really happy to see it go that direction, because during the first sea monster slaughter scene, I kept thinking about how goddamn sad it was. The same way Hiccup has to change the Vikings' perceptions of dragons, Jacob and Maisie have to change the pirates' and entire kingdom's perception of these giant sea monsters. That's just a concept that is always gonna work for me. Misunderstood monsters who turn out to just be sweet little guys at heart. But even beyond the really great sequences where Jacob and Maisie bond with Red, and Jacob's long-held perception shifts, the ultimate anti-imperialist message really hits, and this is such a cool vehicle to convey that message. The way the monarchy uses the citizens to fight these unjust battles, using made-up stories and falsehoods from history books to justify their wars. Maisie's speech to the kingdom and rebuke of the monarchy at the end is so great.
No right to speak!
I have every right!
I'm also just a huge fan of the designs here. The film looks great all around, but I'm a fan of the decision to make the beasts a bit more cartoony in nature. The vibrant red of the titular sea beast really pops. Also, look at this doofy blue guy. What a good guy. This is a cool world, and I'd honestly love to see a sequel. How the world adapts knowing that sea beasts aren't an inherent threat, how that changes things for the monsters themselves, whether or not Jacob, Maisie, and Red's friendship continues. But more than anything, I want to see more of those kaijus, baby. This is a great effort from Chris Williams, and easily the most underrated and overlooked film of the year. Turning Red, a Pixar film that was surrounded by totally normal discourse when it released. This was the feature directorial debut of Domi Shi, who is now a creative vice president alongside Andrew Stanton, Peter Sohn, and Dan Scanlon, and this was a strong feature debut, set in Toronto in the early 2000s. That's just after 9/11 if you're mysterious. Focusing on 13-year-old May and a relationship with her overbearing mother Ming, which is definitely the core relationship in the film. But obviously the big hook is May's sudden ability to turn into a giant red panda when she gets gets emotional. I truly just loved this story conceptually, to portray that hormonal, emotional, pubescent time in a kid's life as this actual massive monster that emerges, the fluffiest puberty Hulk. I really appreciate the way the film portrayed the volatile nature of this mother-daughter relationship at that age. Not only the difficulties May has adjusting to a changing body, but how her relationship with her mother evolves, how Ming, who has previously maintained a tighter control over her daughter's life, has to relent in order for May to become her own person, alongside Ming's own trauma from her experience with her own mother, and how that relationship has defined her and May's relationship. I particularly liked the implication that Ming's more violent panda persona was the cause of her mother's scar on her eye, just some really unique and heavy backstory that is shown, not told. It's just a very solidly conveyed personal story, clearly defined by director Shi's experience as a young immigrant in Toronto. I also loved the time period, setting it in 2002 and even focusing on the boy band craze that was still permeating the culture at the time. I really think it captured the vibe of that era, and focusing on a giant red panda kaiju sequence for the climax, that's very Johnny-coded. And I especially loved the film's choice to let May keep her red panda, rather than banish it like the rest of the women in her family. I think they did such a cool job roping in so many metaphors about growing up, particularly in regards to these familial relationships. The idea that while it may be important to acknowledge tradition, times change, and forcing people into these rigid boxes and structures just as they're figuring out who they are can be super unhealthy, as showcased by Ming's own relationship with her mother. I love seeing them break those cycles. Turning Red is a very solid Pixar movie. I had a nice time with it, and I rate it 9 out of 11. Honestly, this is the year where you can really start to see that maybe this category should be expanded. With 27 submissions, there are a lot of omissions that felt like they deserved recognition, even when the lineup was already super strong. We got Linklater's third rotoscope snub in 21 years with Apollo 10.5. DreamWorks' The Bad Guys was very much loved by audiences. The Bob's Burgers movie remains super underrated. Science Saru's Inu-Oh was truly one of my favorites this year. Phil Tippett's Mad God absolutely deserved more attention. My Father's Dragon was the first ever Cartoon Saloon snub in the category, and Henry Selick released his first film since Coraline with Wendell and Wild. Truly just an obscenely stacked year for animation. So many bangers that I have a really hard time swapping anything in or out. There are just too many great films this year. As for the winner...
And the Oscar goes to... Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio.
Okay, I have slightly mixed feelings about this. For one, the film is excellent. It's a pretty astounding work of stop motion, and I truly love Del Toro's work. He's a huge champion of animation, and I'm beyond excited to see him continue to make animated films. However, when the film is literally called Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio, it's hard not to feel like this won the award based on the prestige of his name. The man is a household name in Hollywood. He's won Best Picture, for God's sake. I do think Pinocchio is an amazing work of art, but I'd feel way better about it winning if it didn't have Guillermo's name plastered in front of it, like if it was just called Pinocchio by some guy. It did also win the Golden Globe and Annie Award, while the Independent Annie Award went to Marcel the Shell with Shoes On. And the Johnny Award, honestly, also goes to Marcel the Shell with Shoes On. I seriously just adore that dumb little shell. And when you really look at the behind the scenes of how that film was made, it's a remarkable work of animation, unlike anything else. But mostly, it really just spoke to me on a human level. Its themes were deeply relatable, and I think its messages were profound, despite being about a shell with shoes on. But this was a particularly excellent lineup. Puss in Boots, Turning Red, Sea Beast, and Pinocchio are all really worthy nominations. And finally, we have reached this year. 2023's nominations are Hayao Miyazaki's The Boy and the Heron, Pixar's Elemental, Annapurna's Nimona, Robot Dreams, and Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. Honestly, this is once again one of the most stacked years in animation history. One of the years where the obligatory nominations frustrate me all the more because there are so many other deserving films, but also just an incredible variety here and some of my favorite work in years, so let's just dive in. Despite very publicly retiring after The Wind Rises in 2013, Hayao Miyazaki simply could not stay away from creating, which, if you've ever seen The Wind Rises, should have been obvious. When asked why he returned to create this most recent film, Miyazaki stated, "Because I wanted to." And what better reason is there? What do you people need from him? In Japan, the film's title simply translates to How Do You Live, which might be the greatest title I've ever heard in my life, and is something I ask myself at least 4 times in the shower every morning. It also makes the US best title, The Boy and the Heron, all the more disappointing. The film, though, not disappointing at all. Back in 2017, in the earliest days of production, Miyazaki's producer Toshio Suzuki claimed he was basically making this film for his grandson. It's a way of saying Grandpa is moving on to the next world, but he's leaving behind this film. And if that's the sentiment, How Do You Live truly is the most perfect title. And I think, despite this film obviously going through massive changes while being produced, that this core idea is very present. To me, the film is once again Miyazaki's deep reflection and meditation on not just his career, but his life. The entire story is built around its main character, Mahito, losing his mother in a horrific firebombing. Really the only time a Miyazaki film is ever opened on something this deeply traumatic, which obviously lends to Suzuki's claim about the film's origins. How to move on after losing somebody close to you. How do you live? The film does such a great job portraying Mahito's pain and trauma beyond the opening sequence, made even more difficult by how quickly his father has moved on, to his mother's sister no less. He barely speaks for the first 10 to 15 minutes of the film. His body language shows severe discomfort. The moment he is alone, he collapses from emotional exhaustion and weeps in his sleep. And you get the sense that it's less about the awkwardness of his new family situation and more about his own fear of opening back up, his fear that he'll lose someone important to him again, a lesson that is near universal in regards to relationships on this planet. And this is just one example of how this film so brilliantly encompasses its Japanese title. It feels like everything Mahito experiences is teaching him how to live, teaching him about the nuances of life itself. One of my favorite sequences in the film is the flight of the Wara Wara. As they float away and the pelicans begin to eat them, Mahito believes he's witnessing a horrifying injustice. He's then upset when Lady Hime launches fire spells at the pelicans, as some of the Wara Wara are taken out collaterally, something she had to do so that some of them could survive. And later, he actually meets a pelican and learns that they too were taken here against their will, that they are victims of a system that doesn't provide enough food for them. They were simply doing what they had to do to survive. It's such a brilliant microcosm of life itself, how injustices aren't simply that. There are systems in place, sacrifices that must be made, and through all of it, there is joy and pain. Mahito's relationship to the Heron himself is another brilliant example of this. He initially takes on this terrifying antagonistic role, taunting and bullying Mahito, insisting that he can see his dead mother again. But the moment Mahito properly faces off against the Heron and gets one quality hit in on him, he actually becomes pretty pathetic. On the outside, he looks like this fierce, scary, majestic bird, and on the inside, as it turns out, he is a sad, broken little dude. At first, it almost feels like this thing is tackling too many ideas, but after rewatching the film 3 times now, I truly think it is always focused on that core question. How do you live? In an interview with the New York Times, Miyazaki was asked if the film will give us the answer, and he replied, "I am making this movie because I do not have the answer." The film itself is Miyazaki's most reflective, which felt impossible after The Wind Rises. I think this film is his own subconscious trying to answer the question, and it's filled with so many ideas, but the last one I want to touch on is the idea of legacy. In this film, the great uncle seeks someone from his bloodline to continue his work, and I adore the way that this is portrayed, as a precariously stacked tower of blocks. It feels like the film is pointing out how ludicrous it is to demand that someone try and balance his teetering tower of life in addition to their own. The question of legacy goes hand in hand with Miyazaki. How will his studio continue beyond him? His own son has directed films, but he struggles to achieve close to Miyazaki's success. It's this question of whose responsibility is it to continue his work, and I think the answer this film gives is that it's irresponsible to ask that of anyone. Not other animators, not Goro, not his grandchildren, not the studio itself. Mahito's journey through this other world, one he was lured into by the promise of being able to see his mother, is beautiful. Yes, he does get to meet this younger version of his mother, and the moment that absolutely destroys me is when, despite knowing how her life will end, she doesn't even consider avoiding it, excited by the mere prospect of getting to be Mahito's mother in the future, if even for a short time. And I think most beautifully, Mahito does emerge from that tower hand in hand with his mother, his new mother. He has opened up and allowed himself to love and be loved once again. There is so much to unpack in The Boy and the Heron. I think it's an astounding masterpiece, and we are beyond lucky that we've been given at least one more beautiful life lesson from Hayao Miyazaki. I gotta say, I was pretty happy to see Elemental's box office comeback after such an awful start. Pixar had this really long string of originals, and 2 of the most popular were denied theatrical releases because of the pandemic. It would have been a huge bummer if their first since just fully bombed. It was nice to see that it had legs, and hopefully makes originals continue to seem viable for Disney, especially because currently the future looks incredibly sequel-filled. That being said, I did not particularly connect to Elemental. There are some qualities I really admire, particularly the animation. Like, these character models are just mind-blowing. The way they both feel like fully formed rigs and also particle effects, the physics are insane. The city itself also looks stunning. There are seriously so many gorgeous sequences, and the persistent use of fire and water make for some unbelievable animation. But I really struggled to get into the story. The first half in particular I found pretty boring. I also found Wade to be insufferable at first. Absolutely loathed everything he did when he was introduced. Why was he so intent on reporting the Lumens' business at first? Dude went so far out of his way to avoid listening to anything Ember had to say, and then the moment he reported them, he listened and regretted it. If he was so easy to convince, why was it so difficult to convince him just to talk? Truly made me hate the guy. And like, the entire premise of this movie is that Wade effortlessly connects to people. I just can't help but think that would have been more effective if I didn't fucking hate him. I do think it started to find itself in the back half. Once Ember and Wade actually connect and go on their date, I emotionally connect to the story a lot more. After Wade becomes less insufferable, or becomes sufferable? How's that term work? The date is very cute, in addition to showcasing more really beautiful and well choreographed animation. And the music goes a long way too. This is a really strong score. I think Ember's arc mostly works once they really lean into it, and is obviously very inspired by real-world immigrant stories. Her parents immigrated to this new place to give her a better life, and because of their hard work and sacrifice, Ember feels like she's obligated to meet their expectations. Whether that's the expectation to run her father's business when he retires, or the expectations of what kind of people she can date. I enjoyed seeing Ember's creative passions flourish over the course of the film. It's this thing she's always been good at and has subconsciously gravitated towards without ever wondering why. And I think where their relationship works best is Wade's encouragement of Ember's dreams. The sequence where he brings her to the Vivisteria in particular is really beautiful. However, what is going on with this world building? This feels sweatier than even the Cars universe. Water people just sort of live in water? Like they live in skyscrapers that have pools of water everywhere and they just walk around in it? All these people are made out of these elements, but also those elements exist separate of the people as well. Would this be like humans walking around in living rooms full of blood and hair? Yuck. I loved it visually, but just felt like the world raised way more questions than answers. That being said, I love that Peter Sohn was able to inject his lived experience as a child of immigrants into a film like this. I do think that that's the stuff that clearly shines through and works best about the film, and I'm certain there are people who relate to and appreciate that story a lot. I've got issues with Elemental, but there's plenty I enjoyed as well, and it's a really pretty film. We'll leave it at that. Man, I am so glad that Nimona got this nomination. It's certainly not my favorite of the year, but this film being unceremoniously canned by Disney when they shut down Blue Sky Studios, only to be saved by Netflix and ultimately end up beating out Disney's big 100th anniversary princess musical for the Oscar nomination, poetic justice. Plus, Wish was bad. It's just a perfect illustration of why Disney's current attempts to sanitize and play it safe are actually harming them. They feared the LGBTQ themes and same-sex kiss so much that they missed out on a bona fide hit. Nimona has a ton of great stuff going for it, adapted from an incredible graphic novel by Nate Stevenson, who also ran Netflix's She-Ra animated series. The world of Nimona is really inspired. I really dig the bizarre amalgamation of the medieval and cyberpunk aesthetics. To me, the highlight of Nimona, though, is Nimona herself, this chaotic, shape-shifting character with deep-seated trauma from her childhood, a character who struggles to fit in because the society has deemed her a monster. If the LGBTQ themes weren't clear for you, they should be. She's a character who is told she has to fit herself into this societal box in order to exist. She has to hide her true self from the world if she wants to live any kind of life, even though fitting herself into that box is deeply uncomfortable.
Like my insides are itchy.
The metaphor is incredibly well handled, made even more impressive by the fact that her initial trauma was a misunderstanding that shaped the policies of the entire kingdom, a brilliant representation of how the rejection of different kinds of people begin on a systemic level. My main issues with Nimona are in its sense of humor and often in its animation. Obviously, it's going for a very stylized, cel-shaded type look, and sometimes it looks excellent, but other times the design choices make the film just look unfinished to me. Their use of colored lights and the atmosphere in certain sequences blow me away, but sometimes it almost looks like the character models just haven't been fully rendered. And I know these are stylistic and design choices, but locations like the palace, which is meant to be very sanitized and boring, truly appear incomplete to me. Like when they're running through the castle, it reminded me of the endless, barely detailed labyrinths in the original Doom. I think they probably could have conveyed the same ideas in a more visually appealing way. Humor-wise, I think it's mostly solid, but the misses are huge misses for me. I think Todd is one one of the most insufferable characters ever written. And not just because he's supposed to be in the story. They're clearly trying to get you to laugh at his ignorant broiness, and I just think it never lands even once. But overall, these are smaller gripes because the story delivers in a major way. Nemona's backstory with Glorith destroys me. Such a beautifully told tragedy, truly heartbreaking. And the way it connects to her new friendship with Ballister, having believed she finally found someone who would accept her, only for him to question her motives, oof, this completely reignites that trauma in her, quite literally as she morphs into the monster that everyone told her she was. The sad irony being that it was only their ostracizing of Nemona that led her down this path, a self-fulfilling prophecy. Ballister's apology as Nemona attempts to impale herself on Glorith's statue, man does it hit. Such a beautiful moment.
I see you, Nemona.
Nemona definitely has some tendencies in its storytelling, humor, and animation that I don't fully mesh with, but the core of that story shines through for sure. It absolutely nails the emotional beats in the most important ways, and the film itself is one of the most important success stories in the animation industry. A serious triumph. Well, the sad thing about Robot Dreams is that if you're watching this video when it's releasing, you probably haven't seen Robot Dreams. And that's because it's not releasing in theaters in the US until late May, 2.5 months after the Oscars, where it's up for Best Animated Feature. I was lucky enough to catch a screening followed by a Q&A with director Pablo Berger, and I am so glad I saw it in the theater. I want to absolutely beg you to go see this film when it's available in the movie theater. It is an outstanding experience, absolutely worth it. For the first part of this, I'm going to talk about the film in broader strokes before I get into spoiler territory. You know, in case it's something you want to see for yourself, and I know almost none of you have seen this. The film's animation is incredible. Somehow it's very simple, but still absolutely gorgeous, especially in how it captures New York City. I know it's kind of hacked to describe cities as characters. What is this, a Spider-Man video? But New York City brings so much to this film. You truly feel like every single background character has a full-on backstory and history that we simply aren't seeing. And despite all being animal people, they all feel so deeply human. It's outstanding, and the film is wordless. Absolutely no spoken dialogue. Brilliantly executed. The basic premise is simple. Robot Dreams is about two characters primarily, Dog and Robot. Dog is a lonely guy living in 1980s Manhattan, and after seeing an ad on TV, he buys and builds a robot, and the two spend an inseparable summer together becoming best friends. All while Robot learns about the world around him for the first time. That's the setup, and it is lovely. Things change substantially at a certain point, and I don't want to go in too deep before I hit spoilers, but ultimately this film is about relationships. It's about the connections we make in our lives, it's about the amazing times we spend together, the memories we make along the way, and what we carry with us after those times in our lives are over, even if those times end due to circumstances beyond our control. It is such an unbelievable affirmation of the connections we make in this life. I cannot say enough about how outstanding this film is. Truly, please go see it when it hits theaters. Okay. Now I'm going to dive into spoilers. The full sequences of Robot and Dog becoming friends are impossibly charming. There's this incredible roller skate dancing sequence where the pair groove to September by Earth, Wind & Fire. At first I felt it was maybe too cliche of a choice of song, but they end up using the song in such a profound way across the film. They sprinkle the melody into the score, Robot whistles it when he's thinking about Dog. It ends up representing the very connection that Dog and Robot have formed. The main conflict in the film is that on the last day of their amazing summer, Dog and Robot go to the beach, and after going in the water, Robot rusts and gets stuck on the beach itself. And when Dog returns the next day to fix him, the beach is closed until the following June. Dog tries everything to get him back, but nothing works, and he simply has to move on with his life, hoping that he can rescue him when the following summer comes. Over the course of the film, Robot continuously dreams about escaping the beach and continuing his life with Dog. Sometimes things go perfectly, sometimes he finds that he's been replaced, and every time he wakes up back on the beach. Meanwhile, Dog tries everything to move on and form new connections. He even ends up meeting this really cool duck who teaches him to fly a kite. The pair form a really genuine friendship before she ends up moving to Barcelona, leaving him alone once again. And unfortunately, Robot is hauled away from the beach and sold for scrap before Dog can rescue him, despite trying so hard to do so. Robot is eventually rescued and put back together in a new form by a raccoon named Rascal, while Dog gets a new robot friend named Tin. And once again, we see these friendships and connections forged between characters. Real, genuine love between people. And the film ends with what is probably my favorite sequence in any film from 2023. Robot sees Dog and Tin across the street from his new apartment with Rascal. He imagines running down down and reuniting before realizing how awkward their reunion would be now that they've got these new people in their lives. And so instead, with his new boombox body, Robot blasts September out the window. Shown through split screen, Dog and Robot dance together one last time, showcasing that their connection was and always will be important. It's now a part of who they are, even if they don't get to continue that connection in the same form. It is such a profound, moving, sweet, and sad ending. How incredible that this film about a dog and a robot can say so much about humanity, about the relationships we form, and about how we grow and move on. It's a near masterpiece, and I am so glad it got nominated for the Academy Award this year.
Everyone keeps telling me how my story is supposed to go. Nah, I'm gonna do my own thing.
Across the Spider-Verse was easily my most anticipated movie of the year, and damn did it live up. I cannot say enough about how much I love this film. Obviously, on a visual and technical level, it's just peak. It's the pinnacle of 3D animated feature filmmaking, at least at this point in time. The fact that they managed to blend so many different characters of different art styles together without entirely scrambling my brain. The fact that every single universe maintains its own unique art style, with my favorite being the mind-meltingly gorgeous portrayal of Gwen's universe, Earth 65. I truly am begging Sony to do a full Ghost Spider film in this style. I think these are among the most beautiful scenes ever animated in history, particularly when the watercolor backgrounds shift, change, and melt to match the emotions within the scenes. I cannot get enough of this. And this is made all the more impactful by the fact that Gwen is essentially promoted to a co-lead in this film alongside Miles, and her story is deeply resonant. The first film obviously puts a huge focus on familial relationships, and this one follows suit for both Gwen and Miles. The fact that Gwen's father is actively hunting her alter ego is such a great conflict, and his refusal to see his daughter behind his complete misconceptions about that alter ego is really heart-wrenching. Played with the fact that because of the death of her Peter, Gwen struggles to open up to anybody at all, to feel accepted by anyone because of the complicated nature of that dual life, and the fact that she knows her father won't accept her for who she is, which is also obviously super queer-coded. There's a reason so many LGBTQ folks connected to Gwen's story in this, which of course created plenty of very normal discourse from the folks who disagreed. But Gwen's struggles tie in so beautifully to Miles' story as well. Gwen finds some semblance of a support system in the Spider Society, but the reality is that the person she truly felt seen by was Miles. The tragic irony being that this is the one person that society tells her she cannot see. And Miles has this parallel journey, struggling to maintain the balance between his two lives, struggling to live up to his parents' expectations, struggling to decide if he can tell his parents who he really is, and he also finds that support and refuge in his relationship to Gwen.
You and me,
we're the same. In the important ways.
I love the way Gwen's own mistakes and lessons here tie into her father's as well. Gwen's harsh lesson is that this Spider Society was never the support system she needed, and that she had effectively thrown the most important person to her under the bus to maintain its status quo, because the system told her this was the right thing to do. And this was exactly what her father was doing to her, throwing his own daughter under the bus because his job told him that she was the enemy, that she was in the wrong. Just like Captain Stacy should have known who Gwen was and what she stood for, Gwen should have known the same thing about Miles, and I adore the way that her father's unexpected choice to resign and their reconciliation propels Gwen forward, to go far out of her way, put herself in danger, and fix her mistake, something I cannot wait to see play out in the next film. Miles' journey hits on similar themes in a different way. He has truly the most supportive parents you could hope for, but he of course fears what might happen if he tells them the truth, if he explains to them exactly why he's been letting them down, and so he seeks support elsewhere, in people who he relates to through his Spidey origins, particularly Gwen, only to discover that this group doesn't actually stand for what he knows is right, that they've been misguided and don't actually see who he is, and that tragically, even Gwen and Peter have been maintaining the status quo that excludes him. Miles ultimately recognizes that even when he messes up, even when his parents are disappointed in him, they see who he is, which is why him attempting to open up and reveal his alter ego to his mother is such a beautiful completion of his arc in this film, at least internally, because obviously the reality is that this was the wrong universe, leading to the cliffhanger. Look, I know a chunk of modern audiences are allergic to cliffhangers, but I cannot take anyone seriously who claims this is only half a movie. Yes, there are unresolved plot points leading into the final film, but Gwen and Miles have fully completed arcs that are clearly defining their motivations for Beyond the Spider-Verse. If anything, this is like a movie and a half, because they really lead into that cliffhanger setup. But if your biggest issue with Across the Spider-Verse is that you're upset that you have to wait for more, firstly, I'd hate for you to have experienced any of the Lord of the Rings films in theaters, and secondly, I'd argue that's a pretty damn good issue to have. You simply want more of it. Honestly, even though I've already done a 20-minute video on the movie, I think I need to make another video about Across the Spider-Verse. There is so much to unpack in this thing. It's an absolutely incredible piece of storytelling, and I just can't wait for the finale. All that I ask is that Sony gives them the time and budget to craft the third film without crunching or running their animators ragged. For the love of God, the artists who made this thing possible absolutely deserve that. Okay, honestly, this year was obscene. There are too many noteworthy films. I personally would not have nominated Elemental, but finding its replacement is difficult. Aardman dropped a new Chicken Run, there's a new Ernest and Celestine, there's a remarkable Chinese animated film called Deep Sea, a basketball anime called The First Slam Dunk, a jazz anime called Blue Giant that I particularly loved, The Peasants from the same people who made Loving Vincent, Makoto Shinkai was once again snubbed for Suzume, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem was an absolute blast, and the Spanish film Unicorn Wars is possibly one of the wildest, grossest pieces of animation I've ever seen. I am not joking when I say this year is an all-timer. Oh, also, Super Mario was a thing. I guess we can celebrate that an animated film made $1.5 billion, but I don't have much else to say about that. And all of these films stand so far above what Disney had to offer this year, Wish being a particularly disappointing celebration of their 100th anniversary. And as I mentioned in the Nimona segment, it makes that nomination all the more satisfying. Poetic justice that Disney abandoned the project only to be completely outclassed by it come award season. I think this year is proof that this category needs at least a modest expansion, perhaps to 8 nominees. Look, when the category started in 2001, there were 9 submissions. This year there were 33. That is over twice the threshold to move the nominations up from 3 to 5, and with the Best Picture category containing 10 nominees, I don't see why we can't expand this category at least a little bit, given how massive the medium has become. As for the winner,
The Oscar goes to The Boy and the Heron.
Obviously I'm recording this after I recorded the rest of the video, but yeah, holy shit, Boy and the Heron won. Hayao Miyazaki beat out Across the Spider-Verse for the 2023 Academy Award, only the second time in history that this has been awarded to a 2D or foreign film, the first being Hayao Miyazaki's Spirited Away 22 years ago. Wild. Honestly, I think there are like 4 reasons Spider-Verse didn't bring home the big prize. 1, this was possibly Miyazaki's final film. 2, it's the cliffhanger. Personally, I think that's a stupid reason to discount the film, but there is no doubt that many people felt the narrative was unresolved. 3, it's a sequel. We've established throughout this video, the Academy does not often give this award to sequels. 4, and lastly, it's the bad press for the way the animators were treated during Across the Spider-Verse's production. I think they mostly managed to curb the criticism throughout awards season, but with many Academy members being peers, there is no doubt that the expose left a bad taste in some of the voters' mouths. Truly an unexpected and amazing outcome. The Johnny Award goes to, Jesus, this was hard, but I am gonna give it to The Boy and the Heron. Possibly Hayao Miyazaki's final film, and to me, just an absolute masterpiece. But Across the Spider-Verse is truly so close behind it. A film that I've already found to be ridiculously rewatchable, with so much to analyze and dig into. And even then, Robot Dreams is so close behind that. A truly special and unique piece of filmmaking that made me feel so much. As an animation fan, 2023 made me so happy. There were so many excellent films, and I think the saddest thing is that many of them people don't even seem to know about. But I mentioned so many here, so please write them down, seek them out if any of them sounded even remotely interesting to you. There are so many good movies this year. Okay, and now for what a lot of you are here for, the rankings, which I just want to reiterate are not the point of this video. Honestly, there were only a handful of films nominated that I truly did not like, and the middle of this thing is very interchangeable. I mostly just want y'all to come away from this with a new movie you want to watch. Okay. Here we go. 99, Shark Tale. 98, Ralph Breaks the Internet. 97, Bolt. 96, The Croods. 95, Despicable Me 2. 94, Boss Baby. 93, Spirit, Stallion of the Cimarron. 92, Ferdinand. 91, Frankenweenie. 90, Ice Age. 89, Missing Link. 88, Over the Moon. 87, Raya and the Last Dragon. 86, Brother Bear. 85, Corpse Bride. 84, Monster House. 83, Mirai. 82, Elemental. 81, Brave. 80, Shrek. 79, Happy Feet. 78, A Cat in Paris. 77, Shrek 2. 76, Treasure Planet. 75, Puss in Boots. 74, The Secret of Kells. 73, ParaNorman. 72, Jimmy Neutron, Boy Genius. 71, The Box Trolls. 70, Cars. 69, Zootopia. 68, The Princess and the Frog. 67, Encanto. 66, I Lost My Body. 65, Rango. 64, Big Hero 6. 63, Turning Red. 62, How to Train Your Dragon: The Hidden World. 61, Frozen. 60, The Pirates in an Adventure with Scientists. 59, Incredibles 2. 58, Nimona. 57, Klaus. 56, Inside Out. 55, The Red Turtle. 54, Isle of Dogs. 53, Shaun the Sheep Farmageddon. 52, Shaun the Sheep. 51, Surf's Up. 50, Flea. 49, The Sea Beast. 48, The Breadwinner. 47, Ernest and Celestine. 46, Persepolis. 45, Wallace and Gromit: The Curse of the Were-Rabbit. 44, Kung Fu Panda. 43, Song of the Sea. 42, The Illusionist. 41, Kung Fu Panda 2. 40, Wreck-It Ralph. 39, Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. 38, Soul. 37, Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio. 36, Up. 35, Loving Vincent. 34, Chico and Rita. 33, Luca. 32, Onward. 31, Kubo and the Two Strings. 30, Finding Nemo. 29, Boy in the World. 28, The Mitchells vs. the Machines. 27, My Life as a Corgette. 26, How to Train Your Dragon. 25, How to Train Your Dragon 2. 24, Toy Story 4. 23, Toy Story 3. 22, Moana. 21, Wolfwalkers. 20, Wall-E. 19, When Marnie Was There. 18, Lilo and Stitch. 17, Robot Dreams. 16, Coraline. 15, Ratatouille. 14, The Triplets of Belleville. 13, Marcel the Shell with Shoes On. 12, Howl's Moving Castle. 11, The Incredibles. 10, Anomalisa. 9, Monsters Inc. 8, Coco. 7, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. 6, The Boy and the Heron. 5, Fantastic Mr. Fox. 4, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. 3, The Wind Rises. 2, Spirited Away. And 1, The Tale of the Princess Kaguya. It was a real toss-up for those top 2 spots. I was not sure if I was going to put Kaguya or Spirited Away at number 1. Honestly, they're pretty interchangeable. A lot of the stuff in here is interchangeable. Again, ranking, not the point. Please get mad about it in the comments, though. Give me that engagement, baby. Holy shit, we did it. All 99 nominees for Best Animated Feature and all 23 years of the category. What did we learn? Well, I hope the main takeaway is that there are a lot of great fucking animated films out there, and that though a lot of these big studios do make good movies, there is so much more to explore. Truly, whether you agreed with all my takes or hated every damn opinion I had in this video, I hope at the very least one of the movies I described piqued your interest and made you want to go and check it out. Sure, it can be super annoying when Disney and Pixar dominate these award shows, but honestly, they're just award shows. You can seek out the alternatives, and you should. Don't let award shows tell you what's good. Hell, don't even let me tell you what's good. Watch all 99 of these films and make up your own mind. And thank you so much for following along this frankly obscene journey. I'm gonna sleep for 2 weeks now. But before I hibernate, I need to thank some people. Firstly, anyone who has ever watched any of my videos, whether it's the 2 on this channel or the hundreds on my main channel, I appreciate every one of you. Secondly, my patrons, the people who believe in my work so much that they pay me to keep doing it. Thirdly, all of my collaborators on this absurd project. My guests, Joe Murphy, aka Nazchos, BJ Colangelo, Hats Off Media, and Offbeat Kiki. My amazing team of editors, Joe Murphy, Toonrific Tariq, Awestruck Vox, Cree, Michael McGold, Patrick Tracy, and Kewing Lee. My good friend Kevin Anderson for punching up my script with some great jokes, and a special thanks to Elise Czek for watching like half of these movies with me, and liking most of them. Also, a special shout out to Cinema. Okay, time to go die. See ya.
I stay mellow watching Johnny Two Cellos. He talks cartoons, he's a really cool fellow. He keeps you posted on adult cartoons. If that's what you're into, then grab a spoon and a very big bowl of your favorite cereal. Feels like Saturday morning cartoon material. Johnny Two Cellos, watch him on YouTube. Now enjoy this groove and bust a move.